All right, we're live. Took us a long time that time. Sorry about that, but we'll make up for it maybe as
What's
we
up, everybody?
play. Hope everybody's having a good time tonight. I'm excited to be able to actually get into what's about to happen here and maybe even see where kind of the tone of this campaign heads. We're in sort of a moment now, a tone setting moment for the campaign. So it's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and get into it a little bit though. So, obviously, well met. I'm Cynical. This is my channel. Welcome to it. All around us here, what we're doing is Chronicle. That's a custom Mongoose Traveler 2nd Edition campaign set in our version of the Third Imperium universe, or the OTU, the Original Traveler universe, whichever one you want to call it. We're a bit new to Traveler, but we're getting more and more used to it, and we're using a few optional rules and mostly just optional rules, not really any homebrew. So if anything comes up that you don't recognize right away, just know that that might be the reason, and maybe you'll even be able to help with something. Because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, though, we'll be mostly just focusing on the game, so if you don't get a response in chat right away, just know that we really appreciate you being here and watching and following along on this journey with us. So everybody is welcome, of course. Let's just keep it civil in chat, which we haven't had any problems with, so that's great. But yeah, let's get to the important stuff here. So these are my friends, and together we're carrying on what's now a decades-old tradition of us playing RPGs together that we're now calling CoFH RPG based off of our group, CoFH. So that's CoFH RPG. Now let's just take a moment to introduce the individual players and the characters. So as always, just when you thought it was safe to roll the dice, steps in my longtime pal and proficiently prolismatic player, Lord Venom 1. Tell us a bit about yourself and your character.
Hey, I'm Lord Venom 1. I'm new to streaming. We're all pretty new to Traveler. Longtime science fiction fan, kind of classic science fiction. Arthur C. Clarke, Larry Niven, Robert Heinlein. So excited to be playing in a sci-fi universe. I play Dixon Matthews, who is a sort of a no-nonsense detective from Tarkeen. He saw it all out on the streets of Tarkeen and is done with most of it, so he is moving on to becoming a traveler.
Cool. All right. So following that, then we have my good friend and fellow member of Screen Room and a streamer in his own right, MadCow234. Tell us a bit about yourself and your character over there.
Yeah, hi. So we do Screen Room on Sundays and Wednesdays. Join us over there. We do Star Trek. Been watching the whole series of Star Trek on Sundays, so join us tomorrow over there.
The whole franchise, even, yeah.
Whole franchise, yeah. So I also stream on my personal channel. I'm streaming right now, kind of from my perspective. If you want to hang out there. So I play Ryder Young. Former Army, former Navy, kind of just gung-ho, optimistic type guy. Left the Navy after a bad incident, big battle, and met up with Dixon, who wanted to start traveling, and it sounded like a great plan to me. So I said, I'll be your pilot, let's go. So here we are, called up Roman, and he called up Sterulia, and now we're together.
All right. So then we'll just move it on. Another good friend of mine, my Nakama from Another Mama, Society Streams, also a fellow member of Screen Room and a streamer in his own right. Tell us a bit about yourself and your character.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Society. You can catch me with these fools on Sundays and Wednesdays, and my own personal channel. I just variety stream games and hang out with my friends. Designer, writer, general artist in the meantime, but I play Roman Bor, and he's just kind of devoted his life to being a physician to help people. Super against bringing harm when not necessary or when can be avoided. which he's slowly learning can't be all the time. And, you know, I think with these events as of late, you know, he's getting kind of stressed out. We've been kind of put in a position where a lot of people's lives have been put in our hands, it seems like. And, you know, it's a pretty stressful situation for Roman to be in, especially being faced with something like this, like a natural disaster. It's like you're almost guaranteed not to be able to help everyone, it feels like. So Roman's in a weird headspace, you could probably imagine.
He is probably to some degree used to having people's lives in his hands, though, right? Being a surgeon, he has to have some kind of healthy detachment.
It's true. Yeah.
Otherwise, he'd never be able to make it as far as he
But
had.
It's very good. It's very good. Is what he does.
Yeah, I mean, good
So
doctors
far,
are concerned, right?
It's true, right? Like, you gotta have some sort of empathy for what you're doing.
It just means
Why would you do it
he actually
otherwise?
has decent bedside manner, right?
Mm.
Which is pretty interesting. But moving on, last but not least, and lurking in the shadows over here, ready to strike, we have Psychokov, one of my oldest friends and a moderator not only for this channel, but also the Screen Room Twitch community. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and your character.
Hello, I'm Psycho. Other than just a gamer, I don't really do much. I do DM Pathfinder game in person at a table, keeping it old school. But I play Steyrudia. She is an Oslon, an alien cat-like race. And for the most part, just a merchant. Except that she lost millions because of the actions of her previous captain. So she's hoping the actions of this new captain, Ryder Young, don't end so poorly. But we'll see.
We'll see. All right. So with that, let's go ahead and get into the intro, and then we'll.
I think we
just
lost
move-
Lord Venom, maybe.
Oh no.
Froze.
He's got this sarcastic expression on
He
his
does.
face.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and.
That's
intro.
normally him, so.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and get into the intro, and we'll come back as soon as we're ready. Here we go.
The descendants of humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar. Discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, we stand at the height of the Third Imperium, in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and megacorporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds, taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to get by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their Chronicle.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it then. So I'll just go ahead and do a quick recap, and you guys can fill in the blanks as we go here along the whole time period or whatever. Anything you want to interject during that, and then we'll just jump right in character. So after some, let's call it careful flying in a gyrocopter, befriending a Tincher's wolf in the caldera of a volcano, and a lot of repair work, cleaning and vaporizing small bushes with seismic charges, setting explosive spikes into the ground, getting data readings. In order to get all these readings to your sensors, and run simulations, you found that the volcano seemed mostly dormant, but the simulations were not yet complete, and you were operating off of only partial data. The estimation being updated, however, as you got more information from the volcanic activity that continued to occur, culminating in a somewhat unexpected eruption after a low rumble that had been felt several hours earlier, slightly before you were even complete with the testing procedures for the M drive for the Elbow Room, the Type S scout courier vessel that you've been spending this time and have been sent here to retrieve as part of a job, sort of indirectly on contract to Scout Services, to turn in basically this ship to do like a repo job. Essentially from this crew that had abused the ship and are now in prison for semi-related reasons, but not entirely. Taking off in the middle of this eruption and managing to escape any real harm other than the pounding of the outside of the vessel by rocks and a bit of a scare from the missile warnings that gave you. You assisted the local authorities after receiving transmissions initially from Minister Greener. First, by tracking the flow of lava as it spilled out of the top of the mountain, and mostly the side of the mountain in this case, at that point, and reporting it so that the evacuation efforts could begin and be scheduled in earnest, as well as diverting some of the flow in an effort to slow it down using your weapon systems to try to chip away at the caldera, the area of the volcano, to try and divert the flow to some degree. Then, after all of that, eventually helping to evacuate a few Vargr from a nearby farm, tracking the somewhat slow flow of lava towards the sea. Before too long, however, your sensors alerted you to the dangerous situation at hand. A lava plug had developed within the volcano, and it's building towards explosive pressure. A pyroclastic flow is imminent within a period of minutes. You don't know exactly how long. You're trying to get more data basically from your sensors at this very moment. The data was just coming in right as we left, but well, you were starting to relay the data I'll get to that. So anyway, this pyroclastic flow about to emerge at what would be great speed, and the last thing you had done essentially was relay the data that you were receiving from your sensors to Minister Greener. The radio squelching with all kinds of messages, not directly to you, but some of them directly to you, but mostly just tons of chatter of people in this organized evacuation effort. The voice of Minister Greener recognizable among them. Dictator Masterton eventually coming on radio and essentially just reinforcing what the mayor of Silbari and Minister Greener have been alluding to the entire time, head to Selbari via train or road if you can. Evacuation efforts have been pointed towards heading everybody that was south of Mount Selbari, all of those small settlements there, to head to Barvin, so that they may head north along the train to Selbari, and presumably relative safety. However, the information that you've just relayed and acquired here with this lava plug, this pyroclastic flow, changes the nature of this eruption and a bit about its or what you will have to do in order to save any lives that you might have intended to do so to before. It's a strange sentence, but with that, let's go ahead and get in character. First of all, let me do this.
Hey, we got ship sounds. Oh god.
I like that you're like, oh
Captain,
God.
are you playing this music over the comms?
It's just in your head. That's what happens to
God, that's
Roman
even
every
worse.
time his adrenaline
Yeah, that's
starts to
worse.
hit. Okay. So as the information is coming in and you're all staring down at these screens on the bridge, the recently cleaned bridge, you still have to kind of the amount of shaking that has happened here inside of the cockpit as you've taken off and begin to fly, and it's actually fairly rough at first, but now it's like smoothed out. Has to a degree shaken some dust free from the ceiling, and you kind of like, you know, because it's still clean in here, but he didn't go into a deep clean, right? You need to like spend days on this thing to get it as you know, a livable space. But so you kind of wipe away these bits of like mostly crusted on like grime dust that have fallen from the ceiling in this moment of intensity from your screens, while looking over this data that is both simultaneously coming in on your sensors and being transmitted from you to Minister Greener and beyond. Of course, because Mr. Greener has been transmitting all of this to the Mayor of Selbari and to, obviously, to Dictator Masterton, who those three are organizing evacuation efforts of the area. About that time, take a drink. You are directly radioed, like in the middle of this. You by one Dictator Masterton. I hit the wrong button. That's the right button. Here we go.
Alright, this is elbow room out there. This is Dictator Masterton.
You have the elbow room.
You boys on that ship out there, I don't know how many of you there are, but looks like we're gonna have a bit of a problem here with this new development. When that thing goes, I think Barvin's gonna go with it. I'm gonna give him the order here in just a minute to make this the last train out of Barvin on its way to Selbari. That submarine has already begun to submerge out there, but I got a number of people on the way to Barvin from these settlements down south that we were directing there for the evacuation efforts, and you're the only one close enough to save them. There's two groups now. One of them's a lot bigger than the other one, I'm afraid to say, and there's no way you'll have time to save them both. So I'm gonna have to ask y'all to go to the closest one. Oh, sorry, the largest group. I'm not ordering you. You've all done as much as anyone might to help us here, and we appreciate that. But I am asking you, please save my citizens.
We'll do what we can.
And
Just make sure everyone else gets up.
another transmission cuts in at that moment. A familiar voice over the radio. If I can pull it up. Saber. We followed you, bitches.
We find dead bodies in our cargo hold, chopped up.
Saber is responsible for this
That would
volcano.
be intense.
The volcano erupts and just body
Yeah, I
parts.
see you noticed our plug.
So a familiar, growly, somewhat gravelly, but breathless voice of a Vargar, Dregitz, comes over the radio.
Noble room. Get the big group. I'm going after Mom and Dad. I can get there before you can. Good luck.
You notice that the transmission sent from Dregitz is marked with an FFID signature for Walston 1, the grav car that belongs to the dictator himself. Dregitz being the chauffeur, the palace chauffeur.
Good luck, Dragons.
You don't get any response. Obviously, it's probably
Alright.
trying not to die.
Captain!
I will say also on sensors, because you are at sensors there, state roll your shit. All our screens got twisted around when you disconnected. That's why I said state roll you.
Oh, I just noticed that. That's
Yeah.
funny.
I gotta fix them. Yeah, I just noticed.
Oh,
it too,
that's
'cause
so
we get
funny.
disconnected.
I didn't notice.
No, I will not.
Takes a
eat that.
second. There we go.
Wow,
Alright.
that was funny.
Whoa, it's like Freaky Friday.
Freaky Friday.
Keep changing identities.
I'm just down here working on engines. What do you want from me?
Okay. With that, Masterton comes back on.
Dragons. Is that you?
You're fired.
There's just like a blank for a moment.
Yeah, it's me. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just save those folks. Dragons out. Ah, shit. Walston 1 out.
You can hear now as Masterton is talking. There's this like sound in the background, like a engine that's just whirring its ass off. It sounds like a grav car. So he's probably in another grav car, like racing towards the situation, or yeah, there's more. I mean, they have two. There's literally two of them on the whole planet. So, like, that's why you couldn't just get one. But
Alright, well, if a Dragons is handled that, that's for the best. Dragons, you be careful. Alright, elbow room. Best of luck out there. Masterton out.
You as well. We'll let you know when the job is done. Elbow room out. Yeah, that was cool to say.
all right.
Captain, we've been told there's a group coming from south of Barvin to the station. They're not gonna make it. We must intercept. We've got to get them out. There's two groups. Dregitz is on one group, the smaller one. We're on the big one.
Have you found them?
I'm gonna run sensor suite.
There you go. Now you're playing the game.
Just tell me where they are.
What's the average difficulty?
No, I'm afraid it is not average.
A boy can
Oh no,
dream.
it is average. Sorry, I was getting routine and
nice.
average mixed up. But yes.
Okay, cool.
Average difficulty.
Alright. I'm running sensors now, see if I can locate them. Any life signs? Oh, fucking I find them.
All right, so there are two things that you notice here
Oh, God.
that I should make mention of. So first, the pyroclastic flow, now that you're like actively manning sensors, is indeed imminent. The lava plug is about to go, like, not any minute now, any second now. And this wave is likely to travel pretty fast. At the very, very base of the mountain, it'll probably be traveling like the speed of sound, but much slower as it gets a little bit further away. But that's only at the very, very base of the mountain that it's traveling quite that fast. It should be traveling probably somewhere in the vicinity of like 300 kph or something like that, maybe a little bit less. But it's going to be quite a big one. Your projections do show that the town of Selbari will probably be safe, but it's going to get covered in ash. Marvin, however, won't exist anymore.
Captain, this eruption is imminent. I'm afraid it's going to be very bad for the town of Barvin. We got to get to this group as fast as we can.
You don't have life sensors, right? You literally can't detect life signs on the ship without the upgrade to sensors for that. But what you can detect are structures and several other types of metals and stuff like that that have been processed. And because of that, you can see a group of 3. You don't know exactly what they are, but they give signatures that might allude to being ground cars that are heading. They're kind of big for ground cars, but they look like about ground car size, and they're giving off fairly similar signature. They're moving pretty slowly, so it's definitely not like a high-tech vehicle, whatever it is. But I'll push this to people in case they don't have it again. But that's what's headed towards Barvin at the moment, and they are directly in the path of what will eventually most likely be this pyroclastic flows path.
There, I've got them there, Captain. Head, and I'll like sweep the coordinates over to his nav system. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can give him the coordinates. It's not difficult.
This has to be them. I'm not certain, but I can't pick up bioscience, but it looks like ground cars. They're moving fucking slow. We gotta get to them.
It's not quite as elegant as just sweeping it over because you don't have the holographic displays on this bridge, but you can like punch it up and send it over to him.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
If you have the upgrades on the bridge, you could just do that.
Oh my god. Captain, I know what we're getting next. After your drink mixer.
Yep. Pull out the punch cards out of that
Auto bar
computer,
first.
Put it in the other computer. Oh, I dropped the cards. God damn it.
On that, Roman's gonna take a swig of his flask.
Yeah, okay, so I will
I see the pilot ship.
head towards the graph cars.
All right, it's gonna be pilot decks.
Or ground cars.
Pilot spacecraft decks, if you got it.
Difficulty.
It's just still routine.
Impossible.
Okay.
It's not like a difficult thing to fly towards them at this point or anything. So you start on your course there. It's pretty simple. You think you might even be able to cut off a little bit of time to get to it. About like a few seconds into your journey, Roman, your sensors, your seismic sensors specifically,
Captain?
all goes offline. So the first thing you see is that it's all offline. There's no more readings coming in from it at all. And then your other sensor suites start to light up as Mount Selbari goes. The top of Mount Selbari almost entirely disappearing as the mountain crumbles on itself. Indeed, on the western/southwestern wall, releasing a tumultuous tidal wave of lava out in this direction, which will eventually cover. Well, eventually it'll go out to sea, but it will eventually cover a huge section of this part of the coast here. But the main concern being the pyroclastic flow that is now headed directly towards you, that you are currently in the path of. Looking down on your sensors here, you see you see Walston 1, and you see the people that you're trying to pick up, or the 3 little dots for the metal signatures of the people that you assume you're trying to pick up, and then signatures for Barvin. And you can see in Barvin now a bit of metal leaving Barvin in a long streak as
The last trains left Barvin.
trains leaving. But yeah, literally the name of that thing of that chapter is Last Train Out of Barvin.
That's
But
funny.
yeah. You can also see
He said it. He said the name.
He said it. He said
Everybody
it.
drink. But yeah, you can see the submarine.
Roman's
now.
already there. Don't worry.
That's fair. That's fair. The submarine now beginning to sink beneath the waves and heading out to sea as well at this point. This is all laid out before you in this moment where time seems to slow down gradually for you as the intensity of the moment pounds in on your head. A slight headache developing like it always does in the middle of combat. There's a sort of a clarity to it. What do you do? That's like what I'm asking you to think. I'm not actually asking you what you do in this one. In this case, like, not to tell me, but your role for piloting puts you on course to get there within probably about the next minute or so. You've got maybe a few minutes before the pyroclastic flow gets here. It's hard to say at this point. You kind of fly too fast, to be fair, than you really should in a vehicle that's this old, that you now, looking down on these fully functional computer systems, can see the vehicle you're in is 125 years old. It originated in the Solomoni Rim and has made its way all the way here, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of parsecs away. Well, about 160 parsecs away, something like that, depending on how you travel it. Of course, not all ships are that old. It's got its flaws. Dings in the hull, sparks shooting out occasionally from a corner. You're like, oh, we're going to have to fix that. The guidance systems are sluggish. It's strange. There's definitely some fluttering in some of the reactors. You're not sure what that really means. The ship has a lot of flaws and quirks because of its age. Literally, there's 10. I rolled it, which we'll get into what they are after this stuff plays out. But it's still holding together, and it just got hit by a bunch of lava and stuff, so it's still kicking ass. And you kind of connect to this machine for a moment, as specifically I'm speaking here to Ryder, as you kind of enter that flow state of flight, flying much lower and much faster than you ever should in any responsible manner, because you know this is going to be the fastest landing perhaps of your life. You come in hot. The 3 now visible, they are essentially combines, harvesting combines, traveling faster than a person could run, but not faster than like a ground car could actually drive, or faster than a grav car certainly, towards Barvin. One of them seemingly getting stuck in a bit of what it looks like a large bit of mud that they're currently in, and several of them are out now. Kind of, you see that it looks like they've been trying to dig it out, but now they've stopped doing that, and they're just kind of like running around in a panic because the mountain just exploded, and they can see that because light travels faster than pyroclastic flows. But in addition to that, they now see you coming in, and they are waving their arms like this and just charging straight towards you, which has the side effect of making your landing even more difficult, as you don't want to land on them. You pull your landing gear free, spin the ship around, and attempt to do an emergency landing. I need a pilot dexterity check. And
So,
it's not
quick
going to
question.
be an easy one. Go ahead.
Because Sterulia was on her way after waking up in the morning for her, just sipping on some Red Basic, getting ready to open up the cockpit door and ask what's going on. As he spins that ship, what's it feel like?
So there are some inertial dampeners and stuff like that work, but not quite like Star Trek level, but they are essentially not functioning very well. They're tied into like what is basically the grav plating. The whole reason you have gravity on the ship when you're in space, but because of some of the and that still works, and it's tied to your power, but you are having power fluctuations, and there is something wrong with the fusion reactor. But you have it on, it's working. You had to make a bunch of bypasses and stuff, but there's something wrong with that, and because of that, the gravity on the ship is less than Earth standard would be normal. But it doesn't matter because you're in a gravity well of a planet, so there's already some interference, and a lot of times those interplay kind of cause weird problems anyway. But because you're on like low power and the systems are kind of fluttering, and sometimes it's on and sometimes it's not, the inertial dampeners are sort of only partially working. And so as he spins the ship, I would say in general, you feel like everything's kind of vibrating a little bit more than it normally would on a ship. But as he spins the ship around, if you're walking down the hall, you would definitely be like thrown up into a corner. I mean, it's not enough to like knock you on your ass and break your bones or anything like that, but it's enough to, like, if you were on like a theme park ride and like it moved jerkily or whatever, they would probably make you have a thing over your shoulders or whatever, right? For liability reasons, if nothing else. So if you're carrying like an open glass of tea or something, you would spill it, but a bag of basic, you would probably fall a bit against the wall and squeeze some and out of it. Maybe it might spill a little bit, it wouldn't be the whole thing.
I wanted to ask about the explosion of the mountain as well. So
Sure.
Traditionally, I guess pyroclastic flows are accompanied with a giant ash plume. Is that
that is
as well?
You are indeed. There is a giant ash plume heading towards the sky. It is currently reached about 30,000 feet. It looks as though it is mushrooming and capping out at about 40,000 feet in the very thin atmosphere here, and spreading out a fairly wide, fairly wide area, darkening the sky somewhat. Not enough to like cause like a huge global impact, but certainly Salbari, like the town of Salbari, even the town of like Thoralton and some of the others will get a lot of ash, like maybe like a foot of ash or something.
Nice. It's fucking really crazy.
I mean, and indeed at this point, like, you would even be detecting electromagnetism in that ash cloud, and some of the ash cloud is carried on the pyroclastic flow as well. So not only do you see this 40,000 foot plumage of black heading into the sky with a little bit strikes of lightning and stuff into it as it causes its own actual friction to create basically the conditions necessary for thunder and lightning. What happens beyond that is the dark cloud you're looking at is the one that's headed towards you at like 200 miles an hour currently, right? Or 200 kilometers per hour. That's like a dark, hungry god barreling towards you across the landscape, swallowing everything in its path. So that's the one that's like really distracting. But if you take a moment and look up, it is kind of beautiful, like at a distance, the one that rises into the sky.
But the one that blew out the side.
And we do. We take a long moment to look.
Yeah, at least 3 minutes to take a look at it.
No, we don't. We save these people.
All right, so with that roll, though, your pilot roll there, you had an effect of +2, which is good. Oh no, you didn't. It was supposed to be a difficult roll for that one.
Yeah, I was waiting. We were waiting for the difficulty. I haven't rolled the landing roll yet. All right. Here we go. Blow on the dice,
that was
guys.
the landing roll. What roll was that?
The flying there roll.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at Roman's roll. Okay, yeah.
So you're you got a plus. So, sorry. But my point was your effect on your pilot there roll that cut off some time adds to this roll. So you get a. Sorry.
But you said that was routine, so it should be a +4 effect.
The previous one?
Yeah.
No, that was average.
All right, Brandon.
The thing that was routine was the electronics roll. Anyway, so yes, go ahead.
So I get a +2, you said?
Yeah, you just add +2. You're just carrying that +2 over.
All right.
Some volcano info in Discord.
The difficulty is back to
Discord
8.
if you're watching, so you can look at the volcano info.
Is that correct?
It's pretty cool. It's a simulation.
No, you should set it to difficult.
Okay. There we go.
There's images of like what
I don't know why it changed
plastic
back.
flow does to like steel beams and shit. Like it's like hot.
Ooh, that's a
Ugh.
bad
So
failure.
forceful.
All right,
Jeez.
Ooh, gross.
that's with the plus as well.
Yep.
All right, so You don't crush the people, but what you do is avoid crushing them and crush 2 of the 3 combines. As you rake across them, you can hear the sound of the impact as it against the hull, which causes the ship itself to lurch in one direction as one of the pieces of landing gear is stuck on one of the combines and drags it 25-30 meters across this mud field as the people are just waving and running towards you still, and this whole time kind of like ducking underneath your too low landing as you come in and skid to a halt. Everybody takes 1d damage.
As I open the door to the carpet, like, what the hell's going on?
So yeah, you see that, and then all the sensors lighting up, sparks shooting from open wires and stuff. A set of 2 combines being crushed, 1 caught on the landing gear as you enter into like a Tokyo Drift slide in the middle of this mud field, kind of turning and sliding at the same time, a good 30, maybe even 50 meters. It's hard to say from your current perspective as you eventually stop, and then right after you stop there's this sort of moment and then a clunk as it sits at a odd angle in this landing, but everybody takes 3 damage.
And that gets subtracted from
Always endurance first.
Endurance.
I forget how
You're
to
gonna-
track that.
You're gonna go to Actions tab,
Current?
and it's change your current one.
Yep.
And then
Is
you're
there
gonna
a
have to
like
roll
external
using that
intercom on
Yeah,
the ship?
Yeah, I believe.
You have to like lower the door, but yes, you can basically yell out after you open the door.
All right, I lower the door and I yell out the
Oh no,
intercom.
you can do it with normal comm stuff. You can actually do it with normal comm stuff. That's right.
All right, well I yell out the intercom and I say, "Hey, I got your combine free."
Ironically, it's probably not the one that was stuck in the mud because that's the one that was like
Damn
the
it.
lowest down, and you caught the top of them both. But
No, I don't know.
so you probably left the
They don't-
one.
I
that
was
stuck
aiming
in
to
the
get that
mud.
one free, so
Yeah, they won't need these anymore anyway. No
And the
fields
people
combined.
on the yeah, it's fair. The people on the ship don't know any better. So the crowd is running towards you. I assume you open the doors for them to head inside.
yes.
You can see that they are mostly Vargur, but there's a mixture of Vargur and humans, totaling at 11 Sophons. That pile
I'm,
into your ship. A few of them run up to you very quickly. Vargur, actually, in this case, the humans in the crowd just kind of like staying back, like this 1,000-yard stare on their faces. There's most of the Vargur are in a similar condition, but there's 2 Vargur out of the 11 that come up to you. One of them kind of taking the lead. He's much taller than other Vargur you have seen, and much wider as well. He's like pretty big. He's about 6'5" tall. He's pretty huge, kind of like basketball player tall Vargur. Kind of odd, because most Vargur are shorter than humans. But he comes over to you, kind of puts his one hand up on the ceiling of the well, I guess it would depend on what. Is anybody down there to meet him? Because you're letting him in the cargo bay.
This is technically up in
The other
turret
people in the
last
farm.
time.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
in the
well,
pilot
either
seat,
way, it
so-
doesn't matter. He would come up the elevator. So he would come up the elevator, and you just hear this Vargur's voice as he's coming up the elevator. We're secured. Thank you. That's basically
All
what it
right.
says.
Good work, Ryder. Can I look on sensors and see if Drekka is doing alright? If he's gonna make it?
The pyroclastic flow now, as you look on sensors, is the only thing you can track. You can't track anything about the mountain itself anymore. You're not getting any of that seismic data anymore, but you can still see the signature for Walston 1. And it is in the middle of the path of the pyroclastic flow, and it is headed directly away from it. It has headed to the spot for the pickup. So whomever they were picking up, which you already know is Dragon's mom and dad. Because he said it on the radio. But he's already picked them up and is on his way out. And as you begin to take off again, your comms light up right as you're looking for Dragons.
Mayday! Mayday, this is Walston 1. The car is damaged, drives are failing, windows are cracked and I can't see properly. I think I'm headed for the sea, but we're losing speed and altitude. I don't think we're going to make it. Is there anyone? Please.
Walston 1, this is the elbow room. Stay tight.
You just hear
We're
static
on our
now.
way. Captain, we gotta rescue Drake. His
You can
fucking
see,
thing is
you can,
fucked.
you can see it is traveling as quickly as it can, but it is indeed slowing down. It's keeping ahead of the pyroclastic flow for now, but it's losing both altitude and speed. Once it lands, the pyroclastic flow will be on them very quickly. It's trying to get out ahead of it, but it doesn't have long to land. If you want to try to get to them, it will require a pilot's check to be able to get to them, first of all, in time. You'll be able to get to them either way, but your effect will determine stuff that happens. And you will have a very short amount of time to get them on board the ship. The amount of time you have to get them on board the ship will determine a number of other things. Now, getting hit by the pyroclastic flow while you're in the ship isn't immediately going to kill you, but you won't be able to stay in it.
I patched the coordinates of the Walton 1 to Ryder.
Walston, but yeah.
Walston 1 to Ryder. Yeah.
I'm gonna head down to the cargo hold.
I'll flip on the internal ship comms, and I say,
Everybody hold on tight.
and I start taking off, whip it around, and go through the coordinates.
Okay, so Dixon, you were going down to the cargo bay. In the cargo bay, you can see people are just kind of like holding on to stuff. Some people have taken some of the cargo straps and kind of strapped themselves down. They're not sure what to do. The large Varger that was like yelling up the elevator shaft at you, meets you as you come down. What should we do? Should we tie off somewhere? Are there crash couches or rooms to get in? Or I don't know. What should we do?
Just hang on. We gotta get one more. We got a few more coming. Hang on, folks. And I'll grab
Okay.
anything I can find that's might stabilize me with my combat arm.
You're like,
Gonna
activate
run to the-
mag.
Engine room.
Let's grab on I-beam.
So I'll go
All
ahead
right,
and
what do I need to?
I'll go ahead and push
Or what
the
difficulty?
elbow room map
Oh yeah.
so that we get that up and move everybody to it.
Do you have a bunch of people tokens?
I don't need people tokens for all of them because they're not attracting combat.
I'm not gonna be around long.
I attack him.
Drop them off into the.
Oh, you
flow.
moved me.
We don't have tokens for
Oh,
you.
maybe because you weren't back there.
You don't exist. You never existed.
Oh, the lighting's working now.
Oh, is it? I guess he just had to like
Yeah.
reload or something. I don't know.
Voice. Yeah, nice. All right.
Is everybody on the
Probably
map
tell
now?
people
Let's
there's a
see.
wolf on the boat.
I'm there. Let me put myself in the pilot seat. Boom.
Okay.
I guess I'm next
The
to.
lighting's a little weird. Okay. Okay. Whatever. It's better than it was.
I don't know what it looks like on your end, but
As soon as I kind of feel us coming in for the landing, I will hit the button to open the cargo hold.
I'm checking out what the lighting looks like on your.
Like hitting it
On your thing.
pretty
Oh
prematurely.
yeah, you see how I'm in the pilot seat, but I can kind of see both the front staterooms.
No, because it's playing an ad.
Oh. Thanks for the support, Cynical.
Mortal Kombat's cool and all, but I want to see this.
Got him.
6
All right,
days,
all right.
right? Isn't that the 16th, I think?
Oh, I see. It is a little weird what's happening there.
But if I come down, like down here, the bottom ones, everything down here is perfect. Oh, it's like
It's
once
dim.
once it's almost like
It's Fog of War, yeah.
it's
so you know
like I've
you know what
learned the
room looks
area.
like.
You
Right.
know what
Okay,
it is,
okay.
Yeah, that's
That's
supposed to work.
Awesome.
It's as designed or whatever.
Oh,
I've been
that's
in
so
bodies.
cool. All right, perfect.
All right.
I'm gonna get them all. Gotta collect them all.
Okay, anyway. So what are you doing? Get where you were.
I'm.
Stereo is at the
I've
door.
walked all
Dixon's
over this
downstairs.
Rowan, stop exploring the ship.
You can see.
There's so much fog everywhere. I gotta clear it out.
So Dixon, if you're concerned about people strapping in or whatever, you could put people in any seating that you have. Should technically be able to like have like seat belts and stuff, probably except for like the dining chairs at the table or whatever don't. But like even the couch should technically have like straps that can come out. The beds in the room should. That's really it.
That bed's claimed.
That's fine, but there are cargo straps and stuff down here that can also be used and stuff as well. So that's about it. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's just seconds here, so
There isn't really a lot of time. I'm just saying if you're trying to like secure people and help people out, like there's not a lot of stuff you can do. All right.
I'm just keeping them away from our exotic biology materials.
Don't touch the biochemicals.
Put that bad kid off spaceship.
You're not there for their well-being.
Throw you into the pyroclastic flow. Yeah.
In full cop mode now.
Oh boy.
Everyone's a criminal until proven innocent.
All right.
Okay.
Like Dread.
Yeah. So you
I'm calling you judge now.
let me clear this. Do you want to go ahead and try to
What difficulty?
pilot your way to Dragons? So getting to him isn't going to be too difficult. It's just average difficulty. You'll be able to get to him either way. Like I said, it's how quickly you manage to pull it off and like intersect their craft right when they're landing. Right. So it's it's sort of a weird thing where you're like looking at his trajectory and speed of descent and everything, and you're like, all right, they're gonna put down here, but like I think he'll try and keep it in the air a little bit longer until he gets to here. So it's pilot dexterity and sort of the quickness of how much these like little micro corrections you're making as you watch this data feed on the vessel. +3 effect. Okay, so that's good. So you pull in you can see now the grav car up ahead of you, even on like like your actual sensors can like outline it now, and you can get like an actual optics image of it as you're on approach. And it is indeed like coming in very fast and very low, and it's about to like basically crash into the ground in a intentional sort of emergency landing. It skids across the ground, and the position that you've kind of put yourself on path for landing should put you very close to it. So you can see it skid across the ground, and a moment later on sensors, 3 figures spill out of sight, and as the grav car skins around, you can see it has no windshield. All of that's been shattered. On optical sensors now, zooming in, you can see the face of Dragons is just covered in blood as shards of glass are embedded in his face from the exploded in windshield. His 2 parents moving slowly. I think we lost society. His 2 parents moving slowly, and Dragons firing flares into the air as you come in and slide for a landing right alongside of him. So we just lost him, so let's go to a break for just 1 second. We'll be right back. So you just let me go ahead and get the music rolling again because we stopped that. Okay, so you just slid in for the. Oh wait, it rearranged everybody again too, didn't it? It did. Damn it. Always with this. Oh no, we're in the right spot. It put you back in the right spot.
Yeah.
I guess because you're on the end anyway, so it didn't
Oh
matter.
he's
Nice.
Perfect.
Bookend.
Heck yeah. All right. Well, moving on. So you slide in for this crazy landing right in front of the ship. I do need the actual landing roll. It's just to determine basically
what
how
difficulty?
soft the landing is. It's just 8.
all right.
Or actually, it is routine. It is not average.
Huh.
It
Okay.
is in a field. It's
All
rushed,
right.
but it is not under duress.
Take my hands off the. What is it? Hey, yeah. What do I got? What am I steering on? Like a.
So different ships have different interfaces, right? This ship does not have a holographic interface, so you can't like configure it and do all this stuff. So most ships that don't, and especially a ship like this, that's literally a 125-year-old, it's been in service for 125 years. Probably literally has like a pretty old school like stick style system. It may be dual stick.
Okay.
I mean, it would probably
Alright.
have to be dual stick. But it's like literally physical sticks. Some ships have like when you have holographic controls, they can still have physical sticks and stuff for you to do the actual flying with, but most of the stuff around them aren't. And there are ships where you can basically like the really high tech stuff where you just kind of stick your hands in some goo and shit works, but those are alien ships.
All right, I'm gonna take my hands off the stick, crack them, go
Oh, crash and die.
blow on my hands.
We're just
And
sitting there
here we
staring at
go.
you, just like,
Fuck. See?
Man, you are not good at these
oh,
landings.
you should have put your hands on the stick probably for that.
Yeah. yeah, I think so.
Oh, is that what I'm doing
I
wrong?
mean, if you're gonna steer with your knee, that's fine on other times. But
Oh, but you didn't add your effect from the previous roll though.
Oh, you're right. It's cleared, so I'm not sure what it was. I think 3.
I think it was 3.
Yes, +1.
So yeah, so that's not a failure, that's a success with an effective one.
Master pilot.
So you slide pretty much like right up against the grav car here that you saw has got its and Dragons is just kind of stumbling out of it. His parents now kind of trying to help him move because he can't see. There's blood matted in his fur, on his face, as these shards of glass are just covering his face, and all this blood is in his eyes. He's firing off these flares. You can hear you as you kind of fly right over top of him and do this, this landing, this multiple-ton vehicle, this 100-ton vessel, coming to rest here in this field in front of him makes a sound. But there's a pyroclastic flow on the way, so that's making a big sound too. There's this roar and thunder and stuff, and he's stumbling. His parents are kind of trying to direct him along towards you, and he's firing off this flare gun into the air over and over to make sure you see him. Right as you finish the landing, are you opening the doors?
yeah, so I said basically like as we're coming in, I would pop the doors like just a little bit early so that we can
Okay.
have time. to
So
open them.
since you're doing it in that way, I'll give you a little bit of a bonus on the time getting in. So you basically, Dixon, you're like
Nice.
holding on with your one robot hand as the ramp lowers down. You're caught by this hot wind, and it is wind, and it's not just from your movement in the ship. It's because ahead of the pyroclastic flow, the air is parting. It's being pushed aside. There is a sort of ubiquitous wind here. And you're just kind of holding here as the ship comes into this sliding landing, dirt and mud skipping up, and a little bit of it hitting you on the face, and you wipe it away. as you signal for Dragon and his parents begin to head towards you. Right as you kind of finish the landing, a flare shoots off near you and bangs off of the ship and has you kind of dock. Damn it! And you can see Dragon's parents saying something to him, but you can't make it out what it is. You can't hear really anything other than the roar of the pyroclastic flow and the enormous noise that the M-Drive itself is making as it's barreling across the terrain, and still winding all the way up because Ryder's ready to gun it. Dragons and his parents just straight run on board, his parents guiding him up. Dragons kind of reaching out, just says, "I knew you guys were good luck. I knew you were good luck." And they walk into the cargo bay, and his parents begin to secure him to one of the cargo racks, where they then tie themselves off. And his mother looks over at you as you kind of are closing the ramp door. Says, "I think we're good. I think we're good."
Punch it. Punch it.
Let's go, Captain.
All right, yeah. I take off.
The fuck out of here.
Okay, so now this is where it gets difficult.
Oh, now it gets
Goodbye,
difficult.
everyone. Goodbye. We got all the people in one convenient place to kill him in.
Yep. You see a rock from the volcano flying towards you, Drew.
What about the rocks?
The plug launches into the air.
The
and lands
plug.
around.
Just turn it into a big rail gun.
The planet. It's really a weapon
Okay, so
against itself.
you take off, Ryder. There's no roll for that. The pyroclastic flow, literally seconds behind the moment the door closes. Dixon,
Oh, buddy.
staring out the ramp here as Dragons comes up on board and they're securing the ramp is closing. You have this moment where you can look through the crack as it's closing, and all you see is this dark, hungry, angry god riddled with lightning, consuming the entirety of the landscape as a wall of nothing but ash and heat and death rolls towards you 40,000 feet high across the landscape in a giant cone in your direction at about 200 or so kilometers per hour. And catch your last glimpse of it as the last little sliver of light from the exterior is sealed off as the ramp closes, and you
God
punch
damn it, get out of here.
Alright, so I'm gonna need you to make some rolls, but let's get into the depths of it now. What was that?
The G's. As soon as that
Oh.
door closes, like the cloud hits us, right? It's like
Basically, it's like it's literally
Yeah.
seconds. So let me get to this. One thing that you do notice as well is that the oh yeah, by this point actually the pyroclastic flow has slowed down a little bit, so it's not quite moving at like 200 kilometers. It's like closer to 100. But just at the range you're at now. But
Can
one
these
thing
people
you
die in our
did notice,
carnival?
yeah, everybody can die.
What are you talking
Like
about?
banging against
course
each other.
not.
I mean, is there like?
Yeah, absolutely. When I say you guys take damage, they're taking damage too.
Oh, that's right. We did just take damage, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah.
That was before.
My baby.
Thankfully, there's no small children that you see on board, but yeah.
I kept them off. I was like, no kids allowed. This is adults
No,
only.
If you were-
you had a rope.
We like to keep
If
it.
you
We
were
like
on
to
the
keep
ground.
it loose over here.
If you were on the ground, the ship would easily be buried in the ash and maybe not even be able to like take back off, and probably would be destroyed in other ways eventually by the flow. But that's not the case because you did manage to take off in time, but with a few seconds to spare. It's not enough time, however, to get out of the flow. So now you must go into the cloud. Or the cloud, rather, takes you over either way. And I have a picture for you for what it looks like.
Oh shit! Oh, that's our ship
Oh
too.
shit. Yeah.
Star Destroyer. How did I get here?
Oh, you made this.
I didn't make this. This is the actual cover of the
Yeah.
module.
Oh wow.
Very cool.
Wait, that's the Hydra. That's not our ship.
Yeah, that's the name. of
Oh
the
yeah,
ship.
it does say high and dry on it,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
It's the same
Good.
model.
We're safe at home in our beds.
No, but this is just a dream. We're watching this
Yeah.
on holotape.
That's right.
You guys need to watch this new show. It's really intense.
So,
Did you see that one with the Hydra? They were totally fucked.
however
it's
you
about
want to,
this
however you
crew.
want to take
They
this.
chopped up a bunch of bodies.
Oh yeah, so right as the ramp closes, one thing you also notice is that the ash that was kind of blowing lightly across the field in this big gust of wind starts to move purely horizontally, and there's this gradient of darkness that hits right before it closes. So I mean, it's like literally seconds. That's cool, Zan. We're actually playing Traveler, which is similar to D&D, but it's not exactly D&D. This is science fiction
Sci-fi.
based, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Stick around though.
Yeah, you might like this
Welcome
one better.
aboard.
I like the sci-fi.
All right. So you secure yourself and take off, thankfully off of the ground. You've got a few options here to deal with this pyroclastic flow if it's about to hit the ship, or I say about to, is hitting the ship. So I need you to make a pilot int roll.
Ooh, pilot int.
Everybody
You
hold
should
your
make it into the
horse.
tower.
Oh god. All right.
Uh-oh. Secret rolls.
What's the difficulty?
I got it.
Is that basket on fire?
Yeah. That's a cool one.
Panic basket.
Instead of picnic.
Mm-hmm.
Picnic basket.
Actually, Ryder, don't make a pilot ant.
Because we're good?
Make a
'Cause you're
pilot
dead.
luck.
Oh, you get a luck.
Oh! Finally! Finally!
It'll be your first
Trying.
and last one.
I know, right?
And what's the difficulty?
It's already set.
Okay, alright. Here we go. Into the tower.
You gotta want it. Getting off this rock.
That was very, very close.
That's my luck
fail
kicking
yours.
in.
You would not have made that if it wasn't for your luck.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give you an opportunity to do something, Ryder, because of that.
Say your prayers.
Yes, I'll take a cybernetic eye.
Another one.
The combat armor, dude. It's sweet as
You
hell.
walk around, your eyes are just spinning around in different directions.
It's
It's
instant
a
12
robot.
strength. It's instant 12 strength.
Toaster. Oh man, I don't know about this one. I'm glad we rescued Drekkett's parents. I don't know if I would have been able to deal with that. Unless they like kill each other.
Yeah,
in
I
accident.
mean, the world almost lost one of the world's worst secretaries. The worst people.
I was talking about his parents.
I can't imagine they're much.
Wow.
I know, right? Shit.
They don't even have
Alright.
a car.
Pick
They had to
him up.
There
wait,
you go,
wait
Ryder.
for him to pick him up.
Okay.
What were they doing?
Leaving Alan at the moon.
Oh god, there's a volcano.
While he's considering what he's going to do there, I am going to really quickly just go to a break so I can grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Ooh, sounds like a good idea.
All right, we're back. I'll move us to the map view once again. You had just landed and taken off. Dregetz and his family on board, and now face the nature's behemoth, this pyroclastic flow, this enormous cloud of roiling death. You're not avoiding it, you're in it. The ship begins to shake. It near feels as though it's shaking apart as it begins to almost tumble as you take off, rolling to the left and the right. It's very, very difficult to maintain any semblance of control. And this atmosphere, with these intense winds, you can literally hear the sound. It's almost like being in a hailstorm with like a tin roof or something. The sound of all these little particles smacking into the ship at high velocity, and this strange whirring sound that you're getting from the M drive as it's taking in some of this ash cloud, and it's just, ships weren't meant for that. It's not great. There's a little bit of a flicker in the lights, sparks shooting from various corners, exposed wiring, little panels that you're not even quite sure are fully functioning yet because they were bypassed even. But you maintain control for the moment. You have to get out of the flow though, or this ship and everybody on it will be dead. What do you do?
Okay. Well. What's the window situation like?
I pour some liquor into the fuel tank.
You probably have a pretty high version of Windows. I'm sure it's much later than Windows 10. It's like 4,000 years in the future.
Windows
before-
9.
Okay.
Forever.
It's
at least
nice to know
Windows 11.
Microsoft is still around at
That's
least.
supposed to be the last version.
They're the Empire. They're the Imperium.
But you have essentially thin, super thick, armored windows on your level that make for a not amazing viewing angle, but basically a thin strip around the bridge of the ship. Up on the observation deck on this ship, which I believe is called the upper gallery, there's essentially a shutter on all of these windows. It's on the outside that can be raised with a command inside that brings these steel shutters up. It's crystal iron, actually, not steel. Up, and then you can see out them. So that whole level is kind of windows. There's sensors here with large screens that sit just below the sliver that are your windows, and they're at a slight angle, aimed kind of away for you. Kind of like the Freelancer in Star Citizen, the way that cockpit looks a little bit. So you kind of got this thin windshield that goes all the way around, and then like a panel that stretches out, and then screens that sit down below that. Those screens currently displaying sensor data that is being relayed to you by Roman. That's what you see. I'm gonna change some.
Okay.
I just fixed this. Go easy on the engines, I said. And I'm gonna run back to the engine room because I know I might have to fix this thing.
Okay.
Hold her together, Steruya.
I need you to make a check as you're running through here, actually.
Oh boy.
All right, it's the athletics check. It's dexterity athletics. Why didn't it change the music? Hold on. How's that happening? What were you saying? Were you asking me a question?
Difficult.
Yeah, Mr. Referee.
6.
What is this? What's the streamlined hull mean?
Okay,
Atmospheric capabilities.
So streamlined hull means that you have pretty good atmospheric capabilities. A standard hull can still enter atmosphere, but it has to be moving pretty slowly and stuff.
Wow.
A
Steruya's a shit.
Oof. Yeah, so we'll get to what happens to you in a second, but the actual streamline hull doesn't get a lot of negatives where it otherwise would, right? In atmosphere. It also means that it is essentially like very aerodynamic. Most of them are like either pretty like ovular, or even like your ship is like a perfect like delta shape, right? And that's why it's that shape, because it's a streamlined hull. They're also much easier to use to scoop fuel from the upper layers of gas giants, because again, they deal with atmospheric friction much better.
Okay, so I'm trying not to say anything from what you whispered. Okay, so in relation, a streamline hull in relation to option 3. Means that I can more easily cut through.
That's technically true, as long as you're facing the right direction. The streamline hull only works in the direction of travel.
Means it's plane shaped and not donut shaped, like space hot dog.
Donuts.
You know, like a spaceship on Aliens.
Planes fly forward really
It's like
well,
a
they
big
fly
box.
backwards really badly, right?
Right. Okay. So okay. So we're on the ground.
No, you're just taking off. So you're in the ground.
Yeah, okay, we're taking off.
It's taking over you now. You're probably at this point about like 100 feet in the air and just kind of listing to the side violently, trying to keep the ship from like doing this, from toppling over, right? Is what you've been doing at the moment. You're like, I can't just hold it here. I got to do something. What are you doing? You have a lot of options, but
Front flip.
Yeah.
A lot of good options, I'm sure.
So, oh Jesus! All right, I'm pulling up the ship. I'm turning it straight towards the flow,
okay.
and I'm taking off. We're gonna cut through it.
Okay, so you spin the ship around and face directly into the pyroclastic flow, pointing the ship directly towards it. As you start to spin the ship around, it's very difficult to maintain control for just a moment, and the ship kind of lists a bit to the side, and everybody kind of stumbles on their feet a bit, but you manage to hold on to it long enough to get the ship turned slightly around to start heading off in that direction. As soon as you get the ship turned around, you do notice a change in the sound that was making. That the sound of all of the impacts begins to lessen, and that whirring sound begins to dissipate very slightly as you point your ship directly towards the flow, using the shape of the hull to let the particles bounce off of the delta shape, now catching it using physics to your advantage. You head straight ahead to try and get out of the flow as best you can, through and up, because you can't go down because that's the ground. I mean,
Yeah, let's
you
not
can
do
do
that.
it if you want, but
We have a drill on the front of the ship.
Straight down.
But yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and need you to make some rolls.
Okay.
Wrong way, Captain. You're going
Hitting the
into
cloud
storm.
head on. Your
Yeah, I
aerodynamics
see it.
lessening the impact. People strapping in, kind of voices kind of from below, kind of screaming and stuff to a degree. Dixon, if you're still down there, you can hear people like terrified as this impacts the hull, and it's obvious when it happens. Like, it's not something you can miss, right? The noise is near deafening, especially when you return the other way. The number of impacts that were happening, but it is at the same time kind of this strange, for those of you who have had military service, or maybe you, Dixon, and the cops, it's one of these moments of like, like a battlefield calm. It kind of sets over you, like everything is chaos, but you're acting in deliberate ways and rising to that occasion and looking above it. So there is this sort of tranquility in the moment, this being a traveler, whatever that means. This life that you found. This is one of those moments. And you look around and see the faces of those that you're saving or those that you're serving beside. Sterulia, you, not near anyone, just stumble your way down the hall, falling over.
Like a cat.
You take 3 damage as maneuvers begin, and you basically slide all the way down the hall on your back towards the engine room.
You made it.
And crash into the door there. But you're there.
You wanted to go to the engine room, right?
Mishka chasing you.
Yeah, Mishka is there on the couch, basically just like ducked down and whining at the moment.
You ever seen a dog trying to stand up in a car?
Yeah, it's not trying to stand up. It's just like laying on the couch getting flopped around. Okay, so the vessel itself will be taking some physical damage here, but how much will be determined by your piloting rolls. So first, and this is interesting.
Is it?
I need everybody inside the ship to make a dexterity, athletics, or dexterity check. Difficulty 10.
Even if you're sitting?
Nope.
What?
If you're sitting, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
A what roll?
If you're strapped in, you're fine. If you're just sitting like somewhere,
Sterui's already on the ground, so
yeah, you should have to make
pretty
everybody,
stable.
including them. They have
Can't fall
to make-
again.
yeah.
It's not about that. I mean, she's standing up at this point, but go ahead and make me a DC 10 athletics dexterity check.
What's that mean for old Dixon?
With his robot arm.
With his arm, yeah.
Because you did say you were holding on with the arm. I'll say you can make a athletic strength to try and hold on.
Okay.
Okay. With any
Okay.
kind of bonuses because it's a cyber arm?
No, I mean his cyber arm already gives him a lot of bonuses by giving him a high strength.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, cool,
So,
cool.
yeah. But he still fails. So, Dixon,
Oof.
you do manage to hold on, but that's not enough. It's just 1 point of contact, which isn't enough to keep you fully stabilized as this ship whips around at this violent angle, catching the lead of the pyroclastic flow. You and several of the other people down there will be taking damage.
Mm.
One moment. Ooh, 6 damage.
What the fuck?
Whoa.
Damn, dude, that's a lot.
Yep. You hear screams from below as people are battered left and right.
Oh my god. We just made a smoothie in our cargo hold.
Thankfully, they have more than 6 HP. But
They'd be dead if it wasn't for us, so they can
Oh
get
my
over it.
god. They'd be ground smoothies instead of space smoothies.
So you bounce around for the next several moments as the ship cuts its way through the pyroclastic flow, heading up and out and over. I need another pilot dexterity check.
Okay. In the tower or open.
You can do it in the open.
And
It's
what-
fine. This
see
is
what
a-
difficulty?
Let's see that roll.
this is good.
Please,
average.
that roll. Show that roll. Show that roll. Is it what dexterity you said? Okay.
Dexterity. Yeah.
All right.
What the fuck, dude?
Okay.
What are these
So-
rolls?
That's
don't
a
know.
-2 effect, which will, and you're rolling very poorly on some of these, but
Can I help in any way?
Yeah, if you have some
Learn how to
sensor data that
pilot.
can help.
Need some body
Kind
bags
of-
down to the
Ooh.
cargo hold.
Yeah, I'm
Some
gonna.
body bags.
On some pilot roles
Print
you
the
can
toe
help. This
tag.
isn't really one of them, but yeah, it's on some pilot roles you actually can help. There are ways to
Okay.
do some stuff like that. I'll go into like leadership here for example. in a
Ryder,
moment.
let me know what I can do to help.
Like for example, somebody can use a leadership role to help with things, and it'll give, and you roll. So the guy that uses leadership, like you can use it in combat if you have leadership. You have to have proficiency in it, but you can use it. And if you use it, the effect that you get over the roll is a number of boons that you can just freely pass out to anybody. in the
What?
party
That's
you
cool.
want. Yeah,
Is that only
leadership
with
is powerful
leadership
shit.
though?
That's leadership. That's how leadership works.
Okay,
Well,
that's
If
gnarly.
you get
know-
minus, you give boons to the
Banes.
enemy.
Oh, I
Can
thought
I-
it was Banes, but okay, it's boons.
Something
Can I
like
leaders-
that, or the yeah,
Leadership myself?
I'm pretty sure it's Banes. I'm pretty sure it's Banes because
You
it's
get to
because of
pick.
skill checks.
Yeah,
and
you can
stuff.
psych
You
yourself
get to
up.
pick when a bane happens.
Look in the little pocket mirror you got. Got this right.
Yeah, I carry a mirror. I actually literally have a mirror, emergency
Of course
mirror,
you
right?
fucking do.
Yeah, you can.
It's in
you
the
can-
survival
you
You
can,
kit.
like,
can't,
for
you
a
can't
combat
use leadership
round.
on yourself, no.
This dude's had
For a combat
everything.
round, we decide as a party, kind of like, hey, I'm about to roll. Can I take one of these boons?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind of like that.
Okay.
You kind of negotiate, like figure out when to use.
All right.
It's
Oh,
very very
really?
powerful. Yeah, because you have leadership, don't you, Ryder?
Yeah.
So yeah, you
I have
would
one.
definitely.
Leadership 1.
Yes, you could be doing some work with that. I bet.
Yeah, he can pep talk himself.
Did you answer if you could
That's
do it
what
to
I'm
himself?
saying.
You cannot do it to yourself.
Okay.
Why not?
This is how it works.
Psych
Again, it's
myself
only
up
really-
all the
it's only really
time.
combat.
Yeah, it's mostly a
Got
combat
this.
thing, but it can work with skill checks and stuff too. You can do it in things.
This is
like
combat. We're fighting
situation
nature.
Nature.
We're losing.
I mean, it's literally called like a battle with the mountain or something like that in this section. So
Yeah.
You said it.
Okay.
You said
All
it.
right. Oh, here we go.
Don't worry. Once
Right
we get out of the
through the
storm,
flow.
it'll be fun.
okay. Anyway, so everybody took 6 damage, including the passengers. The ship
Yeah, but-
now
Right, not sitting
begins-
people though, right?
begins to anybody that's not strapped in.
All right, good. Because your pilot would be unconscious. If,
And in that
Right.
and to that point, Mishka basically flies off of the couch
Oh God.
and smashes
Oh,
into
no.
the bathroom wall area here.
How much HP does she have?
A lot more than all of you.
Like twice as much as you do.
Oh,
Becomes
right.
feral.
Oh right.
Yeah.
becomes
Right.
feral.
She's got
Reverts to her
30. She's got
feral
36 HP. So, which because
Wow.
they have actual HP, they don't take stat damage.
Oh,
That's right.
okay.
Yeah. So she has a lot more than you.
Yeah, why am I not a dog?
Effectively. Well, a
She's
dog
the
has
best
like
member of this fucking party.
dogs. Like actually, I have dogs in the NPC thing, and they have like 10 HP. Tinser's wolves, on the other hand, are very different.
Right.
Thing.
Oh shit.
It's like having a D&D monster as a companion, right? Like,
That's fucking.
she's a beast.
She's a
Awesome.
demigod.
We got a
I
trainer.
didn't put her in the module. She's in.
To
She's
attack.
officially in the module. I just named her and read a bunch about them because I was like,
Yeah.
"What's up with this thing?"
Why is it so elite?
What's up with this thing?
Yeah, they're crazy.
So OP.
They're pretty cool. Yeah, they're pretty good beasts. I mean, they're not like they don't have guns, so I wouldn't call them OP.
They
but-
can't fly.
No, they can run at you and bite you real good though. All right.
Good.
Anyway, so I need you to make a pilot check
All right.
to try and stabilize the ship a bit as it exits the top of this pyroclastic flow. You're just roaring through the top of it now. You've got it positioned. You've got a pretty good angle. The sound is kind of starting to alleviate as you get towards the edge of the flow. It is becoming very difficult to actually keep this thing controlled though because of the nature of all of the flaws on the ship, plus just the fact that it's like it's literally got like hardened magma stuck onto it. There's all kinds of problems with the vessel at this current moment,
Aesthetic.
not related to the fact that it's 125 years old. But I need you to try and stabilize it. So that's just stabilizing is actually easy. So that's a routine.
Dex
Yes, these are pretty much all
or
going to be decks.
luck? Ooh, okay.
Okay,
Nice,
+4
dude.
effect.
Finally.
So you begin to get it stabilized. And it catches you get the position such that the flow headed towards you even creates a bit of lift, like actual lift, in the aerodynamic sense, to help the ship raise up above the flow some more at a bit of a more stable angle. And suddenly there's this moment of calm as you pour out the top. Our camera just to the side of the flow, off to the side, like maybe off by about 1 kilometer, we just see this jetting form of the elbow room tumbling, or beginning to tumble, out the top, but managing to maintain enough control to gain more and more lift to get above this flow as it rips out across the horizon, 50,000 feet up in the air. And then the worst thing happens.
Holy shit, Captain!
Dixon yells. That's what I felt pod racing.
All the lights go
Our
out.
power.
And the ship just begins to tumble. You're on pure thrusters alone, and you are tumbling and falling now 50,000 feet to your death, but you cleared the pyroclastic flow.
For now, until we fall back into it.
We
So
win.
the first thing I need is the power to come back on, because you can't do anything. You
Yeah,
have
we need
literally
that
no
too.
control.
Good thing Sayuya is by the engine.
Yep. We're right where she needs to be.
Conscious.
I am. I'm going to try and
Selector ship,
fix
I'm
this
conscious.
problem.
All right, so you head into the room.
It's
the
like
reactor, the reactor would just basically be like where you're
Nebuchadnezzar
at, like
busted
here.
through the clouds.
Now, again, to Ryder's point, this ship is streamlined,
Mhm.
so it does have presumably.
So currently what you're doing, if you want the physics of what's happening right now, you have basically lift on the tail from the pyroclastic flow that has caused you, right as you've lost power, to start to topple upwards. You did have lift before, so now you're entering into kind of this lopsided tumble as you're still going up for a moment, entering into the very top of a parabola. As you begin to head straight down, the shape should, to some degree, naturally correct eventually into a nosedive straight towards the ground.
All right,
Pull
good.
that bitch
That
up.
may or may not be what you
Sweet.
want, but
Nope,
if
Yeah,
that's
not,
what
because
we
you're
need.
gonna.
I mean, if you're gonna,
We're
We're gonna use the drill.
You want to get it over with.
Nah, just yo-yo it. Do a reverse parabola. Get the lift.
reverse
at the
parabola.
bottom. Get the lift at
See?
the bottom of
Easy.
the arc.
a legend in palindrome.
Hell yeah. That's how
So
you
we're
do
just
it.
gonna wave function across like the
Yep.
planet.
Yep.
Till we get enough
Until it
speed to
slows
get
down,
into
yeah.
space.
Okay,
Or that, yeah.
so
slingshot
I
around.
need a roll from you if you're trying to get things working in there.
Yeah.
I hope so.
There's a couple of things that I'll need here. So
It's the
first of
only
all,
option we have.
in order to
bail.
actually get the I don't know what good that would do at this point.
Holy shit.
In order to get everything functioning, first thing I need is a engineer roll at easy difficulty.
Oh, you got that. You're like chewing
Engineer
on a piece of
power
gum,
if
and
you
you're like,
have
oh.
it, but I don't think you have power. Yeah. Okay, so it gives you a +3 effect. Power's still not on, but Ryder, you see some of the systems begin to light up. The stick actually begins to be able to move, but it's still not enough to get power. What you have to do now is reboot all the control systems. Otherwise, that power that you're beginning to feed the systems won't do anything. So I need somebody, and it can be somebody on the bridge. I think it has to be somebody on the bridge. Reboot control systems.
That would
Okay,
be-
yes. So okay. It can be somebody in the back where you're at, Steruya, if they make electronics computers, or it can be somebody in the bridge if they make a pilot check. But the pilot check is harder to do that with, a lot harder.
I can do the computers. Difficulty?
So I want you to pause for a second here, though. What's everybody doing in this moment as the ship is tumbling and shooting out over our cinematic camera zooms into the hull? People are, to some degree, oh yeah, about your question earlier, the power is off. And you now get this feeling of weightlessness as you end the top of the parabola and begin to fall. There is no graph plating functional at the moment until Staroya gets this episode. For a brief moment, you do feel the violence of these G's as well.
Oh, that's an issue.
Right. So what I would like to know is like what everybody's doing. What is the communication that's happening in this moment, and then we'll go to the results of your rolling there, Staroya.
What happened with the lights? Ryder, are we going down?
I can't control anything.
Staroya, I'm on the comm. Staroya, what's happening down there?
So you can tell power is out. Like power is out and control systems are down.
As soon as we
Hang
start
on,
falling.
folks. Hang on.
Dixon,
Trying
keep
to
them
remain
safe.
calm.
Yeah, so in the cargo bay, it is just pitch black at this moment with screams because there's no lights down here. There's probably like chemical emergency lighting at the corners or whatever that just is always lit, basically glow in the dark. That gives just enough illumination to see the scared faces of the people around you, and maybe some illumination on the floor heading towards the exits, just showing where they are. But other than that, that's really all you've got. Being tossed around in here, suddenly becoming weightless. Staroya, I need an average electronics computers.
The exit sign is the last thing you really want to see in a spaceship.
Pretty much.
Things have gotten bad at that point.
Well, both exits. The one up for
White
the cargo
lights
bay, right?
lead
Upstairs.
to red
and-
lights, which
and
indicate
to
the exits.
Actual exit.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
That's what that is.
So that is on your first try, which is good for you, with an effective 3, because the number of tries it would take you to get the control systems up determines the difficulty of the next 3 checks that Ryder has to do as a pilot, because the very first thing, Ryder, that you have to do after the ship lights up once again, all the lights coming on, people kind of looking up in the cargo bay as all the lights come on in the ceiling, the console beginning to reboot now, and you can see all the little buttons lighting up. There's like on one of the screens, like a little smiley face appears, and the boot up sequence goes through, and then you can start to see the telemetry coming back in from your external sensors. The screens that sit just below the windscreen there now lighting up and showing telemetry as well. The world beyond that, out the sliver of windshield, still just tumbling. Cloud, sky, ground, cloud, sky, ground, over and over. I need you to stabilize the ship. You have control.
Ryder, I think I'm going to fucking girl. Get control of this shit.
Over the comms, it's probably just a lot of static and cursing from my end.
Yeah. So the first check is a
come on, you piece of shit.
pilot dexterity or a pilot int, whichever you wish, for the stabilizing basically the fall. So you're falling predictably at least.
Difficulty?
8. I said it
All
already.
right. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You just probably didn't say it. It's fine.
So I'll be like, and we're back. Try to pull up. Oh,
By 1. You got an effect on this, so that's good. Which makes the next roll easier for you. Okay. But it's only a +1 effect, so it doesn't really do much. It actually doesn't do anything. It has to be at least +2. For this, anyway.
what? That's a joke.
It depends on the length of the task chain and stuff. But, yeah, there's kind of like...
Yeah,
kinda
this
works-
is happening very fast, so keep
Yeah.
that in mind.
Yeah, which is another thing I'll get to later, but there is a thing called time frames, which is something I was doing earlier when you were doing the repairs for the ship. I roll, and it determines how long it takes to do the skill that roll you're doing. Sometimes it's 1d6 seconds, sometimes it's 1d6 minutes, sometimes it's 1d6 like hours, And sometimes you have big task chains, which are like multiple D6 man hours and can be applied with multiple people and different roles and all that stuff, and that can determine it. And the kind of which tier of that you use is more or less determined by the referee. In this case, everything's in seconds, right? And that's why you can be like, oh, this is a task chain, or not task chain, but this is a task in combat that takes multiple rounds, because it takes like 12 rounds or something or 12 seconds to complete the totality of it, which means you need to dedicate at least like 6 or 4 minor actions or something to actually completing it in a set of 2 rounds. It's pretty interesting when you think about it, how it breaks down time. But moving on from that, that's sort of the situation you're in here, because the time frame is just in seconds as the ship tumbles over and over. You can kind of hear Mishka behind you there just growling and biting onto things in the room to try and kind of hold on as she's going weightless over and over and kind of banging into the ceiling lightly. Nobody's taking any damage again yet. We'll get to that depending on your outcome of your next roll. But you have stabilized the fall of the ship, now no longer tumbling. You just see the everest little bit of the hull ahead of you, and sky as you manage to get the ship just leveled out like this. So you're kind of falling down like this, like a space shuttle coming in for re-entry.
Oh, thank God.
For those of us old enough to know what that means, I guess, since the space shuttle program is long since dead.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, it's 2011, right? So, yeah.
Just try and land one in a flight sim. It's a nightmare.
It's a bitch.
It is. All right. The ship now under power and fully responding to your helm. Everything having booted up. This is like literally you're just correcting to get the ship to start falling right as all the systems are coming up, right? And then after everything is fully online, you're able to do whatever you kind of would be able to normally do here with the ship. So it's responding fully to the helm. I need you to try to once again correct for your position. This time it's going to be still average, but you get a +1 to the previous effect. I also forgot to account for State Rolia's +3 effect on the one thing, so.
Oh yeah.
You got this, Ryder. Get this thing under control.
Hey, fucking hold tight.
Fuck.
Oof. All right. So just when you think you've got it stabilized, there's kind of a from the engines, and you kind of dip immediately to the side. Gravity cuts back out for a second. Run on. So everybody takes 2 damage. That isn't strapped in. Oh, sorry. Everybody takes 1 damage. I still had the +1 on. Everybody takes 1 damage. I just noticed that it rolled a 1 and it said a 2. I was like, wait, what? It was just a 1. But yeah, you should do a +1 on your roll, which you did. So, but I had the +1 was still on. I don't know why. Anyway. So it's still responding to the helm. You have it in a position now that you can kind of move it around, but it's definitely not perfect. Oh, actually, you should have had a +2 to that roll because of State Royce, but it still wouldn't have mattered. You still failed, just so you know. But I need one last check, though. The ship now fully under control, able to avoid crashing if you pull this off. The ship coming at a slight angle, but still in a stable fall. You now have completed that entire parabola. You are in the actual deadfall portion. You're gonna have to kick it into basically high gear if you want to think of it like that. You need to really, if you want to get out of the fall, you have to push the engines very hard at this point to overcome the current momentum you have. 250, or no, well, only 100 tons. 100 tons of steel and crystal iron plummeting from a height of 50,000 feet in a thin atmosphere. So there's not a lot of atmosphere, especially at that altitude, to slow you down at all. Your momentum is great. Can you pull off this roll? It is a task difficulty 8. You can make it because of the timing setup Sterulia did. That is first, Sterulia got on first try. So you have enough time to correct. This is the point at which I told you before that it would come in, it would matter. So Sterulia got it in first round, so you get a boon for that. Then in addition to that, the +3 gives you a +1, and your previous one doesn't give you anything. So a +1 and a boon. That's all you get.
Right. Come on, baby. You can do this.
Effective 2. Success with an effective 2. That's good. So effective 2. Let me look real quick. Alright, so at this point, Dixon, you can see the, we'll just call them refugees here in the cargo hold. Many of them tossed around. Some of them have passed out that are strapped to the walls and stuff with the cargo straps, and you can see they're just like flopping loosely against the wall.
That's terrible.
Several people have just like vomit down their shirts. There's, you know, vomit you've stepped in and stuff on the ground.
Cargo.
There's all kinds of people basically unconscious around you, but a few of them are kind of like looking around. The very large Vargur that you saw right when you came down, he's still there basically holding on to the elevator area with his 2 hands, and he can see he's bloodied. He's got a long cut down the side of his face and across his shoulder, but he's still standing. He looks over at you and says, "You all right?"
Yeah, how about everybody? Is everybody okay? Anybody need immediate help?
I think we're okay. Let's see. With that, Ryder, the ship now you have stabilized. You kick it into the highest gear available. The M drive beginning to whir. There's this awful sound, like metal being scraped across metal, like fingernails down a chalkboard for a moment, and then and the engines of the ship kick into high gear, and everybody is once again kind of thrown back a bit in the cargo bay. Everybody screams one final time, but it's not enough to make any rolls. You don't have to make any rolls.
That's it.
And everybody
One final time.
It's one final scream.
Hope you all enjoyed our Chronicle live play.
They'll never scream again. They'll never scream again.
Here's down the cargo bay.
They're at peace now.
That's great.
I'm weak.
Throw it
Dixon,
up
do
against
you
the
need
wall,
any help?
but not necessarily violently. Just in the, like, you're being pressed against it is what I should say, not like thrown up against it. It's not necessarily completely sudden. The ship itself, from the outside, we see plummeting down at an angle from about 1 kilometer away, this trail of strange smoke and particles behind it, adjacent to and backdropped by this pyroclastic flow, this black angry god of roiling death that rips across the landscape, the sky above it turning an amber red due to the rising ash in the upper atmosphere. This ship just plummeting to its supposed death, and then the engine spark, and a long blue trail erupting out in the back. The ship falling still, overcoming that arc, and taking off straight up, once again reaching an altitude of 50,000 feet. You are safe.
Oh, Jesus. Ryder, I think you've done it.
Ooh, what a ride.
Holy shit. Dixon, is everyone okay down there?
I think so. God damn it, get us down to the ground.
I unbuckle and I head towards the cargo hold.
Okay. Upon heading down to the cargo hold, you can see it's a mess. There are a lot of unconscious humans and Vargur down here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
There, you can see Dragons is there, and his face is covered in blood, which upon, I won't make you make a roll for it because it's fairly below you to have to roll for this, but like as a doctor, but upon seeing, you can see that the damage looks a lot worse than it is because of the amount of blood that's there. But it makes sense when he was talking on the radio and he said he couldn't see, he probably didn't mean because of visibility outside of the grav car. He probably meant because the windshield exploded in on him and his face is covered in blood and he had glass like all around it and stuff. So now he's like picking out the bits of glass or whatever and trying to wipe away his eyes.
Yeah, I'm immediately gonna go over to him and like basically grab his hand off his face and let me hang on.
You can make a medic roll to try and help him, but you
Yeah,
don't need to make a medic roll to know that it's not like a life-threatening injury, but it's definitely
Totally.
it is eye-threatening.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Over the comms, I'll be like, Captain Young, after flying like that, I am not cleaning the cargo bay.
Boom.
Are you kidding me? These people are gonna scrub it before they get off
So I'm gonna
the
help
ship.
him really quick. I'm basically just gonna get him started and show him, see what I can do that he can't do, and then kind of like.
Okay. So you pull out the worst bits of glass and make sure so he doesn't like scrape anything across his eyes for the bit. There are a few things here and there. You're able to like basically get out all the slivers of glass that are like, at the surface and clean his eyes out with water, as well as treat some of the wounds around them with little dabs of alcohol. And kind of put down a few loose bandages and stuff to let it scab over. He'll be fine.
Alright, you need to get this cleaned later, but you'll be alright.
You also got a +4 effect on a roll that would have been +6 effect because it was supposed to be a routine roll. So he'll definitely be fine.
He's okay. You'll clean these when you get back down to the ground. I'm gonna see who else I can help. Yeah, just look around and see what I can do.
Thanks.
Of course.
And as you start to walk away, he grabs you by the arm and pulls you down because he still can't really see you. He's like clean by the arms, but he's kind of blinking in a way and gets you close to where he can see you, like eye to eye. No thanks, really. I mean it. And then he lets you go.
I nod.
Okay. Back up top. And by top, I mean on main deck. Stay really, the M drive's functional. It's definitely not in good shape. It should be able to get you to where you're going. It'll definitely be able to get you to the starport. The J drive you'll need to check out there, of course. There doesn't seem like that there was any damage that was done to the M drive from the recent flying escapades. It also doesn't seem like it's in great shape. And the reason, or what I mean by that, is having put it through its paces just now, you could see what shape it's really in, and it ain't good.
You mean the recent life-saving escapade?
Absolutely. Like what you did. To be 100% clear, Roman, as you go through the cargo bay, there is not a single casualty. There are a lot of injuries. There are a lot of people at very, very close to death based on the amount of dice that were rolled, but there is not a single casualty, which is
take a moment.
100% remarkable because I was expecting that to not be the case.
Yeah, I take a moment and kind of revel in that as I've looked around and kind of ran to the worst people of the bunch that I could help. You know, mainly just like dislocated limbs and banged up bruising and things like that.
Most people are unconscious because of the G-forces and stuff.
Yeah, I could see that. So
And
yeah, after seeing
some people
that,
freaking out so much, just kind of passed
right,
out.
hyperventilating and shit, not breathing
Yeah.
right. Yeah, it was a harrowing. Like I'm looking around and I'm seeing everybody, and I'm just like, yeah, Roman's definitely taking a moment to kind of appreciate that.
Having just
He's gonna
gone
take a
through the
swig of
moment of
his-
truth.
Yeah. I'm gonna look up towards the bridge, kind of down here.
Okay. And by the way, the lowest altitude you got to there was about 300 feet. So
Oh,
you fell from 50,000 feet to 300 feet before you managed to get it back up in the air. And 100%,
Plenty of room. Plenty of time.
100%. The only reason it succeeded that well is because Sterulia got the power up like right away. So that's really good. Very interesting.
It's teamwork.
Yeah. That was fucking teamwork. Alright, so you're flying around now. What are you
Fucking
doing?
teamwork.
First, I mean, I'm gonna do something here in a second, but what are you, now that you're fully freely flying all the way up to 50,000 feet again, where are you going? What are you doing? Oh, you can fly lower than that if you want. It doesn't matter.
300 feet. Well,
That's actually like too low to fly. It would be very dangerous to do. You want to fly
Not
at least
for
higher than the
Ryder.
mountains.
Being in this ship at all is too dangerous to do.
That's fair. The reason I said 50,000 feet is because that puts you above the ash clouds and stuff, so you would be able to
Okay.
freely move around.
well, we were supposed to take them to the other town, right? The north town, and that
To
was
Salbari, or
Yeah,
you could take
so-
them, you could take them to Salbari and drop them off, or you could take them to Central to drop them off there, because that's where the trains were going from Salbari to move people away from Salbari more slowly, or you can take them to the Starport, even Startown, if you wanted to just go there. All of those towns are on the train network. It's a small island of 3,000 people, so you could take them to a train station. That is pretty much all they care about, right?
And still 3,000 thanks to the captain.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I'm just
All right,
trying
well-
to figure out where you're setting course for first before I do anything else.
I guess. Central?
Okay.
Let me look at the map.
The Central's not on that map because that's more zoomed in. Central's north.
I would
of
say
Salbari
Central.
there.
I mean, that's
Okay.
probably the best place they could absorb.
So if you remember,
These
you
refugees.
first came here, you were at the Star Town, right?
That was my thought. too.
And then you left the Star Town, which is not a big Star Town. It's not really even a Star Town, and went to Central, and then you went from Central to Salbari, right?
Right.
So those are the places you've been. Central is the place that has the palace.
Yeah, let's go to Central.
Okay. So
Roman,
you set-
plot a
set
course to Central.
I make my way back up to the bridge eventually after I like I nod at Dixon if he's still down there with the people. I'm like, thanks for keeping them safe. And I go back up and join Ryder.
All right, that's a navigation roll.
A nav roll from me?
Whoever wants to do it. But yeah, that's a
For
navigation
what?
roll.
Trying to
Just
find the coordinates of...
Of Central, just to find exactly
Central.
where Central is and follow it back.
Alright, well...
I would also allow you to, like, I mean, if you're trying to do it purely like that way, it would be a nav roll. If you're I would also allow you to, like, you know, use sensors and find the rail tracks and follow the rail tracks if you want to fly that way. as
Also,
well.
this is a city
Plus
that
there
I'm
are
looking
rail
for?
tracks. Yeah, it's one of
This...
I mean, it's
since,
a town, a small town.
So, since this ship has been on this planet already, would there be, like, a local map I could pull up in its database?
So the thing is, they don't have like a great satellite network. They don't have like GPS stuff. You have a
Okay.
map. You do have a map of data that you have from surveying and all of that. I mean, that gives you a kind of a rough, estimate of what's going on there. You probably
they
also
wouldn't have had...
You have a map probably like the one you're kind of looking at now, even to some degree, with minus the
All right.
volcano detail, that kind of thing, right? Would be in a database.
So I guess
or
I'll
whatever.
just cross-examine that map with, like, a sensor reading. to like follow the tracks and look for structures.
Okay. So go ahead and make me a sensors check to just because you flew
Difficult.
way up, right, and then dove back down. So you're gonna have to like pinpoint where the cities and the tracks and all that stuff are. Okay, so that would be a average roll, but it's still a success with an effective 1. So you do manage to pinpoint the railroad tracks and which direction is magnetic north, and that's all you have, basically, from that. But with those 2 things, you can follow the tracks back to Central.
Ryder, I think we can follow the tracks from here, north way, so shouldn't be too hard to find.
You push that telemetry over to Ryder's console on your screen, the one screen that sits in front of you, just below the windshield ahead of you. You see now this outline along the map with a kind of basically like almost like a GPS, but not quite as well updated as a GPS because it's not something else watching you, so you're not getting full telemetry. It's just kind of estimating your course along. But you are able to actually see an outline for where the tracks are. It's not like seeing it lit up ahead of you like a perfect heads-up display, but it is sort of like a dot on a map. Like, oh, there's the tracks over there. Go over there and find the shiny thing. Which you don't need to make a roll to do. You can find them before too long, but it isn't necessarily as easy as you might immediately think. Flying low here, the ash cloud has started to cover everything. Like, it is snowing ash very hard here. There are fairly strong winds, but nothing that buffets you anywhere near like what you just dealt with. It's nothing near requiring you to make a roll. But it does cause you to lose track of the tracks several times here, as not because of the wind, but because of the ash. They're just getting buried over and over, and the wind blows it away, and you can see it again, and you get to find it again. But eventually the tracks start to disappear. About that time, you find yourself crossing over Salbari itself, where the ash isn't quite as bad, but it's still starting to build up. The tracks become more and more visible as you continue to head north over Salbari, and you can see below you some of these trains heading out of Salbari, struggling to catch friction on the tracks leaving Salbari because of the ash, but still managing to do so and move the hundreds of people that they've evacuated from Marvin, surrounding areas further to the north, as well as probably citizens of Salbari itself intending to head further north as well. An absolute traffic jam of small grav cars has made its way here at Salbari as well, gathered around the train station below that you can see as you fly right over top of it. Tons of people getting out of these ground cars and getting onto these trains and leaving, and some of them just not getting on the train at all, but instead dealing with the ash and trying to drive their ground cars down the road that parallels the tracks to the north as well. It's nothing less than an exodus. But before too long, stretching out ahead of you, you can see, as you head out and further away from the ash cloud, the sky lightens in color. Town of Central that you've passed through. Total travel time to get there isn't near as long as it took on a train because you're in a spaceship. So that's remarkable.
Expert pilot.
At least.
Poncho.
Expert pilot, better than a train conductor.
That's right.
All right, so it takes you all that, finding your way there, getting yourself up past Salbari and over to Central. It does take a little bit more than an hour to complete the journey. But you're there. You can see Central down below you. What do you do?
What's it like? Is there like a place to land?
there is no starport here. Only starport's at the Star Town.
You got a dirt
we-
field somewhere
Yeah, I guess we just
nearby.
land
So I'll
wherever,
just
huh?
land. Yeah, I'll just land
I don't
close to the
Greener's house. Land on Greener's
r-
house.
railroad. The station is what I was thinking.
Okay. Just make me a pilot, Dex.
Average.
No, it'll be routine.
My.
Mm,
What?
you are bad at landings. Nobody takes damage, but it is a very rough landing. And you can hear some of the people that have like kind of just began to feel better, kind of. And one guy just throws up again in the middle of the floor.
It's all right. It's all right, folks. He's very good at this. He was in the Navy, you know.
I promise.
Not as a pilot.
Swapped a lot of decks. Swapped a lot of decks. Probably got a chance to like look
He
at
just
the
never
pilot,
had to land.
do his thing, and
I
one
cut
couple
a lot of
times.
hair.
Hey, Shadow Strike.
I was
what's up, bud?
I was a gunner. I shot people.
Landing.
Yeah,
Right.
it's quite different.
You don't land in space. Just pull over.
That's right.
Oh, hey, thanks
You
for
just
the,
stop.
the subscription, Matt Cal. I didn't realize you did that because I have my
Oh, yeah, I
alerts
did
turned
that.
off during.
Nice.
Anyway, other than the rough landing, you do manage to come to a halt. It wasn't under duress and it wasn't necessarily rushed. You do manage to come to a halt about a good 40 or so meters outside of the train station, just on the other side of the tracks from it, basically. What do you do?
I'll land. I'll open the back ramp.
Okay.
Can't believe we got out of that one, huh? I slap Ryder on the back.
Stand up. Yep. I will. And put my hand on Roman's
It's all right,
shoulder.
folks.
Like,
Is it over? Is it?
we made it.
Oh god! And you can see a lot of them just kind of pour out as the ramp lowers, and there's like sweet freedom out here. People just rush out of the ship. Some people kind of helping other people, three at a time down the ramp who are having, some of them limping, some of them having a hard time, just really dizzy. But everybody exits your ship, except for Dragons.
Hey, these guys didn't buy the
I
tickets.
can't see.
I was gonna say
They didn't
500
pay- They
credits.
didn't pay for their tickets.
The
These ain't
large,
free.
the large varger that you talked to earlier, comes over to you, Dixon, on his way out, and puts a hand on your shoulder. You're about a head shorter than him, which is pretty different than most varger. Usually, you're about a head or so taller than them.
Everything all right, son?
He looks down. Yeah, I think we're all fine. Good work. Yeah.
That's
You
most
guys
of the
are,
pilot. Thank you.
Well, nobody around here will forget it anytime soon. That's for damn sure.
I appreciate that. Just take care of yourselves and your families, and it'll be all right.
He nods, takes his hand off your shoulder, and begins to walk down the ramp. Not looking back, but he holds his hand out in a backwards wave to you as he goes, and just goes, "Big damn heroes!" As he steps his last step off of the ramp, Dragons down at the bottom of the ramp there, speaking to his parents, now able to see, washing the water, washing his eyes out with some water that I would assume Roman probably gave him on a cloth or something from his kit. Hugs both of his parents and turns back and walks back up the ramp. "I'm going with you guys to the starport, if you don't mind."
$5.
I don't know what that is, but
We're not,
sure.
What's a
not running
dollar?
charity here.
Yes, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to ride with us.
Well, I
Glad
just
we got all
intend
these
to-
people out.
I intend to meet the minister and the dictator there.
Yes, I believe someone owes us some money for this survey.
I think that's Greener, but yeah, I just wanted to let him know what you did. You know, like how you did it. You deserve that.
You could thank this man right here, and I slap my flask in a rider's hand.
Are you still upstairs, or did you come down to the?
Yeah, we went downstairs.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I was able to say it, but that's
Yeah.
when I put my shoulder on Roman, or my hand on Roman's shoulder. I was gonna say that my shoulder on Roman. Hey,
Bring him back.
I was gonna like start walking down the hallway towards the back
Nice.
ramp. I don't
Okay,
want to get like kind of stretch, like at least walk outside for a second
Right.
before we take off.
Get a moment to stretch your legs. Actually, use them some. Okay. So yeah, so Dragetz comes back and he shakes each of your hands as he goes back inside the ship. I'll just wait here, I guess. And he goes up and sits down on the couch.
He's a
Mishka-
Varga, right?
He's a Varga, yeah. It's a male, like normal Varga.
I'm in the galley, like just sitting there on the chair, like holding my head, listening to the engines.
I take Roman's
Sort of
flask,
nod
A little
to
better,
him.
but not,
Take a
but not
drink.
great.
hand it back to him.
Ryder, you know we didn't lose a single passenger.
Yeah, that was pretty lucky.
I wouldn't call it that, but thank you, Ryder. Thank you.
Starting to get a feel for this ship.
It treated you pretty well, I'd say.
A beautiful vessel.
I bet
Some
Steruya
rock
might have
falls off.
an differing opinion. Yeah, let's go see what.
Piece of shit.
I do believe we owe plenty to Steruya as well. I don't think we would have been able to. We got really close to the ground. Dixon, I don't think that you got
Spark
to
shoot
see.
out the landing gear.
Yeah, how close we got. We almost hit.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah, well, I felt the engine cut out and the lost power.
we busted
Felt,
through the clouds.
felt that tumble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been able to pilot anything if they really didn't get the power back on.
Right, we were plummeting. She got the engines kicked back on just in time. We were about 300 meters, yards from the ground.
Meters.
That did a hell
Units.
of a job.
300
3 meters
units.
yards
Meters.
units.
But I dare say this ship let us down when it mattered.
I mean, we're alive. But yes,
All
thing
right.
definitely has put us through the ringer.
You can
Yeah,
see
she's
the
got a
rover
few
and also
quirks.
landing gear. There's a piece of a combine sticking out
Yeah, I was gonna
of it. It's like wedged in between.
Oh, we're going to have to get that back to them. Oh wait, they don't have fields anymore. We're good.
Not down there.
I mean, the
Yeah,
ship wasn't
Marvin.
working at all at first, so
That's
It's
true.
we're
also part of a
lucky
combine, not a combine.
that we got it. Yeah, part of a combine. Yeah, we took it with us.
Yeah, just like a
Still-
bit of
still
steel
hanging
bar
on the
that's, like,
bottom.
stuck in the landing gear.
All right, there. What do you say we go to speak to this greener fellow?
Yes. Let's go to where the grass is greener.
Which is the opposite way from the volcano.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
That's
north.
a good way to fly.
The green place.
So,
Well, to
so
be
they
fair,
were at the
This-
starport.
You're at Central.
No, we're not.
You're at Central now,
We're
but
central.
the dictator Masterton was headed from Central to Salbari. Then he headed from Salbari to, which is all chatter that was on the radio, headed from Salbari to the north with some of the people that evacuated back to Central. Minister Greener is here at Central, but I keep getting the names mixed up. But Masterton, the dictator Masterton, is at the starport now. now. Yeah.
So,
All right, so
I
we're
guess
gonna
we
go
both
see
did
Greener. How far
Greener.
away are we from where Greener is?
I mean, like I said
know?
before, you can walk across this town in 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Well,
Because
then
it's
let's.
tiny town.
2-road town.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your ship is
Don't
almost
even
bigger
have it
than,
one
like,
way.
you know, one of the blocks in the town, right? Like, you're landing in a field across from the train station, which basically you guys, like, walk out and, like, one of the trains goes by. It's not that fast. They're basically just locomotives, like, current modern day level technology of a train. It goes by and you look left and right and wonder why you looked right, because there's only one track, and then you head on across the track, and it takes you about a minute to find your way back to the palace.
I've totally done that. Just
Into
look
the-
down the wrong way of like a one-way
But
street.
yeah,
Right, yeah.
It's like, oh wait.
you never.
Oh,
know.
absolutely.
I don't trust people enough.
Yeah, well, trains is a little different, but yeah.
I don't trust trains enough
I
either.
don't trust conductors. Yeah.
People still sit in a train. Yeah.
Especially when you saw a train just go by in the other, like, in that direction. But you
Right,
head into the
right, like
palace,
they went
into
through
the
each other or
same-
something.
Right, into the same waiting area that you met Dragons in before. This time sitting behind the desk now with what looks to be like an old school, like, ham radio kind of setup, pushed to the side. All of the clutter that was there before, like, pushed to the side. Stacks of papers with kind of like loose drawings, a little whiteboard that has like markings and information that you've been delivering this whole time to Minister Greener here. And Minister Greener sits there in the middle of all of it, the radio still in his hands, and he holds up a finger as you enter to the room, speaking already on the radio to somebody as soon as you step in. Yeah, you'll have to I guess you'll have to move them all up north. There's no way Zabari is not going to be livable anymore. At least not for a while. You're going to have to get all those folks out of Thralton, too. That's right. We'll send the rest of the cars down there to pick them up. It shouldn't be a problem. That's right. Yeah. Listen, I got some folks here I need to talk to. It's them, so yeah. Alright, it's good to hear your voice. I'm real happy you're alive. Yeah, you too. And then clips it down. Looks up at you. I gotta say, boys, when I was asking you to survey a volcano, I didn't think I was gonna be asking you to conduct a rescue mission because of what?
Yeah, we didn't really see it coming either.
Well,
Is everyone
I owe you-
alright?
I owe you this, don't I? And he sits down the 3,000 credits and a credit chip. Yeah, well, there's a bit of a scare about that. We thought we were going to lose quite a few folks, but because of your efforts, I don't think there's any reported casualties at all.
Wow.
It's quite the thing you've done here.
I find
Quite
that
the
hard
thing
to
you've done
believe,
here.
Actually.
And, well, it helps that there's not a lot of people living down that way. And it also helps that we had a spaceship such as yourselves nearby, but the terrain system wouldn't have been enough. And he reaches down and pulls out another cred chit. Oh yeah, this too. Pushes it across. Listen, I've got a lot of work I gotta do. I gotta organize the rest of this evacuation, so if you don't mind, sorry. But thank you. And he looks very sincere as he says that. Oh yeah, by the way, my wife has something for you.
More
And
meatloaf?
He reaches underneath the table, and you can hear him open up what sounds like a mini fridge, basically. And he pulls out a big tray, and then it's like a big metal tray with a magnetic bottom. He sets it down. You can keep the tray.
Oh yeah.
Pushes it over. It's one of her meatloafs. We had it frozen. She just heated it up. Well, she was heating it up for later, but we figure you folks would like it. And she was working on these, so thought maybe you'd want them too. And he sits down a pile of 4 sweaters. It's like similar to the kilt pattern you see all of them wearing with like the black and the blue, but they're sweaters. They're just like regular sweaters. They're actually pretty nicely made. These are the last 4 she made. She's pretty good at it.
I immediately put on my sweater.
Spasiba.
These are beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's very like kitschy, but it is well made for sure.
Your
Just
wife
feel
made
right at
these?
home here.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
But sorry, I gotta get back to conducting the evacuation. Thank you so much again.
Gunnar, I'm glad we could be a help.
Yes, good luck.
He nods and waves as you walk your way out, and you can hear him getting back on the radio and talking to what sounds like the mayor of Thralton, which, from what it sounds like, is a very tiny town that makes this town look like a metropolis. And the mayor is basically the entire government of Thralton. But they seem like it sounds like they have basically loaded up a bunch of ground cars like trucks and are moving people like 4x4s that can cut through the Ashmore and are moving people up the road to the north all the way to central, and they're evacuating the whole of Salbari, which is mostly what he's conducting right now. I will say this, it's interesting to note that Minister Greener is doing most of that work, not Masterton, the dictator. What do you do as you leave the palace?
Well, look, we got paid in meatloaf, you guys. This is pretty great. What's on that other credit chip?
Oh,
Good question.
don't worry about it. Except for that meatloaf.
This
There was
meatloaf's
only
for
one
all of
picture.
us, just as much as the credit chip is.
Yeah, let's go back to the ship. Eat some meatloaf. And head to
Script error.
the spaceport, I guess.
We got a small business here of this gyrocopter. If you guys want to give me a hand.
Oh, yeah.
The credits are in the party
Oscar.
sheet, by the way.
So we will wheel
Oh,
the
damn.
gyrocopter out and try to get it back.
Oh,
to
wow.
the old man.
That money.
This is their whole annual budget
Is
for
it,
this planet.
am I reading that right? He gave us
23,000.
Extra
20,000 on top of the 3?
3,000 extra, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that
It
rescue
pays
was...
to be helpful.
I guess so. Ryder, again,
You
good
you
work.
saved the life of
Steruya.
his best friend, so that's
Is Steruya
Ooh,
with
yeah,
us,
good
I
work.
guess, at this point?
I'm still on the ship.
Split it off to you.
Okay.
Ah. Yes, okay. All that monies.
I don't know where it goes when I do that, though.
Probably offering Driggett's
Where does it put
Some
it when I
basic.
do that?
Wait, what just happened?
What do you mean what just happened? I gave you the money. I split it.
Okay, cool.
But I don't know where it
Yeah,
puts it on your
I'm going
character
up.
sheet.
In Maine. Cash on hand.
Oh, it
cash
like-
on hand, yeah.
It like erased the money I had in there before, though.
What do you mean erased? I mean, it should add to it.
Yeah.
It didn't.
Mine did.
You need cash on hand.
I only have 5750 on cash on hand now.
What did you have before?
I don't
That's
remember
weird.
now.
Well, you should definitely figure that out.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
I've got
there.
seven.
73.
I'm just gonna have to go watch the old stream.
But it won't
Well,
have your.
that won't help
Oh.
you. You're not
Well, I
gonna
don't
see it.
know. I don't know then. It just erased all the money I had in lieu of this amount. So it's kind of fucked.
Did you have something else written in there? Because it's just if it's just a number, it'll just add to it. I bet it's because
obviously-
you put commas and stuff in it, didn't you? You can't do that. It has to be just like a straight number.
You can't have a decimal or commas?
No. You can have decimals. You can't have commas.
Okay. Well,
I don't know how to bring up the log in this thing. Maybe it'd give you like an error.
Yeah, I'm looking real quick. It's not that hard to figure out what you have because you have basically what everybody else had plus the stuff minus the stuff you bought before.
How much does Ryder have?
73,000.
Yeah, everybody should have around 70. Something.
Yeah, because I got 72.
All right, 72,996.
Dixon
to
has
be
71.
71,920.
But I didn't buy a grenade launcher.
True.
Right, but I can look
True.
in the shops here real quick. I'll tell you
All right, I'm
how
going to
much
use the
that
bathroom real quick.
costs. Good.
Do it.
Pulling out the shop.
Shot.
Let's see.
Oh, my fog of war came back.
That's 1,000 there. Okay, so yeah, it looks like you would be about 5,000 or so lower than everybody else because of the stuff you bought. That's about it.
5,000 lower. So like 69,000.
So 5,000 less than everybody else. So let's just
Right,
make you
60
5,000 less than Dixon, who has 71,920.
Okay. Something like
Do what?
What?
that. 67,000.
Yeah.
67. Nice.
Yeah, just put it there. That's as close as we can get to fixing it.
Word. That works.
All right. Well, anyway, now that that little emergency has been averted.
Cash flow. I lost $60,000.
Yeah, you just gotta let it. It has to be just a pure like integer that it can deal with.
That's hard to brain to read his money. But yeah,
That's hard to brain. I
You
like
get used
that.
to it.
hard for my brain to see it as money without a comma.
That's weird. That's interesting. Okay.
I mean, it's not like impossibly difficult, but it's just like at first
Oh, I
glance.
just mean
it's
that. I don't.
just,
That's not what I mean. I
throws
just
me
mean like
off.
the money
Yeah.
association is what
Yeah.
what I thought was interesting. Not the fact that it's like hard to read the number. All right. So, with that, you step out of the royal palace. You have your money. And Dixon, you were speaking about the
Meatloaf?
gyrocopter. And you do have a big tray of meatloaf. It's basically this the size of the tray that she served before, which was like enough to feed all of you plus a little bit extra. But so this would be like enough for like all of you plus even more extra because there's not extra people eating. So it's like it's basically like 2 meals worth
Right.
of the meatloaf for each of you. But yeah, Dixon, you were saying something?
First I was gonna tell the doctor to do a /console in chat and then see if it mentions an error message or something. It might tell you what you had in there. Yeah, I was gonna roll the gyrocopter out of cargo hold and try to reel it back up the street to the old man's house and turn it back in.
I will help Dixon.
Okay.
Is that in
Go
this
with him.
town?
Central, yeah.
Yeah.
That's where you get
Okay.
the
It's
gyrocopter
just
at.
right. It's like right near the Greener's house.
It's all banged up now.
Banged
Rough
up.
landings.
It's not that bad shape. He didn't do any damage to it, but he did do damage
He's
to
got
the spine.
vomit all over it.
It probably does have a little bit of
hard
that.
landings.
Like some blood.
Yeah, it's true. It wasn't the cargo hold, like strapped down or whatever.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
but yeah.
I assume it was well strapped like our.
Well, yeah,
bike.
you're not gonna have a loose
Cargo.
gyrocopter sitting in there, but yeah. So yeah, you can push it over there if you have people helping you. There's no real roll.
Alrighty.
It's pretty lightweight. You push it back. You can see the same sign hanging down is there. The garage closed. The door, of course, closed. You go up and knock on the door. It opens up. Oh yeah. How was it? What has you boys done something pretty big out there?
Yeah, we were able to do our job thanks for the help of your copter. Did all right. Had some rough landings, but that was mostly my fault. And
he laughs a little bit. Oh, I'm in there.
Yeah, we got control of the ship, and we're able to use it to help some people out. So it's a good
He
day.
walks over and puts his hand on it. She's a good girl. I hadn't used her much recently because I can't really fly anymore. But I guess through you, she kind of saved us all a little bit. Not us down here, of course, but those folks down there in Barvin. I'll tell you what. She's better off with you. Why don't you keep her?
Hey, we can't do that. I don't want to put you in a
I
tough
can't
spot.
fly
You
no
sure
more.
about that?
I'll tell you what. If you feel bad, you can pay me for her. If you I'll take 1,000 credits for it. That's a lot less than she's worth, but someone like yourself.
All right, well, sure.
You take 800.
I appreciate that.
Start negotiating.
All right, I will. I guess I'll carve him off of $1,000.
Okay. So you can keep it, sell it, do whatever you want. It's not going to sell for very much, though, to be fair warning.
Stop it. We're rich.
Is it gonna sell for 1,000?
We're rich and we deserve it.
It'll probably sell for more than 1,000. Yeah.
All right, we're good then.
But not a lot more than 1,000.
That's okay.
I'll make a profit. That's fine.
Well, I'll make sure take
It
good
is
care
kind
of
of
it for
useful
you.
to have something like that around, though, to be fair.
Yeah, for
not
sure.
bad. 2-person flyer.
So it sells for a quarter of that. So that is...
$250.
You
Oh.
just got ripped off. Always
He almost
check
gave
your
it to you for
catalog
free.
before making any deals.
Yeah, Dixon's never negotiated before. It's like,
Open
I'll give it to
up
you for free.
Kelly's
You
Space
can
Blue
sell,
about
you can
for
sell
1,000?
3,750.
Okay,
Okay, wow.
All right, well,
that's money.
Not bad.
Money in the
I don't
bank.
know where I'm gonna put that.
Dixon, what you drank?
Is that an item?
It also has a name now, by the way, as well.
The Gryffindor.
Is that what it is?
No. No. It's a Savron Yugo.
Saffron.
That's the model.
That's
Or
the
the-
make and model, yeah.
Okay. Well, sir, I appreciate that. We'll take good care of her. Well, and I'll shake his hand.
He shakes your hand. It's a very, very firm grip for a man his age. He looks you.
Shake his hand as well.
Swear in your eye. Smiles. Releases the handshake. And pats you on the shoulder for a second, and turns around and closes the door.
All right.
All right. Well,
Let's wheel it
sorry,
back.
sorry, boys.
Push it back.
Okay, put your
So
back into it now.
Right, you just like wheeled this shit over there, paid $1,000, and then now are wheeling it back.
Yep, that's exactly what
It's,
happened.
Stonks. The art of
that
negotiating.
bag of bolts can get this puppy off the ground, then could come in handy someday.
That guy's like, suckers.
No, we can get rid of it.
He can't
but-
fly it anymore. He's too old to fly it anymore. For him, it's just like, well, I can't.
Yeah, I
take
can
it anymore to
imagine
sell it
why.
anyway,
Fuck,
so.
comes in
Oh, I
pretty.
know. One landing and he dies.
Comes in pretty rigid.
That's fair.
Could use some shocks or something.
But you can see that there is somewhat of kind of an atmosphere of celebration that's sort of broken out around the town as you're pushing this gyrocopter back. There's a lot of people, Varger especially, run up to you and just shake your hand in the middle of it. And about halfway down the block, as you start to push it, you feel like it isn't, like you're not doing anything at all, and you look up and there's several townsfolk just pushing the gyrocopter along. there's people that come over to you, kind of pat
Trying
you
to
on the
steal our
back
Jericho?
as you're as you're
Hands
doing
off.
stuff. Several Varger and humans come out of houses and just wave at you and greet you. A few others come up. By the end of your little trip to back across the tracks and back up the ramp of your ship, you're waving goodbye to about 10 people and have about 10 new sweaters in your hand, all of them of slightly different design and varying quality of make, as well as a few hats, like little toboggans that people have knitted in the past, even a kilt, and a couple of tins of what loosely translate to be cookies.
Hey.
Nice.
And there's this atmosphere of celebration, as I was saying, throughout the town as you head your way out. People know who you are, not by name, but they are certainly pretty pleased, obviously, at the sight of you. And before you completely exit, one of the guys that was helping you push the gyrocopter up the ramp turns back around and just says, "It's a Varger." Turns around to you. "Hey, hold still 1 second." And he pulls up a little device and snaps a picture of all of you standing there in the cargo bay, and just kind of all waving at him. "Yeah, all right." He tucks it away. "I'm a sculptor," and walks away.
Oh. Make sure you have my good side.
He just kind of waves as he walks down the ramp. Don't know which one that is, but okay.
It's the good one. What do you guys think about that, huh? Gonna make a statue. Sounds like. Didn't expect that today. I'll tell you that much.
It's been a hell of a day.
Oh, shit. Got a dog, a sheep, and a statue.
But you don't have a statue. But
And a
somebody's
copter.
making a statue.
It's mine. We'll
Copter.
come back for it.
You did get a gyrocopter.
Oh, and a
Meatloaf and
Jericho.
cookies.
And meatloaf and sweaters.
Today. Sweaters and toboggans
Who
and
got the
kilts.
kilt?
Oh my.
Yeah, it's basically enough. It's basically enough sweaters to where if each of you wanted to wear a sweater every day of the week, you probably could. But they're not all as nicely made as that first one you got. That first one you got is like extremely nicely made. Some of these are like, this is like one that you like maybe want to get rid of because it's not great,
Regifted.
or maybe it's like one of those things where, well, it seems to be quite a hobby that people do a lot of like sweater making and knitting and stuff here on the island. But there's a lot of them and not everybody's good at it, right? So, but you do at least come out with a few really nice sweaters. So if you need a sweater, if it's ever chilly on the ship, you've got one. As I said, you also get a couple of toboggans.
Like
I think we would
a sled?
Or not toboggan,
like a toque. Yeah, they call that.
Oh, the hat?
the hat.
Yeah.
Like the beanies with the little ball on top.
A toque,
Like-
yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty sure it's a toque, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like the weirdest
that's
shit
the
I've
Canadians
ever
call
heard.
it. We call it toboggans too. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like we would definitely keep them because like when we save the next planet, you know, we're gonna have refugees and like
Or they're gonna need some sweaters.
They're gonna
They
get
might
some
need sweaters,
yeah,
yes.
like for guests, like guests, like
Our guest sweaters, yeah.
yeah, we'll just
for
have them in the
passengers.
yeah. People will show up. It's like we rescued some girl and her clothes are all in tatters. Like here's a sweater.
Here's a Christmas sweater.
All right.
Yeah, here's a Christmas.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever, you know.
This is far too
Some
sexy for
people
this
from the-
family-friendly show. Put on this Christmas sweater.
Frozen, you know,
There's no
frozen
bid.
wasteland of IO6 and like,
We'll be happy we got
sweaters and
these
hats.
sweaters, yeah. It's like, holy
As you
shit.
guys are looking over
prepared.
your strangely gifted sweaters and cookies, Roman perhaps even biting into one of the ones that you've been given to try it out, the ramp closing, you see that last little sliver of light outside seal away. I assume you go now to the starport.
Yes.
Okay, well, you landed here, so I need a roll for, you didn't land in
I'm
like
gonna
an
eat some
actual-
meatloaf first.
That's,
by the way.
that's cool. That's cool.
It's a bonus.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
gives you
plus
a boon.
2.
No, it doesn't give you a boon. So you just need to roll a routine pilot check just for takeoff.
Alrighty.
Dexterity.
Everybody buckle up.
You're off the ground, no problem. It's fairly smooth, nothing special, but you're on the ground. You're able to like walk around on the ship. The power is still kind of blipping in and out a little bit. The fusion core doesn't seem like it's working perfectly, but it is providing power to all the things that need it. And you can kind of feel the grav plating sort of changing. It's like, oh, it's working perfectly now. You've got like that Earth standard gravity, and then it's like, oh, there was a dip in the power because you can feel it go a little bit lower, right? Like the power. Not only do you feel it on the M drive, but you literally feel your weight decrease slightly. It's that feeling where you like start to go down in an elevator, right? That kind of thing. But it is minor and only encountered a little bit, and you quickly get used to it, so you're even walking around in the corridors while it happens. You're like, oh, okay, and keep moving. But before long, about 20 minutes only, you are on approach to the starport. Of course, you have to request landing, but you are on approach to the starport. It sits in front of you. It's not difficult to follow the railroad tracks that you're literally at, like, you know, a few feet away from, even not even meters, on your way there. You're just flying by sight alone. What's that called?
Dead Reckoning.
VFR. Dead Reckoning is also what it's called.
Dead Reckoning, yeah.
I was thinking
I
of
assume
VFR,
we have our
which
own
is
parking spot.
Visual flight record. You do, because there's only one parking spot. So,
Well, it sucks for everybody
and
else.
it's empty.
But great
And
for
it's the
us.
hero spot, so
Great
there we
for
go.
us.
Not exactly a high
Reserved
population
for
planet.
heroes.
Remember, their version of a downport, they don't have a high port, and their version of a downport is a concrete slab with like a wall around it, right? Like, so and you could fit a few small ships in here, but a ship your size, which is indeed not a huge ship, but it's a 100-tonner, is basically takes up the whole thing. You could probably fit like a 300-ton ship in here, but it would take up the whole thing too. But a few fighters or something could probably land here, or what's more likely, system patrol ships that don't have J drives, that are used to keep things safe, if necessary, or to ward pirates away from the planet, or something like that. Those can be pretty easily fitted in here, maybe even 4 or 5 of them. But for a ship your size, it's only about 1. I do need another Dex pilot check at routine difficulty for the landing. But first, I need you to request landing.
Roman, get us a spot.
Oh, Roger later, Captain. I get on comms, and this is the elbow room requesting docking.
It would be landing, not docking, but yeah, all right.
Landing.
Elbow room, this is Starport 1. You're welcome to come on in. There's not a lot of traffic out there today, so feel free to take your time.
All right, we'll do it.
Hey, and
elbow room
thank
out.
you.
Ryder
Of
goes
course.
and it just crashes. And
Yep. No, I got +4.
That's our trademark.
What are you talking
he's heard
Oh, you
about
have to
you
roll
at this
well.
point, and he's
I go
like,
as
take it
fast-
easy.
I go
Take
as
your
fast
time.
as possible.
So, because you actually
Slam on
rolled
the
time
brakes
you
and flip
need.
around.
because you actually rolled really well, what that means is it's a very, very soft, comfortable landing. So while they're kind of like having a joke and looking at each other, you've already turned it around and landed the ship. And when you guys turn around, you're already landed and you didn't even feel it.
So you can
Hey,
land.
Keep laughing,
landing,
motherfuckers.
I told you I was figuring it out.
Just get a feel for it. Ship's got a fat ass.
I mean, I guess if you compare
Yeah.
it to the front, yeah, because it's a delta.
Triangle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. All right, nicely done, Captain. Let's see what we got. Dracket here with us.
Yeah, Dragons is there as well. So as you land, Dragons will come out with you. But first, I'm giving you guys an opportunity to say anything you want to do or whatever before you open the door. Oh, thanks for the host there, Troll and Toad. I didn't even see that. I'm an idiot. Yeah, well, 25 viewers. Thanks.
I guess we'll put all these sweaters in a locker somewhere
And the follow as well.
have some meatloaf. These cookies are alright, kind of stale.
Yeah, it's a simple planet.
They're not
but,
stale.
They're nice. They're nice people.
Their definition of soft is different.
Yeah, they
It's not
definitely
like
wouldn't
a
be
dog
soft.
biscuit.
They definitely would be like hard. Like that's why I say they're like loosely like cookies. They're very sweet, but they're not soft at all. It's sort of like biscotti if you want to think of it like that.
Dog biscuit.
Okay. Tastes good with a little bit of spit.
You dip it in your hot chocolate or something.
Ooh. Did they give us any?
No, but you can make some. If you want. You got plenty of basic up there if you want to dip it in that.
Mmm.
Red cookies.
I guess, what are we seeing, what's his face for? Not Greener, we just saw him. Dictator Masterson?
Technically, we're not here for him.
Okay,
Dragons is.
that's right.
Ooh.
I guess we don't have to...
Hype us up.
Are we really here for anything else? What else do we have to do?
We gotta get repairs.
Fix the
to
ship.
this-
That just takes time,
Yeah.
right?
You can't use
You
your J
just flew
drive.
through lava.
Remember? You had to go to a starport
Right.
just to use your J drive.
So I guess we have to talk to someone about getting some repair supplies. Maybe they'll cut us a deal for, you know, saving everyone.
I think heroes get free work done.
I think we should lead with that.
Oh,
How
you
much
know, why don't
supplies did we have?
Hero crew here. Can you help us?
They're not going to have supplies here to buy. I mean, they'll be able to do calibration for your J drive and like basic repairs, like getting the stuff unstuck from the landing gear. But they're not going to be able to do any. They're not going to be able to affect any real repairs here. Their
So
technology's
what are we
way too
supposed
low.
to do here?
Like I said,
they have
you
to
have to
calibrate
calibrate
our
your J drive.
J drive before we can show.
Remember, that's the thing you couldn't
Be
do with the
aware.
Caldera.
It just needs a calibration.
You have
This
there's,
little extra fairy
there's special
dust or-
equipment that you need to do it. You don't have special equipment like that in the caldera of a volcano because you can't haul it up there in a briefcase.
But they have that here.
Yeah, they have that at almost every single
Whoa.
starport. It's just like these
Alright,
big
like it's-
machines, basically.
Steruya, what do you need to do to calibrate this?
Permission to use the equipment?
Why don't we
Granted.
take a chance to chat with the dictator and maybe and see what he has to say for himself.
Alright.
Can't hurt.
That common phrase, let's chat with the dictator.
Dragons
Well,
is there, of course.
let's
he'll-
hope
he'll
it's,
say, I can get you to talk to him. It's fine. I wanted to let him know what you did anyway. So if you want to follow me, we can do that.
Sure, why not?
Okay. Right this way, I guess.
I don't really have much in
Brings
common
cookies.
with dictators, so hard to break the ice.
Casual
Appreciate it.
dictators. I don't have
You
to put him
walk
down
out
like
the
a
ship,
dog.
bend down
Maybe it's
the
just
ramp.
dictator in title, not demeanor.
I mean, that is the title of the leader of this world. Is
Dictates.
dictator.
Dictates things.
Yeah.
Dictator doesn't automatically mean Hitler.
Right. That's the joke.
Slippery slope.
That is it, wasn't? But yeah. But yes, that is literally the title of the ruler of this world of 3,000 people on this tiny little island. But you leave the ship down the ramp, passing through the familiar corridor of the starport and into the Star Town, which is really just another little village out here, like all the rest. And on your way out there, you can see a grav car, and on the back in a very, very small script in Gaganglik, you can see written, or it wouldn't be in Gaganglik, it would be in Villani. Would be written, Boston 2.
What does it say?
Boston 2.
Boston 2.
The second of the 2 grav cars on the planet. And outside of that grav car, talking on a communications device, a small one, I guess his ear basically looks like a phone, like a cell phone. You can see a gentleman you have not seen face to face, but have seen in transmissions and stuff during this ordeal as Dictator Marston, who, Masterson, excuse me. Marston, that's from Red Dead. But, he sees you as you pass by, and you can see he says something and essentially hangs up his phone light device, his comm unit, puts it away into a small pocket on the inside of the fold of his very fancy looking kilt that's sort of like embroidered with like little gold thread through the side. And he pushes to the side this hat, and then kind of just grabs it and takes it off his head. He's got a very cleanly like shaved bald head with a beard that goes down to about the middle of his chest. He's got blue eyes, and he's pretty tall. He's a little bit over 6 foot tall. He comes over to you, kind of immediately recognizing you as that. Like, he knows everybody on the planet, right? Like, these are obviously them, and Dragons is leading you. Dragons. He kind of opens his arms up. Dragons comes over here, and he gives him like a quick hug. And Dragon says, "Masterson, it's been a hell of a day, I guess. These are the crew of the Elbow Room now, I guess, but they're the folks, these travelers that came in to help us. I just wanted to let you know they saved me. They didn't have to do that, and I'm aware, Dragons. It's really, we do owe you a lot. I want to thank you personally, and on that note, I did want to ask, are you part of a specific company, or are you just your own independent units out here?" Dragons turns. "Oh yeah, it's a good question.
Ryder?
We're just travelers. Work for whoever."
No, so you don't have like a group of your own or anything, like a company or anything you've started. Like you don't work for the trade unions or nothing, but you were part of the Scouts, though, is what you're telling me. Dragons talking there. Yeah, that's a bit interesting. I would have thought you lot would have been from the Scouts. How'd you come by the contract for the repossession of that ship? I've only talked to Greener a bit about it. I'm not so sure about the details.
Right, it was Isaac, right?
Well, he doesn't know what that means.
Yeah.
Are you asking the DM, or are you talking in character? I don't know.
I'm talking like in character to the group, like, it's Isaac, right?
Yeah, we had I guess we sort of took over a contract to do this survey mission, as well as recover this ship for the Scouts. And now we
Kinda contracted
gotta
out.
take it back.
Yeah, he was
Not
kind
exactly-
of a contract broker.
Yeah, not exactly working for the Scouts, just took on
I guess we had our own company. I
finishing
guess.
up a
'Cause-
contract for a friend.
So a
I
bunch of
guess.
independent contractors then.
That makes sense, yes.
I guess that's fine. I just wanted to know who to send the thank you letters to.
Well,
Is there
you're
anything
looking at 'em.
anything else I can help you with? And Dragons will speak up. Yeah, I thought maybe we could affect some of the pairs for them for free. Maybe give them a refuel. You know, since what they did. You know, Masterton looks down at him and nods. Yeah, I think that's more than reasonable. And Dragonsev, are you all right? You look kind of yeah, you're covered in bandages. And Dragons looks back between him. Oh yeah, their doc here fixed me up real good. Thanks again for that.
You'll be all right. Keep them clean.
No, I'll do that. Yeah. It's good to be on the ground again. It's good to be away from that mountain. Oh man, I think I'm gonna move to the north part of the island. There's no volcanoes. There's mountains, but there's no volcanoes there. Just a lot of fishing and stuff. My brother used to live up in the north there, but he's kind of like you. He lives up there now. Well, it was real nice meeting all of you. He's a traveler guy. I mean, that's what he says, but I get a communication from him once a year or so. He's pretty far away now. I think he's about, last time I got a communication, he was over past the Glisten subsector, so it's pretty far.
It's your brother, you say?
Yeah.
Oh, what's your brother's name?
I can give it to you right now. I gotta pull up my notes, but I can give it to you right now. 1 second.
Statistically, right in the side of that volcano is the best place to live right now. It's not.
Yeah, right.
It's
That was
not
lightning.
for another 100,000
Well,
years.
besides the ash, right?
Well, once that settles down, that's good farming
once
land.
that would be gone.
Yeah,
that's
it's
true.
nice, good
Birdo,
minerals. Like great tomatoes and stuff.
I guess, hey Ryder, I guess we are an organization now, huh? Maybe we should make it official. We
His
have a ship.
name's Ixcar.
Ixcar.
Yeah.
You say he's near the Glisten system and a traveler. If we come across him,
He was out past that subsector. I don't actually know what system he's in. He travels around a bunch. Like I said, I only hear about him once a year or so. So he could be anywhere now. I don't really know.
True. Well, if our
But if you see
paths
him
cross,
out there, tell him Dragon sent you, and I'm sure he'll. Well, I don't know what he'll do. He really just works on a ship, so I doubt he does. doubt he does much other than, I think he's a gunner, so maybe he would shoot you. That's not what you would want. He probably wouldn't shoot you.
I would hope not. Well,
Not if you tell him Dragon sent you. Well, hopefully not.
I'm just gonna yell that at every
Fall
ship
down.
aiming guns at us, hoping your brother is on board.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you should probably ask for the name, right? There's not a lot of Vargr in that region, but though there's
That makes
plenty.
sense.
There's plenty in the marches in general. It's just most of us are a bit further above that.
Oh, it's good to know.
We're all kind of spread out, speak different languages and such depending on where we're from.
I guess it's a big place out here.
Yeah. Which, by the way, if you look through the languages now, I have like all of the regional languages you would encounter and stuff in
that's
there. And mechanically, you get your own native language at skill 2. And then you get a number of other language skills or a number of other languages that you know roughly at a lower skill level based off of your education, if it's something that's around you. So it's like you can get your native plus like an interlingua, which is like an Anglic is one, right? That's like a trade language for basically all of you if you have a native. If you don't, then you would just have Ganglic or Anglic. There's also Gaganglic, which is just a dialect of Anglic that is like the official language spoken in the Imperium. So if you're like more from the Imperium, that is your language, right? So you wouldn't have like a different language. Anyway,
Really
yeah, but we speak a lot of different languages. We're all mixed up, so that's why we lose track of each other once in a while. But when we find a pack, we usually stick to it for a while. And yeah, he's a good sort.
It's good. I'll keep my eyes peeled for him. It's always good to have friends out there.
He nods.
But you think we'll get some free fuel? That would be nice.
Well, he just agreed to give you free fuel.
Did we leave that place yet? Is that what happened?
I mean, he's still standing there in front of you. If you you tell me you leave whenever you want.
Gotcha. I just couldn't remember.
But the dictator will make arrangements on his comms unit. Kind of turns back around. All right, well, I'm gonna head back down to Central. Gotta get a bit more work to do. It's good to see you, Drag. If you do you want to live with me or what? Yeah, that sounds good. And he turns back around and shakes each of your hands very firmly for a moment. Once again, really, thank you. And then boards the grav car with the dictator, and he obviously is driving it since he's the chauffeur. Dictator gets in the back, and they take off, start heading away back towards Central, and a couple minutes later, the guy that you saw before, who was at the shop where you bought stuff, steps out. Let me do this real quick. All right. He comes stepping up. He's got his like kind of greasy rag thrown over his shoulder and a hat turned around backwards, and sort of a really dirty, very thick denim material kilt covers most of his body, and it goes down much lower than most of the kilts you've seen. He walks over towards you. Minister said that Dictator said on comms there you got that ship down needs fixing up, and he also said he got 2,000 credits worth of store credit at the market if you want to spend it. So we're gonna fuel it up, and he said you needed a calibration or something. I don't know what that means. What all needs to be done? And he looks to you guys to tell him.
I'll start listing off everything I know about that needs
Okay.
fixing.
He'll nod as you go through the list. All right, well, I can refuel you and get your jump drive calibrated. I can also maybe go through the M drive a bit more and see if I can't get a better calibration on that, since you didn't finish up your tests, but we don't have equipment for any of that other stuff.
Yes, well, I'll do what I can for the rest of it, but your help would be appreciated.
All right, well, I'll get started. It's going to take me... I need to roll.
Days.
2 hours to get it refueled, and I should be able to calibrate the J drive and M drive in another 2 hours. So 4 hours. Well, you got the time. You maybe browse around the Starport market here. If you got 2,000 credits worth of store credit you can spend.
Well, all right.
That
Walk into
each?
it. No.
It's just for the ship, right?
The Starport market. This.
Oh, never mind.
Right.
And we had how much again?
You shopped your
I'm
2,000
just-
credits. I mean, you can spend
total.
whatever you want, but 2,000 free credits. Total for all of you, not each.
Hey.
Yeah.
So
So if you wanted to buy anything real quick while you're here.
A couple of radio transceivers.
Well,
Glad we decided to help these people out. Got some free repairs.
yeah.
Yeah, it's it's different to help people, you know, because you want to instead of being forced into it, I guess. It's a good thing we did today.
It is. It's you know, obviously a place like this.
I just started
We
laughing
did
because
just-
of the fish you started putting in there. You're gonna buy 2,000 credits worth of fish.
I mean, I know the dog eats it, so
Yeah, that's fair.
we probably get some basic.
Yep.
Right, like our ship doesn't have free basic. We have to like.
No. Basic
Stock
isn't
up.
actually free. It's just so cheap in large quantity that it's as free as water is. Which sometimes you have to pay for water, like on a lot of space stations and stuff. You go up to a water fountain, you have to like literally put in a credit, just a credit, but you have to put in a credit to use it. That kind of thing.
So it's like 50, normally 50 credits. This place is double prices, but 100
Yeah.
credits for each of us for 3 months, essentially. So might as well stock up.
I mean, it's fair. You get
We still got a supply of that. That's good for months.
It is true. We brought basic, right?
Yeah, we brought like a pallet.
Yeah.
We left a
Not
lot
like,
of that
not
stuff
like
on
a
the
full
mountain.
pallet,
though.
but yeah. You didn't bring a full pallet. You just brought the one little crate, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
You encountered like a pallet of it. Basic
Sun
mixed
flare.
powder, some fish. I see 2 radio transceivers.
A net.
Yeah, never know when there's some space fish to catch.
Is that just what Dixon's getting?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Okay, I don't think.
But
it's
that's for, I
updated
mean,
the
it's for
price.
everybody, like basics for everybody. But
Well, go ahead and add it to your sheet.
This is 300. Then it's another.
Oh yeah, you can only do one person at a time.
I think you owe another. I think you owe another 20 credits.
or
Dixon,
what?
because it didn't update the fish.
Fish. Okay,
For some reason, the fish didn't.
320.
go through. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's what else are other people getting? Must be at
That's
least one-
24,000 credits.
Sorry, what? Oh, that thing. Yeah.
So I put a vac suit in there. It's
We definitely need
24,000.
vac suits, but yeah, I don't know that we want to spend that kind of money right now.
Probably should get one as soon as we can, but maybe not from here.
Yeah, I mean, double price kind of sucks.
It's true. You do have to go into space, though, to get to Flammarion as well. So your several-week trip to Flammarion will be without a vac suit aboard if you don't have one.
There are no suits to be found anywhere.
Not on the ship.
They took them all. Yeah.
Not on the
Take
ship,
one.
not on this port. Maybe the next port.
I mean, the prices might be a lot better at Flammarion or like another port along the way if you do stop at one. But you do have, I believe it's vouchers for. I'm looking at the map now. You have voucher for Bowman and Asseltine
For fuel.
for fuel. So you can refuel at Bowman for free, and you can refuel at Asseltine for free, without having to scrape for fuel at Bowman, because Bowman does have a gas giant, so you could technically wilderness refuel there as well, but you don't have to because you can refuel there for free, and it does have a starport. It's not a great starport. It's quality D, right? So it might be pretty. It's basically just as bad as this one, but it's on an asteroid, right?
Yeah, Belter place. So they might have suits available.
But they might have suits, exactly. And you don't know what the prices will be. It might be a big markup, though. Asseltine does not have a gas giant, so you could not wilderness refuel there. But you certainly can refuel for free. It has a quality B starport. It has both a high port and a low port. You can refuel at the high port. And it's a not a huge world. It's like only like about 60,000 people that live on the station and on the world below, but it's a lot more than 3,000. Right? So yeah, depends on how you look at it, I guess. So that's what's ahead of you if you go that route.
Do we need one vac suit for emergencies? If somebody had to go outside and repair something or something like that.
Right, like one might be worth it.
I mean, we ultimately need, we were probably going to want 5 anyway, so it kind of makes sense to get one.
Right, if we have to do repairs out of a jump or something, someone's going to have to go outside.
Plus, we get, what, 2,000 credits worth?
Right.
Free?
Yeah.
Right, we got it. We should spend that on something, obviously.
So, yeah. We could all split it if y'all wanted to. I don't mind. If we all want to chip in on this Vex suit, might come in handy till we can get some more, I guess.
Let's do it.
All right, 22,000 divided by 4.
Yeah, the who's buying it though, so it's attractive, and everybody else will just have to send them the rest.
I guess who's most likely to go out and do repairs?
Still, you just did it.
I
So,
bought it.
everybody
And it
sends-
didn't subtract money.
It does not. The store does not do that.
You get to manually
gotta manually do it.
So just everybody take 5,500 off.
Yeah, everybody subtract 5,500 and
Whoa. So the $2,000 thing, so 4,400.
No, that I already did the math based on the subtraction of the 2,000.
Wait,
5,500 is
divided by 5. Oh, there's 4 of us.
No, I just did it by 4.
4 of us.
Oh, that's smarter. I assumed
The dictator was gonna take a slice.
Mishka was.
Oh,
because she's got a little bank account.
Yeah.
She's got a credit chip in her collar for food.
all right, well that clears your credit in the store for sure. So
Yeah.
that's definitely no longer available. You can still buy more if you want. If there's anything else in there you actually want to spend money on, let me know. I'll put it back up. But you got 4 hours to kill while they're refueling your ship and calibrating the J drive. You can see they've pushed over a few of these machines, and they have basically these big tethers going into the interior of the ship, and you can hear the jump drive being spooled a little bit every now and then. Eventually the sound kind of goes from being this sort of asynchronous sound to like literally this sort of harmony pitch that you can actually hear as they're doing the test spools, because you're in atmosphere and it's sitting here doing it, which is normally not something you do because you don't ever make a jump in atmosphere because you can't be that close to a gravitational body and make a jump usually, not without essentially getting a 100% chance of a missed jump. But they're not actually firing the jump drive, they're actually just testing it and calibrating, so just parts of it are spooling up so you can actually hear them from the outside, which is something you don't usually get an opportunity to do. And about the time you hear these kind of noises align, the gentleman walks back over to you. So there's nothing you wanted to do in that 4-hour period. We'll just move from here.
I'm gonna eat the fuck out of some meatloaf.
Okay, I mean you can be in the ship while they're doing this. It's just like having construction done on your house.
That.
There's like noises, like all these sounds.
I do a
that are
big
happening.
old spread. I'd spend like a couple hours just chilling and eating and drinking.
Okay, so because you're sitting there in the actual like dining room area, let me unshare that. In the actual dining room area on the ship, it is certainly kind of the loudest place for the construction that's being done, right? Because you're like right next to it. If you
saw my face, it was like it wasn't even happening. I'm just like,
yeah.
luxuriously enjoying this homemade meatloaf.
Like, Mishka occasionally like sits here and kind of like never begs, but just looks up at the table for meatloaf. But every now and then when it gets really noisy, she just kind of heads down the corridor and into Dixon's stateroom and just kind of waits in there. She doesn't seem to like the sounds very much. But 4 hours pass by uneventfully to the tune of construction work basically in the elbow room here in this no longer entirely filthy mess area, the common area, the kitchen, the central fresher, all in one in the middle of this small ship, this 100-ton scout vessel. You have what is, for probably the first time, a meal together at a table on a ship you're currently crewing that you are operating 100% with your own leeway, with your own levity, with your own latitude. And it's somewhat peaceful, despite the noise, despite all the chaos of the day. There is kind of a feeling of excitement in the air that comes over you all as you sit here and eat your delicious meatloaf, because it is very good. And you start to feel like maybe it wasn't as crazy an idea as you first thought to become a traveler. Everybody roll 1d6.
Ooh, Steruya.
You're the captain now.
I'm gonna say Zashastie, and I'm gonna hold up my
4, 6,
foldable
okay.
cup, and everyone else's has their cups out, and I've poured the last of the 25.
Nice.
I'll lift up my cup and I say, "Shashi, shashi."
Zashastie! I slam it. I wouldn't want to do this with any other crew. Thank you all for being here. It's excellent.
Ryder,
We have a ship.
your morale goes up by 1.
Uh-oh.
Steruya, your morale goes up by 3. Dixon, your morale goes up by 2. Roman, your morale goes up by 2. Oh no, 1, sorry. Because you can't divide, yeah. It's
So this will be a
Cut that.
changing thing?
yes, the way that it works, now that you've got your first look at it, morale can go down when you've done a whole bunch of jobs and stuff. You've been on the ship for a long time. You need to get some air. You need to get out there and take a vacation, whatever it might be, right? And that will bring it back up. If morale goes all the way down, if you take enough damage to where morale hits 0, it's just like taking endurance damage. The damage then starts to go to another stat. That stat is sanity. Sanity damage cannot be rehealed without basically like lots of time, like therapy and all kinds of stuff like that. So if you want to keep your character operating at 100%, you need to kind of manage the morale so you don't take the sanity damage, is the main thing. So your morale will go up and down as the game plays. And maybe your sanity. Hopefully not, though. But yeah, I just wanted to give you that moment there.
That's cool.
But by the time you finish your meal, then, since you're all inside the ship, the same gentleman comes back outside the engine room, covered in grease and strange hydraulic fluids. Well, I think we're about done here. The rest of the crew's moving out the umbilicals. You're all fueled up. Kind of takes a look at what you're cooking there. Martha Greena's meatloaf, huh? It just kind of smiles knowingly. Everybody on this planet, obviously knowing everybody else on this planet. And he steps out the elevator, turns back around. You have a good one. And waves as he
Thank you,
goes
friend.
down into the cargo bay and out the ramp. But you can hear the ramp close back up as he leaves.
I actually would save
Sugar
my portion of meatloaf for later.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's 2 each portions.
I'll probably eat them both at the same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because of how they eat.
All right.
Aslan are weird.
Holding up the last of the 25. I say, here's to more success.
Link.
Slam it.
We
Yeah,
really should
that's-
come up with a company name, though.
Steruya, I like where your head's at. Anyone have any ideas? I haven't not thought about it until that man
Yeah, I'm gonna
said
have to
something.
sit on it a
Live,
spell.
I think so. Something will
Yeah.
come to us.
But I will say, since from Colus and Tarsus and now whatever the hell this planet's called,
Lost.
it's been a wild ride. We've had some ups and some downs.
Seen
When I stepped foot off onto this planet and those doors closed behind us and that ship took off and everything I owned was in this sack here,
Hmm.
I was scared out of my goddamn mind.
How's it paying off, Dixon?
But it looks like, it looks like we're getting somewhere.
I think we can actually make it between the skill sets we all have.
We're doing it.
We're out here now.
We're gonna be heroes of the universe.
Basically, if we don't make it
I
now,
don't know
we're all
about
dead
that.
anyway. So, kind of, we
If
threw our
this
heads
bag
over
of
the wall.
bolts, if this bag of bolts can get us to the next spot, maybe we can cash
to
in
the
on the
next-
rest of that stuff from Isaac and really get out there.
Yes. This is really becoming something, eh? We can actually be out there.
I can't wait to turn in this piece of junk.
Yeah, we could stay very loose on the trade routes this sector and see what we can really do.
Yes. If we can find something better than this, I'll be happy. This thing, what, jump 2? It's pretty impressive.
It is good. For its weight.
It is like fucking 1,000 years old. It's ancient technology.
It has a lot of problems.
Yeah, I heard that grinding sound. That could. That
Oh
could've
my
been
God.
Good.
When
That
Ryder
could've
got
been
the
good.
after engines kicked on when we were falling, that sound was horrible.
Yeah,
You should have seen the ground. Steruya, I told Dixon earlier, you don't realize how close you kicked that thing on right in time. That's all I have to say. We were almost pancake. Blin. Yeah. Where's the next stop from here?
Bowman.
Bowman for a refuel and... Oh, that's right.
That's something you would know from having worked on it. No.
all the way
Stay
to
away.
Flamelon.
Flammarion,
Yeah,
yes.
Flamalama Ding Dong.
Flammarion and an Arian.
So there's a distinctly like French bent to a lot of the Anglic, which is based off of English, but there's a lot of like little French words and stuff in it, especially in like the Anglic pronunciations of thing. So it does make sense. Because it's like a French word or whatever, so it's pronounced like Flammarion or whatever. Like
Flammarion.
it's interesting.
Flamalama Ding Dong.
Yeah.
Flammarion berry.
So based off of your home world or whatever, you can discern what your actual dialect and all that stuff is. For Ryder, it is 100% Anglic because you are from Millifox. Dixon, Tarkeen would be as well. Steruya, you would obviously speak probably. Well, what does Roman speak? So Roman, you would speak Villani and Gaganglic, and Staroya, you would speak Truck and Gaganglic.
You want me to add those?
Yeah, TROKH is the Kozlan language.
I don't know if we would get those at level 2.
Yes, he would have that at level 2. He would have level 1 in Gaganglic. And Gaganglic is just a dialect of Anglic.
I speak Anglic and Gaganglic.
No, you would speak Villani and
Villani.
and Gaganglic, which is Anglic, but just a specific dialect of it.
Gotcha.
They're not actually two separate languages. It's like Sylvan and Elven or whatever in D&D.
Gotcha.
Kind of.
Very interesting.
Elvish, depending on which setting you're in. In some settings it are different. And specifically, the Villani you speak is SV, standard Villani, not Old High Villani or any of the other Villani variants.
That makes sense.
You
Not
can
a
see
very
the language
fancy
list and
planet.
stuff. Old High Villani was the language of the First Imperium, and Villani was basically the language of this other empire that existed for a really long time. They got absorbed into the Imperium about several thousand years ago, and so Villani is spoken a lot of this section of the Imperium as well, and a lot of other areas as well.
Sense, yeah.
It's also thought that it might be the descendant of the language of the ancients, because most of the Villani people were the people that were moved from Earth by the ancients back in the past.
Cool. That's crazy, yeah.
But that's like, thousands and
And
thousands
where,
of years. So.
The Imperium hasn't really like they have a presence where my homeworld is, but they didn't really have like a hold, I guess you could say. Like they didn't really have a claim.
No,
or
they were
stake
just the
in it.
biggest trade stuff in the region, which is why.
So like
you
Villani
were
would
speaking
definitely be exactly
right.
the one that lasted around. That's cool as hell.
Yeah, I picked up language 0 from adolescence, being on a multilingual place. Because Asseltine is actually my homeworld. And then you taught me level 1 of, I guess, good Gaganglic.
Yeah, or
So you
I
could
don't know if
choose.
it would be.
It'd probably be good Gaganglic, because it's more of a
A
trade,
more common trade tongue. Yeah,
common tongue, yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I doubt you would have taught him Villani, because
Villani,
it's not very used for the stuff that he was literally doing, which was trade.
Cool.
Right?
Yeah,
On a
that makes
trade
a lot of
mission.
sense. Very neat.
Okay, well, with those details wrapped up, the meatloaf stuffed away, the leftovers sealed and put away in your makeshift kitchen here, this small corner. It's enough to heat it up and keep it cool for a while and prepare basic and stuff. It's not fancy, but it works. 4 hours have passed. The ship is ready to take off. It's up to you what you want to do. The day is yours. I should say the evening is yours. As it is now, after all that work has been performed and you have had your meal. I did it wrong. Clicked too many times. 10:20 p.m.
Ryder, what do you think? Do you think we have more business on this planet?
I don't think so.
Neither.
I think time to head out to space.
It doesn't really matter if we head out in the morning or not, because it's always dark out there.
It's always nighttime. We are all hurt,
We are. We could
so it
take
might not be a
rest.
bad idea to take a night's sleep.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind after that meal.
We got a lot of
They're not charging
got a
you
lot
for,
of dead
for
sun.
they're not charging you for fees right now for having been landing here, so you could do that, but normally you wouldn't want to do that because it just would cost you
Nice.
more money.
I think we should take advantage of it then.
Yeah, I do too.
But I just woke up before the whole volcano thing.
I would say we take off and put this bitch in our rear view.
I mean, I'm okay with that too.
What do we got?
Gonna take a week to get there.
It's true.
We got a week to get out of the gravity well.
No, I meant the jumping.
Probably
Yeah,
not a
we have
whole
to get away
week.
from the.
You do.
Let's get away from the star.
I tell you
I
how
thought it
much
took a
is.
week to get into jump.
No, it takes 30 minutes to get into jump.
Ah.
No, you have to go. You can't be within 50 radiuses of a
Gravity
Body.
well.
any gravity body.
Any gravity
so
body.
You essentially have to go out.
When you jump
outside
into
of
a
the-
system, it basically makes you appear like in the outskirts of the system.
Yeah.
Technically, if you can find a place somewhere in a system that's not nearby, you can jump. It would usually be like way out in the outer system or something somewhere.
Or
So
if there's
ju-
just an open path, because all the planets are out of your way, you can get closer to the sun.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see. Where is the? I have it right here somewhere. Common distances.
But every time we jump, a jump is a week, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once we're out there, we can just jump. We
Yeah.
could jump, but then we have to fuel every jump.
Right. Well, every jump or every 2 jumps for this one, depending.
Well, see, that's the thing. We've got 20 tons fuel tank. To jump 1 to Bowman takes 10 tons of fuel.
Okay.
To jump 2 from Bowman to Asteltine will take 20 tons. So
Yeah.
we'll have to refuel every time.
But it takes a week regardless. So do we even stop
Right.
at
Yeah.
Bowman?
Doesn't matter if it's jump 1 or jump 2. It always takes a week to jump.
So we might as well just jump straight to Asselton, right?
Yeah. Why stop? at
We
Bowman?
can't. It's 3 hex
It's
parsecs away.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's some.
Got it.
Oh, that's so crazy. Okay. So we're
We got
jumping
free
2
fuel
right
at
now
Bowman,
to
too.
get there.
Avs.
So we have to go there and top back up before the next one.
Yeah.
Get a little. you
But
know,
we could top up for
souvenir.
free and
little topper.
maybe get rid of this biochemicals. Maybe
Oh,
pick up
yeah.
something else.
Sell the gyrocopter.
Now you're talking.
That's when we
So
start
So
making
you're
money.
probably not going to have very much luck selling a gyrocopter in a system that doesn't have atmosphere anywhere. just letting you know. Just a hint.
There's people on every planet. that have more
What's
money
the
than
acceleration rating on this ship? Thrust what?
Uh,
I haven't looked at this one yet. That's why I was looking for this kind of travel. Yeah, so,
9,000.
2.
well, that's off of my scale. So.
Close.
Thrust is
Thrust.
2.
2. All right. Oh, that is a lot better.
Where do you see the thrust at?
Under him, Joe.
So you are. You need to head to. Oh, that's not that bad. Okay.
Under M drive? Oh, thrust 2. Okay.
So you should be able to do that in about. In this system, it's going to depend on your roll, your astrogation roll. So I mean, an astrogation roll. And see how much you can cut down the time.
Who was doing those ones?
Cerulia. Oh, it should have been average. So that's an effect of 4, not 6.
Too late now.
But that is a success with an effect of 4. So yeah, that will take 36.4 hours to get away from. In this system where you're currently at, you know, away from 50 diameters away from all of the gravitational bodies. So you have 36 hours.
That's not bad.
To get
Not
out
bad
of
at
the
all.
well.
So I say
Until you
take
can jump.
off, set course, and then go to sleep.
I mean, we can't get hurt doing that, right? I mean,
We can.
Oh yes, we can definitely get attacked.
We can get hurt. We
Definitely
can
get
get hurt
Because
in
we're
the
just
hotel
we're
room
not
tonight.
like in subspace or anything.
General
We're
rule
just-
of thumb is you never have. The general rule of thumb is you never. When you're in real space, there's always somebody in the cockpit. Always somebody on the bridge.
Sleeping in shifts.
Yep. We can keep the same ones from Dark and Lance. I'll take third shift.
I mean, of course,
Rand's
you can.
Rand's
and you
not
can.
here.
You don't have the opportunity right now, really, but you can always hire people and stuff. They're watching the bridge when we're sleeping,
Yeah.
kind of stuff, right?
Don't
We
they?
need a
But
robot.
there's all sorts of people trying to get off this rug.
And there probably
Yeah, I
are
don't
people you
want-
could hire if you want to hire
No,
somebody,
not
but
these people.
you don't have a place to put them on this ship. So
We want skilled people.
Talking about sleeping in shifts on the ship, my mind went to Voltaire, not Brian.
Oh, that's funny.
I was just you mentioned D&D, and I was just like, wait, what?
yeah, 'cause you definitely did that in Sojourn.
Oh, that's right. We did.
Yeah. And it's a very similar system for this whole thing. Yeah, because half of it's based off of Traveler, right? So anyway, 36 hours.
okay. All right. Let's take off.
About 36 and a half hours. All right, taking off from here is a pretty simple process. You don't really have to do anything particularly difficult. It's just an easy roll. And if you want to take your time with it, you can. You can do it much, much slower as well. If you want to like do a very, very slow takeoff, make sure you're not doing anything like without duress, and that will I think it gives you a boon when you do that for a task that you're not rushed to do it anyway. So
Yes,
All
let's
right.
take our
Yeah.
time and not push the engines.
All right, I gun it as hard as I can.
I would listen to
It's either
stay
a
rule.
plus one or it's- no, it's DM plus one. It's DM plus one, so it's not a boon.
Okay,
So,
all right.
so just plus one.
Well, then it's not worth
I
it.
thought it shifts
Alright.
the difficulty category.
I guess it depends on which version of Traveler you're looking at, because Trav 5 here it says DM mod. Does it? It might bring it back one in 2E. Mongoose 2E though. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we'll do that. But it doesn't matter. It would have worked for either one. So you take off. It's not long to get out of atmosphere. You kind of all look down through whatever porthole available to you. Perhaps some of you head your way up to the upper gallery. Perhaps some of you just look out the small porthole in the side of your stateroom, or perhaps it's just people up at the bridge, which obviously is got to be. Right now, there's just Ryder in there, but if somebody else could be in there or whatever in the chair, it's up to you. But you get this glimpse of this world that you saw on approach briefly. It's a beautiful sight, this world, this island that you're leaving. And one thing that you notice in particular as you make your way out, and you're 50,000, 80,000, 90,000, 200,000 kilometers away, looking back from space, this little plume of black ash visible from space spilling out across Settlement Island on Walston.
Roman takes a picture.
Use your comm device or whatever if you want to do a
I have a laptop.
still
I'm
picture.
gonna snap it with.
You can load that into. You could probably also just do it with sensors, honestly, too, and load it into the.
Oh yeah, I'll
anyways,
do that since I'm sitting.
But that doesn't require a roll or anything,
Cool.
unless you're trying to like get a specific kind of like we're zooming in, like tactical kind of image sort of a thing.
No, it's kind of like posterity.
just to have a snapshot of the cool thing.
Yeah. Like, look at this.
But yeah, so that is essentially your last view of Walston as it spills away behind you, plummeting away more from your perspective than anything on sensors. It's almost as though you're falling away from it, or it's falling away from you. As you look forward, the little infinite bits of the universe sparkling out ahead of you, and you know that feeling once again of excitement comes back briefly. It's been a day, but this was a good one. They weren't all good, but this was one of them. And with that, we'll go to a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, so you guys were discussing your plans, your trip as you're astrogating and stuff. So go right ahead.
What's the best route? We get free gas from Bowman.
So we have free gas at Bowman, but we also have a star or a gas giant we can scrape from.
Save our voucher. That might be smart.
So as you were saying, like, it costs 10 tons of fuel to do a jump 1 jump, and 20 tons for a jump 2 jump, right? So.
And Stayroya had the good idea that if we, as we're going to upgrade our ship anyway, the fuel vouchers will kind of gain value as our tank gets bigger.
Right, we have 20,000.
So it's a good idea to save
if we get a ship with a bigger tank.
Right, yeah.
And we're coming back to Bowman.
Right.
And we head back this way, yeah.
And then
Sure.
it only gives us an extra 5,000 or 10,000 credits. I'd rather we.
It's not.
It's kind of a drop in the bucket, I guess.
Yeah, I mean.
Sure.
I'd say we take the best route to Marion and.
Could just take our
try to
time and
save our cash.
use the vouchers to get there.
I like the
Yeah, save the cash. That's more money down on a ship when we get there.
And money's more versatile. We can use it for other things, right?
For other things, right?
Like a vac suit.
Oh,
Like,
well, 3 more, right? We have 1.
yeah, 3 more.
Well, yes.
I
Ideally, probably want a couple spare.
I think we'll need plenty more.
Agreed.
We may end up needing more crewmen too, depending on the boat we get next.
Agreed.
It's like I can't navigate. I know Stayruya,
I mean,
you're doing a
I
great
can
job.
fly,
you
but
also,
not the best pilot.
right. And Stayruya doing the engines and the navigating. Seems like a lot for you.
Yeah, and if anything
For
happens to
anyone,
one of us,
really.
then we're in real
Oh,
trouble.
we're fucked regardless.
Yeah.
No matter what situation anywhere, if one of us goes down, we're all cool.
And we got to keep somebody on the bridge at all times.
Right,
so,
for shifts.
All right, we can't sleep same time.
Yep.
If we have a,
It could get very complicated very fast.
if we have a
very
bender one
expensive
night,
very
it's
fast.
gonna be
Yeah.
we're gonna be drawing straws over who just watches.
I like to
bridge.
watch women sleep from across the hall. while
We like to
so-
sleep at the same time because yes,
Yeah.
it makes me feel safe.
Well, like you, I only sleep a third of the day. The difference is that for Aslan, our day is 32 hours.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting indeed.
I don't know. You could get much sleep at all keeping this boat in the air.
You have your work cut out for
It
you.
will require a lot of work to get there.
So we're going we're taking 3 jumps then to save money.
Well, to be fair, the
Current
custom
plan,
is to
yeah.
the custom is to adopt the. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but the custom is to adopt whatever day that is on ship, because there is no day, right? There's no. You're not on a planet, so
Right,
whatever.
right.
So whatever you define the day of a ship to be, an
Oh.
imperial standard is 24.
But she's still likely to
Mhm. So you would absolutely
not be
have-
happy with that.
Absolutely,
I mean,
I definitely
yeah.
agree.
Can
I like
absolutely
36
work
hour.
22 hours as easily as you work 16.
Right.
Might be better to let you.
I'm just
do
saying
your
you
thing.
won't be measuring time at like 36-hour days.
And
Aboard
the
ship,
three of
you'll be
us.
measuring 24-hour
Right.
days.
Right.
Three of us
I really
could
like
watch-
that. Yeah, Stayruya being like have an alternate sleep cycle basically.
Watch the stick. Yeah.
It's like we're depending on her for something. It's like, oh, she's sleeping. Fuck.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm down for 10 hours. 10 or 11.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, that did kind of happen too. Like, we had
Yeah.
to start surveying early because she wouldn't wake the fuck up.
That's great. And then like we did a bunch of shit, and then like shit really started to go down, and she's like, comes out. What the
She was
fuck?
still asleep. She slept through like us taking off. She slept
Yeah.
through the whole fucking thing blowing up.
I think she woke up in the middle of a
Yeah.
pyroclastic flow.
Yeah, hitting the. To be slightly
Yeah,
slept
around
through
like,
her days before, so.
When the shit really started hitting the fan, I started moving my token around on the ship. I don't know if it was caught But
That's funny.
like I moved to the bathroom, then I moved over to the sink, got some basic, came back, was up to the
Wait, why is it so
cockpit.
bumpy right now? The ground's weird.
It's just like apparently we're flying, but what's going on?
Poorly, yeah.
You're doing a really bad job with these flight tests.
So
Complaining
taking
that
3
they're being
weeks.
too aggressive with the engines.
3-week trip. How long till we can jump? From here.
37 hours?
Alright. It gives us a little bit of time if we want to start breaking up into shifts. I could use some sleep.
I'd, Captain, I'd appreciate a little quick course on the controls before you go down. Just let me know. Let me know what I need to, watch for, I guess.
Absolutely. Let's do that. I'll take whatever shift. Y'all get some sleep. So I can show, if Roman wants to go to sleep, I can show Dixon the ropes.
Yeah, we might as well all have a little crash course there, probably. Make it
Alright,
just
so
that's true.
You're gonna try and teach everybody just the basics of how to man the
What-
stick and maintain
what
the
light
heading
to
and all
watch
that
for,
stuff.
and
Lights to watch for, yeah.
How to
Like-
correct heading and how to check the sensors for any alerts.
The button
basically.
that calls my stateroom and wakes me up.
Yeah, I'm
like,
sure
if
they
this
already
light
know
comes
that, yeah.
on. This light comes on. Wake me
Okay.
the fuck up.
You don't gain a skill or anything, but the basics of it are delivered to you, and you can roll it unskilled if you don't have it, of course.
I would refuse. Stating
Yeah,
that
culturally.
I know astrogation, but it is not appropriate for my gender to have those skills. The piloting and
Even in an
sensors.
emergency.
As a proper woman, I should not learn those skills. But if I absolutely need to, I could be improper.
Okay. I like it.
But if I need to be on the bridge, I can handle astrogation.
Okay, well, we definitely need that.
And I look awkwardly at the captain like, oh shit, what the fuck?
They really basically said, if I have to, I can. It's fucking dope.
Yeah, okay. No problem.
I would never impugn his reputation.
Stayrulia, if you saw this light flashing red, would you wake me up?
Yes, that I can do.
Okay. Perfect.
Well, he would have
Perfect.
to. She would have to make course corrections too. When you're in M drive. Party man in the bridge is just like making minor course corrections and like checking sensors basically.
What
Okay.
if you use like a stick to do the course corrections? So it's not
That's
like
literally
you're
what it
actually-
is, a stick.
a stick touching the stick, so it's like you're not really doing it, you're just kind
Using two
of look,
sticks.
it moved on its own. I don't know. We'll make it work.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yep. All right. Well,
About it.
anybody get some sleep that wants to get some sleep? I got the stick.
Roman passes the fuck out as soon as he hits the
Alright.
bed.
Sounds good.
All right.
I guess since the engines are working, I'll spend some time reading. Unless I hear that god awful grinding again, and then I'll be in the engine room.
Sounds
And
good.
with that, you separate to
Head
go
out.
to your various shifts, to your staterooms to have a night's rest, to learn to do some very basic piloting, to perhaps have another snack, feed Mishka, whatever it is you do for the rest of the evening. I need to make a roll. And is indeed an uneventful one. As you head towards your egress point within the system, there's any scenes or anything anybody wants to have in between, we can do that. Otherwise, we can get straight to the egress point because I rolled for encounters and came up empty. So
This has been how many hours?
it'll be 36 hours to the egress point.
Oh, so. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm asking if you want to have any scenes, any role-playing scenes in between then and the 36-hour
Right.
period. Otherwise, we'll go straight to the egress point.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Batch.
By then I'll be asleep.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So
I
I'll
think.
have to,
Okay.
I'll have
it's
to
not
go to
really-
bed early.
That's.
You might have to do
I
it
don't
if
really
you
want
want
to
to.
scene, I guess.
You should probably sleep in whatever way lets you be awake so you can do the astrogation, right? When you get to the egress.
Yeah.
I guess.
But you can do that in advance, right? Essentially, it's like
Yeah.
paperwork.
Yeah, it's basically
Fine,
like,
of
here's where
course.
we're leaving from. Let's run the numbers on the computer to get where we're going.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you're in the right exact position and everything, which is like why you get there first so you can get an exact position for where your ship is.
But I think to
It
jump,
takes 30 minutes
it's
to do it.
astrogation to plot your course, and then you actually have to J drive to
There's
jump.
engineer roles too. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, there's technically two things you need to do. First, there has to be an astrogation roll, then there has to be a J drive roll, then there has to be another J drive roll, and then there has to be a pilot roll.
Okay, so I'll do the astrogation now, get some sleep. That way I can do the J jump when needed,
Okay.
before pilot's needed.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'd assume we'd be all hands for the jump itself.
Well, it's the first time you've ever done one too, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Makes it a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't really have any scenes. I would just probably be a little bored just because I haven't gotten into haven't figured out the routine or anything to do with the downtime. So playing with Mishka up on the observation deck.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanna like, be able to sleep. Then get my endurance back.
Yeah, I would like that too.
But other than that, I'm good. Don't
Okay.
really have anything particular for roleplay to there.
Yeah, I think Roman is just gonna just rest, recharge.
Yeah. Been a wild day.
We
It
actually
has
have
been.
like
in a different
ship.
way than the last time that happened, right?
This is like
Yep.
our first rooms. We haven't had rooms to ourselves in a while, so it's like I actually have a place to put my stuff.
It's not the first time you've slept in the room because you slept in it when on the
Yeah.
ground some, but
So
While you're
I will say
working on the
Roman
ship.
did spend some time kind of like personalizing his area and like organizing
Okay.
things, making it a little bit unique, cleaning it a little deeper too.
that definitely is still needed. It's like the more cleaning you do, the more dirt you find. You know what I mean? Like it just keeps like, it's like how is it? I just cleaned this thing.
See, I won't put a lot of effort into like personalizing it or anything, but some temporary station.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be here for 3 weeks.
Exactly. That's enough time. That's like a month, that's don't want to be looking at these gray, rusty walls.
It's fair. Then we skip ahead. After a bit of personalization and cleaning and whatever other nest making you need do, on the ship to get comfortable during this quick journey to the egress point. It is now third day, 11:05, 053, 53 days into the year. Keeping in mind, we started the year at about the 5th day, so it's been almost 50 days together now in the campaign. And the time is 9:50 a.m. when the little console alert bloop, 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 is firing. You guys probably take little shifts here and there, 4 hours on, 4 hours off, 2 hours maybe, occasionally moving in and out of the thing, trying to get a feel for it. I have a supplement that I will use in the future. We're not going to use it tonight, but I have a supplement in the future for rolling, for like when something happens in the middle of travel. You just all roll, and it tells you like what you were doing during that time.
Oh, neat.
And some of the options are like I was in my bunk asleep, like stuff like that. So that's what we'll use in the future to help determine some of that stuff. But we don't need to do that now, especially, and we don't need to do it when you're planning it out. When you're like, no, I'm sleeping now, so I wake up before this happens.
Totally,
you don't,
yeah.
right? Obviously, that supersedes that or whatever. But
Okay. Cool.
before long, the alert flashes on your console showing you that you have hit the window of your egress point. Ryder, you retro thruster down as much as you can, the M drive spinning down, the ship slowing down in real space. You are now prepared to make the jump if you want to announce it or anything to Stayrulia, because it will be an interplay between you two, Stayrulia and Ryder, to actually make this thing happen. Everybody else is basically sitting around watching this. And
Yeah,
because of that, I'm going to share this. Or you might have to click on it. Yeah, you have to click on the thing yourself, the task chains. So go ahead and click on the TC over on the right.
Okay.
Oh, I would have got the astrogation done before sleeping, so.
I don't think you really can, because you have to calculate your exact position, right? So,
from where I am? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's
I
part of
see.
the process, and why it takes like 30 minutes or whatever to enter a jump. So...
yeah, I was reading that. Book says 1D times 10 minutes to plot a jump.
Yeah. I said 30 minutes like as a general average, but you're right. It's one, because 3 is the average on a D6. But yes, it does take that, and you will roll it as part of your astrogation roll.
Easy, but I get a DM minus equal to the jump distance.
Mm-hmm. And you get pluses for special equipment on ships and stuff, which this one doesn't have any of. So, but it can. So let's get that roll.
So astrogation can be done in advance. A jump is normally plotted while the ship is traveling out to the 100 diameter
Okay.
distance.
Well, the timing of it doesn't matter that much to me at the moment, but yes, that's good to know for the future. But before you roll it, make sure you drop it on the actual spot
Task
on the
chain.
task chain. Yeah.
All right.
Don't drop it in the chat. Drop it in there.
You drop your roll on that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've used it.
Drop
so
it
we'll
on
see how it
the
works.
green bit or the result area?
I think
Where?
you drop it where it says result.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to take my
We'll see
time
what
since I can
happens.
do it beforehand.
Here, I'm gonna pull it up. On
So-
stream so people see it. Actually, I'll move to here. Do that. Okay.
Nice.
So taking
Yeah, I'm
your
gonna-
time.
Taking my time gives me a +2, but the distance is -1, so I'll have a +1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have plenty of time to do it. You're not doing this under duress or anything. You're not like running from people trying to get out of the system. You're just
Ooh.
Plot, of course.
Wow.
When you roll high like that, doesn't matter a lot anyway. All right. So now, that's work you did whenever
Hours
you were awake,
ago, before sleeping during
probably
travel.
before you went to sleep, right? You then have to wake up once you hit the egress point. So at this point, Ryder, you might want to get on intercom and tell Staroya to go to that engine room.
I was doing the math of like when I would get up based on what time it was.
Yeah.
And it was like 10 a.m. So when you were like 9:50, I'm like, oh fuck, I'm asleep.
Yeah.
Prepare for jump. Staroya to the engine room.
Oh, suka blit. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna jump over the co-pilot seat and look out the window.
You're gonna jump over it? Okay.
Yeah.
Is a Riker a Riker sit?
It's
Yeah,
like a super Riker sit if he's like jumping over it.
Dexterity.
Just dexterity athletics, or dexterity if you don't have athletics. It'll be an easy roll.
Yeah, okay. Dexterity.
Yeah, you hop over the seat and land in it excitedly, cinching the belt in the middle, strapping yourself in, tighten it.
Take a shot.
I look over at Roman and I'm like, best doctor in the land.
I'm ready. Let's do this.
It's a 30-minute process, so
Take another shot.
And then he
Get
just
ready
sits
to
there for
crunch some
30
math.
minutes. Let's do this.
All right.
Awkwardly staring at him. Okay. All right, so what do you do,
Roman
Staroya?
is
When
pumped.
Get up, go use the bathroom. Take like 5 minutes to get there.
Okay.
And
Do you respond?
The cat face just peeked into his like.
yeah. And she's rubbing her head up against my headset. Yeah, I'll respond over comms. On my way, Captain.
A few moments go by. Staroya, you find yourself
Take your time.
in the engine room. So the first thing I need is a very simple roll.
Oh no.
Which is just basically the power transfer.
Yeah, but I was reading. That's an education roll, not an int roll.
Oh yeah, these are all education rolls. Oh yeah, so what would your difference have been?
Oh, she did do education the first
Yeah,
one.
it did that.
Yeah, they're all education. Every single one of them, even the pilot roll.
It doesn't matter.
I was
+0
wondering.
and
I was like, it's not
everything.
like you have to like do anything when you're jump space, or even could.
Right.
That's a success.
That is a +11 effect. Wow.
Jesus
Yeah. So
Christ.
with no problem, you transfer the power, carrying on your bonus chain. By the way, it's still there. That +2 DM. So that is a result of a 13. Now, I just clicked off of it. I just clicked it right the hell off. Sorry. Hold on.
Oh no! Page down. Page down.
Imagine an old ship like this. The lights in the ship basically go out, right? We're throwing the entire ship's power to the jump
Yeah,
drive.
to some degree. I am actually curious. So, what is the power distribution on this ship? Because that is an actual thing in the game. Let's
Is it
see.
a stat?
Mobile room.
Well, you shut down the maneuvering drive, so it's not taking up 20.
Absolutely. So the jump drive takes 20, the basic ship systems take 20, the ship outputs 60, and the maneuver drive takes 20. So if you drop and the sensors take 2, so you can't run all 3 at once, but if you drop the maneuver drive down, which you have to, then you still have available enough power. So the lights probably do, because there is an actual problem with the fusion reactor on board the ship. So the lights actually do. It is one of the quirks. It's an awful one too. I specifically can't tell you what it is. It's so bad, but there's like a little spark.
Let's get rid of this fucking thing. Let's get rid of this thing. Don't like these.
It's literally the scariest quirk on the entire table.
It means that it can blow up during a jump.
It's not a blow up. It's not a blow up.
It's a rupture. Don't.
Oh, it's a radiation leak.
It's the fusion thing. It's not the jump drive. Okay.
Fusion core reactor.
So but the section basically says like there's a tradition of jump dimming, essentially, because it draws so much current.
That is true. Yeah.
Most of the time, most ships will dim the lights, and it says especially older ships, which this obviously is.
Which I imagine that's probably true. Cool. I imagine that's definitely true. Probably for like the basic ship systems on board ship, probably go to like half power or even lower when you're firing up the jump drive, and the transfer of the maneuver drive, turning that off so you can use your jump drive is more laborious, and like literally makes sounds in the ship that you're like, oh god, is that supposed to happen? And like the ventilation kind of,
I imagine like 100 years ago that this process only used up 1/3 of the ship's power and wouldn't have been all too taxing. However,
okay.
So now I imagine like lights blowing out.
So you did the 2 things that I need you to do. I need you to roll because of what you did just now. I can't be specific, but you need to roll a d6, just a single d6. I'm gonna make you do it since you're the. Okay.
Oh, it's either really good or really bad.
Yeah, I love how calm Cynical just got. You know it's bad. He said, okay. Right. He's like disassociating. So he's like, it's not me, it's the game. Yeah, you rolled that one.
It's all in the dice.
Sorry, I'm reading the thing.
Fuck.
Okay. Actually, 1 is the best number you could have rolled for something,
but not this.
Not this?
Oh, not this?
For something else.
Something.
Wow.
Okay. So as you transfer power, the fusion core functions, but there's this very, very brief loss of containment. Everybody takes radiation damage, 4 radiation damage.
How much did we heal on the trip over?
All right, well, it's going to get to that. So, is anybody missing 3 stats, like points from 3 stats?
No, I'm just losing. Just lost from endurance.
Wow. Yes, I got the worst of it down in the cargo hold, I guess. Okay, so you just roll a d6 and then add your endurance DM at your effective
dice modifier. Yeah.
At your effective endurance now, which may be negative.
Oh.
Yeah, which is why you can like
say that?
bleed out.
Yes, you could actually get worse potentially, but roll a d6.
Roll a d6 and add your endurance mod, whatever it is now.
Okay. Your current endurance mod.
It doesn't tell me what my current mod is.
I know. I had to change it on main and change it back just to see that mine was a -1.
Did I get those points back from sleeping?
That's what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
That's what we're doing.
Oh, sorry. What
so that's after 24 hours.
So roll a d6 and add your current endurance mod.
So I got 4 then.
Your endurance is currently 5, so you would treat your endurance as being a 5.
whatever that
5.
scale is. No.
Which is
Minus
5 would be -1, yeah.
Yes, you gain 2 back.
Plus the 3 though of my dice, right?
No, so 3 minus 1 is 2.
Yeah,
Oh,
3 minus 1 is 2.
I see.
So Starulia does not gain any 3 minus 3, right? Or no, that's with the 3. You rolled a 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Good for you.
7. So I would have. So I got 2 of those points back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't switch. How do I go to the DM, like, whisper a DM thing? In the,
The little toolbox down on the bottom right. Right. You can right click it.
toolbox?
The tower.
Oh, the tower. That's what it was.
You can say /whisper space GM also.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the exact type. I didn't want to, like, embarrass myself by exposing it. Exposing my ignorance.
Okay, but anyway, you all suddenly feel a sudden wave of nausea as you're exposed to a bit of radiation. Not enough to cause permanent damage, but it's not great.
Yeah, how much did you say that was?
It's 4 radiation damage.
Or
So how does
I'm
that
lower than I
subtract from what
was.
we've got?
It's damage.
Oh.
It's just
Yeah.
damage. It's just regular damage. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Roman. I need more detail.
Yeah.
So I healed 3 and got hurt 4. Ugh.
And apparently it's gonna happen every time you jump.
There's a chance that it does something every time you transfer power.
You seem to
what
imply that-
happens, and I'm like, we gotta get the fuck off this ship.
That's true, they did. I don't know if you would know exactly what this is. You just feel sick. Right.
Okay.
That's the thing, because it's invisible.
Okay.
You just suddenly feel sick. As a player, you know exactly what it is, but
Right. Okay.
you don't even have a
So
good
the
Pull out
four
my
are
knowledge
minus
to
Geiger
test it.
counter and test for it.
And to be fair, it's very low levels of it. It could have been much higher. The highest it scales is 2d times 10,
Jesus Christ.
which is
That's not good.
It's
pretty
game
much
over,
everybody
man.
dies. Yeah.
TPK.
That's not-
Yeah,
that's
we
not
just flew into
good.
a fucking death.
We should
Alright.
get rid of this
It's
shit.
not great.
Blah, I start puking.
I
Roman's
mean-
puking in the bag. He's like, wait a minute,
You
though.
over a drink.
I think being a physician, I would know what's happening, though.
I don't
Well,
think
you'd
there's
have a
any
better
way
idea
to-
than.
I think that's
Radiation's
true.
a fucked up
most.
thing.
I
You
would
can roll,
definitely, and I could.
But you're not gonna know. You can roll.
I'm gonna be knowing something's going on with me, and then I'm gonna see it happening to the rest of us, and I'll roll for that. I'll roll to see if I can figure it out.
I might know it's radiation damage because I'm at the core making the thing. So if it's
sure
like,
that-
hey, warning,
There's
then
not
yeah, I
supposed to
might
be that
know.
hole in the side of the reactor.
So it would be DC 10 or difficulty 10. Difficult.
But yeah, if the
Oh, you rolled already.
The night when all your hair falls out, then you'll be like, oh, we must have got a dose.
I would say because you're so
That's why I
close
threw
to
up
the 10,
earlier.
but you didn't get to it, you're one behind it. You, in the back of your mind, you're like, that could definitely be radiation exposure. This might be a leaky reactor, but it also may not be. It could just be like, you might also feel like maybe you're being hyper vigilant because of your past too about that same thing. You know, it kind of depends on how Roman wants to take that. But you don't for sure know, like, oh, it's definitely this.
Okay.
What's left of your brain, that is.
I'll say maybe you feel a little tipsy.
does the reactor
Alrighty.
have any kind of indicator or
I'll look at my
monitoring that
flask,
says,
yeah.
hey, I
Enter
leaked
and
a
jump
little?
at the same time. Since you're back there, Starulia, I would say you can actually get readings and stuff if you make engineering power roll or engineering roll if you don't have power, and that would be education.
I'd also say, I hope you're not procreating anytime this lifetime.
That would be a +2 effect. So average. Yeah, you're able to see that the reactor, you don't know what the exact problem is, but it's definitely got a leak. it's not enough to like. Currently, it's not bad enough to kill everybody on the ship or anything like that, but it is pretty bad. If it's not completely replaced, it will eventually go critical. And as I said before, it's 2d times 10 damage.
So yeah, that's 2DD. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's like ship scale weapon. It's like getting hit by a ship weapon. It's oh, your mic's fucked up. But yeah, it would 100% kill TPK everybody. It's got to get that bad. It's a ways from that, but the more you use it, the closer it will get to being that. You don't know how long you've got, how many uses out of it you've got. Several. What happened this time may happen next time you jump, or may not. There's not a great chance, but not a super low chance that it happens again. But again, you don't know how many of those you got in you.
Noted.
And if it happens enough consecutively, it also kills you. But
And this is one of the things that wasn't fixable.
yeah, it's a quirk. You would have to replace the whole of the fusion cores.
Yeah.
You can't just pay repair costs.
I have to replace the whole
All right.
generator.
Yeah, get rid of this shit.
Make sure not to mention this on the shipyard on the other side.
Here's your ship.
I mean, they're
Yeah,
thinking
we are.
Nothing's wrong
Water
with it.
damage
To repair
will
a bunch
not
of stuff
explode. Okay.
Feel
let's,
free to inspect it yourself, but
don't jump anywhere on your test drive.
All right, I still need the final
Pilot's turn.
pilot spacecraft roll.
All right.
And yeah, you just drop a dice in the result section, and it'll.
In the
do it.
result, and it's endurance.
It's education.
Oh, good. Oh yeah, I see it right there. Okay, because my endurance is -1 now. So all right. My God.
Mm-mm. You're lucky that you had the pluses from the the stuff before the state roll you did.
Rolls are
But you-
terrible.
You did get it. There's this quiet hush that washes over you. This amber, red, orange field encompasses for just a brief moment the exterior beyond the windscreen, eventually turning into almost a pure black color with the occasional swirl of either a reddish color or bluish color. It's hard to discern because there's so many, but they're very fleeting, just for a moment, as this blue pocket opens up around the ship, swelling out. We see it even for a moment on sensors, but not in optics from our cinematic camera. And then, as quickly as it was there, the ship disappears after this process of kind of for a moment flashing in and out. Like there's a quick burst of gamma radiation in the system as the ship disappears, and all you see is this field of black with the occasional swirl that moves by, these blue streaks that come towards the ship in swirling patterns, and you find yourself in jump space for a week at least. So, with that, let's go ahead and talk about your downtime activity. Your mic's still messed up.
Static.
So you're headed to Bowman. That's a single week jump. It's always basically a week jump. How do you make a roll?
I'm gonna be learning tactics.
Okay.
Study.
So go ahead and mark what you study. You don't have to tell me what it is, but you can mark what you're studying over this time period. Are there any scenes that anybody wants to have in this first week on your way to Bowman?
And the thing we study this period does not have to be the same as what we studied before.
It does, I think.
I think it does until you complete at least a study period.
Okay. Is there an opportunity for me to learn vac suit? 0.
Well, considering that you guys bought a vac suit and you have one on board and there's a ship's library, not a library, but a ship's library in terms of computer, yes, you can learn vac suit.
All right.
On board.
I'm still reading my engineering manuals.
Right. Oh, I need to fix something.
Yeah, I think I settled into a routine and said, wake up, do a little workout, play with the dog, run around, get as much exercise as I can.
Okay.
By dog, I mean Wolf. So,
Yeah. Mishka.
he's good. No scenes in particular.
I play a bunch of Battleship.
We didn't buy the kit. They had one for sale.
They did have one.
Yeah, they
had
did.
Miniatures.
What?
Remember?
No.
You had that
God damn
miniatures
it.
board game. You can always fly all the way back to Walston. Spend
All
another
right,
week to go
flipping
back
the
and buy a
bitch,
board
turn
game.
it around.
I'm only going back there to smoke that planet.
Yes.
Everybody
That's
was
funny.
too damn nice. Made me uncomfortable.
It's fair. I can see that. Oh, I gotta do a math problem. Do. Good thing I've done the same math problem with a million numbers 1,000 times now, so now I'm used to the fucking procedure. Which is funny. It's weird how much of that there is. This is a great system, but there's a lot of this. Which makes a lot of sense because of what it's doing. I had to correct something. And also, that changes that, doesn't it? Oops. Here we go. So, what is everybody studying, actually? I know I said you don't have to tell me, but now that I think about the availability of what there is to learn, it might be pretty important. So what are you all learning?
Jump drive.
Tactics.
Comms.
Okay. Comms you could do, jump drive you could do. Those are all like things that you have things on the ship to actually mess around with, and the library would cover. So unless you're trying to do something like gun combat or something like that, you wouldn't have. I mean, there's other stuff too, but that's just an example. Gun combat obviously is a good thing to get, but like you just don't have a facility for it here or the means. You'd have to have certain things to be able to do that. You don't necessarily have to have a shooting range on your ship to do that, but you would need to have it like at least a library or something to do a skill like that.
We could just practice in the hall with the stutters.
Stunning
Yeah,
each other
like,
over and over.
play a little like
Laser
ball.
tag.
Let's go out in the
Right.
cargo
Is there
bay
a
and
tag with
just throw cans
stunners?
and shoot them with the stunners.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
Oh,
fair.
we're stunning each other.
I guess that's fair too.
Yeah, we're playing a little.
I'd be
Training.
ready for it.
I mean,
Tactical
It's the-
training.
closest to real combat you're gonna get. Shooting another guy who doesn't want to get shot.
That's what Wayne would have done.
Yeah, you probably don't want to get shot by it. That's true. All right, sorry. I had to correct a grievous error on my part.
Okay.
Didn't change
That
up
whole
much.
radiation leak is not a real thing.
Oh, it's real. It's definitely real. Okay, so I'm done though. If there's no scenes that anybody wants to have during this week, then it goes by uneventfully in Jump Space. I mean, it's pretty rare that there is something that happens in Jump Space. I've already made the roll to determine like just now, well, a few minutes ago, certain outcomes. So before too long, though, the point at which you expect to exit Jump Space arrives. It does not go by. In fact, all the alerts show present, so likely you did not miss jump. But I do need transfer power to the M drive and a pilot check to come out.
This one, Dex.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how to clear this. That's not it.
I don't think it's Dex.
The Dex, or is it? I think it's Dex.
What do you need first?
First, I need his pilot, then I need your transfer. Oh no, it's the opposite. Actually, I need the opposite of that. I need your transfer and then his pilot as for the M drive. And it's int, not Dex.
For me?
Yeah,
Okay. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's still 0.
it's education for State Rulia. And it's easy difficulty. Okay. So you transfer power, no problem. And Ryder, your role is also good enough to get you on course. Travel time. Where are you headed? And welcome to Bowman. The system that's laid out before you is pretty damned empty. There's no terrestrial worlds, just a big asteroid belt, a really big asteroid belt, and a few gas giants. There is a station you can pick up the FFID of in the outer system. So are you wilderness scraping, or are you using fuel vouchers and going to the station is basically what I'm asking.
I think we had decided to use the vouchers.
Right. Okay. Then that cuts down on the travel time a little bit. 2.
Yeah, because we can here, so
Course
might as well.
2G.
Yeah, we don't know if we'll ever be back, so.
All right. 26 hours.
Although, it honestly wouldn't hurt to stop by the station. See if we can unload the cargo.
I mean, the station is where you would refuel if you're gonna pay for the refuel. There's only stations here. There's no planet to land on.
Oh, okay.
There's no terrestrial world.
Gotcha.
Just a big asteroid belt
So-
and gas giants.
Then, yeah, we will use our voucher to refuel and try to sell the shit we got in the back.
Okay. But you don't have to roleplay through that. You can do that manually here. So let's go ahead and deal with the trade goods section of that. Stay Rulia.
All right.
Trade. Okay. That's the wrong trade codes is what I need. Bowman. His mic is still messed up. Or it's messed up again, rather.
Yeah, it's bad right now.
No, it's better now.
For like 2 minutes.
Alright, they are asteroid. So code AS. Alright, get that. Alright, first you need to find a buyer. Because you already have the goods and everything. It's not like you're trying to buy something. So, let's get to that. You must find a buyer instead of a supplier. Same rules apply as the supplier. And when selling goods, add the sale DMs for the world trade code and subtract the purchase DMs. Okay. So, let's get a roll then for the supplier roll. Let's see. So I need average. I need a broker check, and it will take 1d days. Oh yeah, and to transfer power, I also need to. Okay, you don't need to roll anything.
And you know you want to. Ideally, we would be selling these on an industrial world. Right?
Is this place not industrial?
I don't know. Maybe it is.
I'm trying to find the Bowman trade codes right now. That's what I'm looking for. It's an asteroid, so it's got that, but I don't know if it's industrial. Where do you see them at on the map? It's the first time we've done this, so we don't know what we're doing yet.
Well,
well, maybe it's in here. Actually, I have a world section in here. Pull that up. That makes some more sense. Worlds go. Just looking at worlds. Missions, PC craft, systems. That's what it is. It's called worlds on one thing and systems in the other. And we're looking at Bowman. Bowman, there it is. District 268. Ah, yes, it has all the codes. It has everything. We didn't have to leave Fantasy Grounds. Okay. So I can just push it to you. I'll share it to everybody. Boom. There we go.
I don't see it.
Get anything?
How do you change what tabs are over on the right?
You don't see it?
why?
Nope.
You click on options, then you go to sidebar at the bottom.
Yeah, that has moved.
Yeah, that changed. It used to be in the library in Classic.
But yeah, trait codes are asteroid, low pop, and vacuum.
Yep. Aslova. I don't know why you don't see it when I share it to you, but 800-kilometer asteroid orbital complex. The Bowman Belt. There's the picture.
Nice. Wow. We're doing it. We're exploring the universe.
Oh yeah. All right. Trade.
Esselton is fluid oceans and non-industrial.
Okay, so
Opposite.
Aslova, asteroid, low population, and vacuum. How does that affect our trade here for biochemicals? I don't think it does. Purchase DM is agriculture is +1, water world is +2. That's for purchase, not for sale.
Which would affect the DM because they would have plenty.
If they're selling it, they're not going to be buying
Yeah,
it too
it's
much.
the opposite, right? When selling goods, add the sale DMs for the world trade code and subtract the purchase DMs.
Right.
There are no sale DMs for biochemicals that I can see.
So yeah,
Oh,
this
there
is just no
industrial
DMs.
Yeah, there's just no modifiers. Yeah.
So you could sell it here for no DMs, or you can.
I don't see a better place ahead to sell
no
it.
Industrial to sell it either. Yeah.
Okay. So that's cool. So the first thing you need to do is find a buyer. So there's no DM mod. So just roll a broker check, looking for a average or at an average difficulty. It can be either education or social. Your choice.
Education or social.
Yeah. Unless you're trying to like buy illegal stuff, then it's like streetwise and stuff, but it's still education or social. Let's see, what's the TL of Bowman? 9. So you could also find an online supplier, which is the same role but takes less time.
Well, I'll just
Average.
stick with broker. I know what I'm doing there.
Well, you can do admin for that. Yeah, so that's admin check instead of broker.
Broker it is with social.
Okay, broker social. You got a 10. That's a +2 effect. So what do we do next? Let's see. Once we know what we're doing with this, we'll be able to move
it's a
through it
10?
quickly. So yeah, he got a 10.
You sell it at 90% of the price.
Oh, okay.
So you would
90% of price.
So you don't get quite the full price, but it's pretty decent.
You didn't pay
So
anything for it, so.
Right, you could refuse.
And you need to roll a d6.
You don't have to take the deal, but that's probably a good thing.
And, yeah,
No.
sounds
Probably how
pretty
many
good.
tons he wanted to buy.
It's gonna take 6 days. You're gonna be here 6 days to make that deal.
To make that deal or to find that deal?
Do the whole thing.
For the whole thing, the entire
to meet up-
operation, the
meet
finding
up
and the
and-
making, all that. Yeah. If the traveler does not accept the price offered for his goods, he must find another buyer or wait a month. Either way, you still have to spend the 6 days. I mean, you're not in any rush. What are we doing?
I mean,
Selling it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do. We could stay an extra day and finish up our study.
I mean, you'll be in system for 26 hours to get out to the egress point anyway.
So we got our last 2 weeks.
Yeah, basically,
can-
this is taking up the last week of the
Yeah.
study period.
That's awesome.
Well, for
But yeah,
everybody, for everybody except for State Rulia, because State Rulia is
Yeah,
can't
I'm
study
busy
instead of
doing
study.
this.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Oh,
deal.
right.
Part of the deal.
So
Oh,
State Rulia is
no.
literally moving in and out of the station, like
So we just
meeting with-
lost all our
meeting with
money.
clients.
Yeah. Just like
I'm
she did
selling.
before. How did you?
Okay.
static.
Your mic's messed up again. So you have 8 tons, right?
Yeah.
8 tons.
All right, that's 360,000 credits that are transferred to your account within or at the end of the next 6-day period.
Nice.
I don't need a pilot check to undock from it since we're in downtime mode. But normally you do, I think, have some. Let me check real quick. Oh, okay, yeah. So if you take your time. Okay, so just make me I need 2 pilot checks. They can be int or dexterity.
Hold up.
Okay.
We ain't leaving yet.
Now, one's for him docking, so you do need that one. One was
Oh. Yeah, you probably need a dock ship.
and one's for undocking and leaving. It's not actually the docking that you're rolling for here. It's the managing of the traffic pattern around the station as you get into it.
I know who we are.
They do not know who you are.
We are heroes.
You might want to check that again. I don't
Tiny
know.
backwater
That doesn't
world,
sound right.
yeah.
That doesn't sound right.
All right, so you have no problem getting docked and everything. And you're going to be here for 6 days. Does anybody want to do anything for the 6-day period while Steria is running out doing all this wheeling and dealing? Or are you just like studying hard and getting some relaxing time in, having a few drinks?
During
No.
still static. During this time, can I also see what they're offering to sell me? Like, what can I buy here?
Absolutely. It's the same roll.
There's a lot I'd like to do if my mic fucking worked.
Your mic
that
works
worked.
now.
I didn't even do anything.
Yeah, that was
Computers!
before.
So
Magic weirdo
you
boxes.
need to make broker education or social and roll a d6 for how many days it takes. Oh wow.
But I think you need to roll D66 to figure out what you get.
Which cargoes they are.
Yeah.
Well, first you find a supplier, then you determine which goods are available, then you determine the purchase price. Then you purchase the goods. So he's just finding a supplier. So yes, you can find a supplier. It will take 5 days. So
And I can
you'll be-
do
you'll be here
both
11
find the
days.
buyer and find the seller at the same time? Or?
As far as I understand, no.
Oh, what?
I mean, these are separate things. You're too busy trying to make deals and meeting with people to do the selling to make deals and meet with people to do the buying.
Fair enough.
So it's 11 days total.
She's
fine.
asking the people she's selling to if they also want to buy.
They do not. All right, 11. So just keep track. I do need you guys to keep track that it will be 11 days for the the management of, fuel and all that, but it doesn't matter that much since you're getting refueled here anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. And go to here. All right. It is now Sunday, 11:05:064 at 10 a.m. Let's determine what you can find to buy. Goods are divided into two categories, common and trade goods. Common goods can be purchased on any world. Trade goods can usually be found on a world with a matching trade code. The amount of each type of goods available are limited. The tons column determines how many tons of a given type of goods are available for purchase. Alright, so let's go ahead and roll on the table. To determine, let's see, where's it at? Some goods are illegal, blah, blah, blah. For example, characters have contracted a supplier on an industrial world. Consulting the trades table, the supplier has the following goods available. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, so we're at an asteroid world, right? So I have to roll on this. I have a button for it. I think I missed something. Price. Trade goods that match the world's trade code. And 1D randomly determined goods. Alright. They have three things. So I click this button 3 times. 1. I'll put a line break in. 2. 3. That's what they have available for purchase.
Did Cyberscape still?
Nope, it's still working. Your mic's fucked again as well. It might have stopped playing for you if you reset your audio.
I don't know what else to do, you guys.
Those first
now it's
two don't seem
Doesn't
to be
matter.
available here.
Sorry, what?
Like the first one, advanced vehicles are available on industrial high-tech worlds, which this is not. So, I don't know if that means
Where do you seeing that table at? It's telling you that.
Well, I see the availability.
Availability. Oh, I see. Industrial and high tech.
Yeah, so that would mean they wouldn't have that. And actually, you actually get a +2 to selling them here because they need them. But the last one was availability all, so that one obviously it would presumably have.
Common electronics, right? Okay, I see. So I guess I'm supposed to select 3 randomly from what's available. Then I don't think that's how the table really works.
I don't know if you just say sorry you can't do it, or if you re-roll.
Okay, so let's look here. Okay.
Well, this is saying giving supplier has all common goods, the trade goods that match the world code, and 1D randomly determined goods. So they do have those. So they have those even though
They're just shitty to buy there.
normally they wouldn't buy, and they're expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, because you
But
use
somebody's
the
selling them.
modifiers. Yeah, somebody is selling those there, which you don't want to buy. But
All right, so
and so they have everything that would be. Hold on, sorry, 1 sec. So they have all common goods, and then the trade goods specific to their supply type, right?
yeah,
So they have, and when you're looking for trade goods, so all the trade goods that come from asteroids is what you really want to look at then. Which, how do we easily see that? What's the best way to do that?
Good news is there are none.
That makes it
So
easier.
the only things that are available
There are.
would be... Are there?
Yeah. Like
Oh, you're right,
illegal
that's-
drugs and
Second
gems
page.
and pharmaceuticals.
Illegal
Yes, you're
drugs?
right. Yeah.
Or
Illegal
any-
drugs.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
illegal drugs.
Illegal
Actually, no,
drugs.
you ignore sixes.
That's a different
if
roll,
you're-
though. You didn't roll.
Yeah,
you didn't
doing
roll for that.
streetwise.
That's a separate roll. You have to have been doing.
But
that.
pharmaceuticals, I guess they do have.
But that's correct then, yeah,
And
because that's not
there's-
illegal.
And there's a +2 purchase DM.
Yeah, you're right.
It's also uncommon ore.
Nice.
Yep. Oh yeah, it's +4 purchase DM. It's not a huge base price, so you probably don't get a lot off of your small cargo hold, but
It's a good point.
you also don't lose much if you.
We don't have a
You don't
ton to invest anyway.
Yeah, it's true. Well, what are you spending?
Well, how many tons available of common electronics are there?
Okay. I'm splitting up your purchase. By the way, or your sale that you just did.
2D times 10.
Oh, I just recorded it on the main sheet under other.
Okay, you can do that
'Cause-
there for now if you want.
I was going to spend a portion of that on these electronics. So we'll have something to sell in the next
Sure,
place.
we
that
can
makes
determine
sense.
the amount to split later. All right, so to determine how many there are,
I think it's 2D10.
there's no such thing as a D10.
2D times 10. Right?
Common electronics is 2D times 10. It's different for the different things, but yeah.
Right.
So 2D times 10. So there are available a lot. 110 tons.
At what price?
We have to determine that price, but
Then you were-
it would be.
base is 20k a ton.
This is. Which one is this that we're looking at?
Common electronics?
First one on the list.
Common electronics, and that isn't one of the asteroid ones, so there's no purchase DM pluses, right? At all.
Right.
So it's just a straight roll.
Right.
Where do you go?
Yeah, so like.
Purchase
Okay,
price. Here we go.
okay.
So to determine the purchase price, roll 3D and apply the following modifiers: the traveler's broker's skill. What's your broker skill mod?
Two.
2. Any DMs for the purchase DM column? None. Minus any DMs from the sale DM column? None. Minus any DM from the supplier. Some especially rich or powerful suppliers could demand high prices? None. And so then we just roll. So you roll 3d6. 3d6 plus 2.
3d6?
That's what it is. 3d6 plus 2.
Oh.
That's how you determine purchase and sale price.
Did you roll 3d6 last time?
I think it's different
No,
for
it was only
selling.
2d6.
It's
No,
different
it's
for selling
not.
as purchasing. Oh, well then you should roll
I wouldn't think
3d6 because
so.
it's 3d. It is 3d6. It's a d23
Yeah.
plus or table.
Roll another 6. Roll another d6.
Yeah, we already knew what it was. 3. So it would have been
So another 20%.
yeah.
20% of 400K.
Right.
Hey, 80,000.
Yeah, so add 80,000 to what you got there. Which was 360,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 440,000.
Nice.
Okay. Now I'll
So
need
do
you to
you
roll
roll-
a 3d6 though for this table. Add 2. 3d6 plus 2.
How do I do that? How do I roll 3d6?
You right click it and you click 3.
Yeah, you can just drag the normal dice and just right click. Yeah. Okay, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 10s.
10 again.
10% discount.
Yep. Sell price is 90%. 10% discount, like you said. And that is for common electronics. Which has a base of 20,000.
Let's buy 12 tons.
And it's 10% off, right? So
Yeah. So we can. What's our hold? Hold
12 tons.
12 tons. All right.
So what's 10% of
Okay.
20,000? 2,000. So it'd be 18,000 a ton, and you want to buy 12 tons of it.
Yep. 216,000.
So it's 216,000 credits.
That's good. You're the boss. You're the boss of the cargo hold.
The quartermaster.
So 440 minus 216 is 224 left over.
Yeah, it's probably good if you write it in more than one spot.
All right,
He's
let's
gonna
do it.
attack my cat. That was hilarious. His cat appeared out of nowhere. Sneak attack. All right, so you've got
Stealth cat.
you spent 11 days here. Is it anybody doing? What are you guys doing these 11 days that you're here besides study? Is any like little scenes you want to have or anything before you roll another pilot roll and take off to your next destination?
Is there
Well, I
any-
want to take my test.
Oh, so you have completed that time now. That's true. Okay. Roman is doing some freelance physician work on the station.
Nice.
So I just
Is there-
roll straight education.
What?
There is a thing for that.
I would tend to spend time on the station if it's reasonable. If it's
It's a pretty populated station.
all right. Yeah, I would try to just get off the ship and hang out. You know.
Sounds reasonable.
There we go. All right. So, Roman is doing his freelance physicianing. I forget how that works. It's all right. Roll. I believe you have to do the same thing basically to find people to work on.
It's 26 days.
All right, I'll tell you. I'll let you do two different things. So first, I'll let you roll a like a pure medic check to see if there's anybody you see that immediately needs like help that you can go up to, and then other than that, just like to try to find a random person. We'll roll on a different thing, but first I just want you to roll medic. Okay. All right. So that. Okay. Yeah, over the course of the 11 days, you don't find a lot of people, but there's a couple people that you're able to help out. Mostly it involves just diagnosing things. There's no like prescription, but you're like, this is what you should try and look for at the pharmacy maybe the next time, or that kind of thing. And I'll determine payout. It's not that bad. You could add another 250 credits. All right. And everybody but Stayrulia finished their study periods, so let's just have everybody roll their checks. We can do them one at a time here, real quick. Starting with, well, Ryder, I guess, since you were the one that brought it up.
The straight education.
Yeah.
What do I have to get?
I believe it's an 8.
Just this shit, 8.
That's some bullshit.
Yep. That's what I said. It's like 50-50 chance that this last
What
8
kind
weeks meant anything.
kind of bonuses can I get?
On this ship, none. If you have a library on your ship and stuff, you can get a
Go
plus
to
1.
college.
None of those things sound reasonable. All right, here we go. Oh!
Ooh, you just made it. You just
Oh,
made it.
you son of a bitch. That's why he's the captain.
Nice.
All right, let's see it from one of the other two. You, Dixon, or
I think you get a
or Rowan?
+1 every time you fail to complete the study.
Oh, you know what? I think I remember there is something like that. So eventually you do.
But you have to
get
do
it
a whole
no matter
nother
what.
study period, right?
Yeah, it's a whole nother
And
8
then
weeks.
try again. Yeah. Whew. All right.
Yeah, 8 weeks.
All right, here we go. I'm ready. Education.
Dixon.
No whammies. Stop.
You got it.
Alright.
Stop. You got it. All right.
Oh shit.
That's how we do it on Whammy Land. That's the show.
Whammy land. All right, Roman. Let's see it.
He just threw the bitches right off the board.
Fucking +6 effect.
Damn.
All right. Yep. So all 3 of you advanced. You all got your skill, or you all got your study period. That doesn't mean you got your skill. It takes a number of study periods equal to the level of the skill you're trying to obtain. So if you're trying to,
I
get
was just trying to obtain
something
0,
too,
so
so then yeah. So you do get your skill. So you do get your skill.
I do get my
What
skill.
is like comms? Is that 1?
Do you have comms already or not?
No,
Are you trying
that would
to
be-
get comms 1?
Well, I'm trying to get comms.
Well, comms starts at 1. So if you're trying to get comms for the first time, it starts at 1. So you're trying to get 1. So you use 1
No,
study period.
If it's electronic comms, it's effectively.
Is it effectively 2?
Oh no, you're
don't
right.
think
you're
it
right,
is.
you're right, you're
No,
right.
if you have electronics 0 and you're trying to get electronics comms 1, then you're just trying to get 1.
Yeah, it's 8 weeks. It's 1 study period. Which you just completed, so you just got electronics comms. So make sure you go to skills and drag electronics comms to your sheet. So congratulations, you all did your first like level up, quote unquote. There's no such thing as a traveler, but as close as there is.
Oh yes.
All right, so fair warning, we're not playing next week. We're going to be doing a different kind of thing next week for our stream or whatever. So I am going to push us just a little bit further here this week to see if we can get the progress made that we needed to get to be able to pick up next time we do play with a good bit of momentum. So if everybody's skilled up and all purchases and sales are completed and recorded, let's move on to the pilot check. It's pilot dex or ant, your choice. And you can take your time as well.
Which is a boon.
No, the
+2.
it's +2.
Okay, then I have +1. Whew. Okay.
Okay, so then that's a success. Clear this So much stuff on it.
Was that the right difficulty, I guess?
Yes.
8?
So you leave station. It is not long to get to the egress point here. Yeah. 26 hours. So another day passes by. And I need you have reached your egress point. So once again, you are ready for jump. So go to your task chain once again.
Task chain.
Indeed.
So I'm taking my time, but this is a long jump, so it's -2.
Yeah.
So I'm just rolling this at +0.
Right. Okay. Wait, which system is this? Asseltine, right?
Yeah, that's where
Wow.
we're going.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, result of 4. That's a success with no modifier, so the next roll is not going to be as easy.
If you fail astrogation, nothing happens. You just do it again. Like, just
Yes.
some more time.
But he did succeed. It just
Yeah,
wasn't a great
but
success.
I'm just saying, like, if you've got negatives, this doesn't hurt you. You can reroll.
That is also a success. But it does give a DM to...
These are some rider young rolls here.
That's
This is
absolutely
a-
true.
Event Horizon situation coming up. I can feel that now.
I'm going to get a 12 with all your low rolls.
You transfer power, nothing anomalous happens.
That's nice. I assume we're healed up, obviously, at this point. Anyway.
But by this time, everybody be at full health.
Right. Wow, better.
Indeed. Okay,
Oh.
now pilot
And I
spacecraft.
gotta do an edu.
Education,
It
you get
doesn't
+1.
matter.
But you don't have to put the +1, it should automatically do it, I think.
Oh, right.
Yeah. If the previous rolls.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. How did I get lower than all of your rolls? How? What?
Now you can
I
take
want
your
to see the
time,
algorithm.
which
I want to
adds
see
2.
the Fantasy Grounds algorithm.
You can take your time, which adds +2.
All right, take my time. I'm not a fan of that. Ryder's not a fan of that, but yep. Go ahead and take time.
I'm making sure you can.
I mean, you already said it.
If you can.
Well, I know you can for astrogation.
Yeah, astrogation, yeah.
It's just failed. Astrogation response. Yeah, astrogation response. Different power. Jump travel.
It's not that
jump
bad,
Firing the
really,
jump
yeah.
drive requires.
If you fail about 3, you basically die. We all die, but failing about 2 is not that bad. It's just like you.
Yeah.
It just wastes more time, I think. Or no, we
Yeah.
end up further outside the system. So like,
Refined system can misjump. Any misjumps are lethal. Okay, here we go.
yeah, one.
All right, 2d6.
Me? 2d6?
Yeah, you might as well.
Only me do it. All right, one good, one not so.
Okay. You enter jump.
And everything seems fine.
Couldn't help but notice you were just mashing the
Yep.
buttons back there.
That's how
Is
it
that-
usually goes.
Is that right?
You
All right.
sneeze when you hit the last button and you're not sure if it was.
It's
like, yeah, I'll just go with it.
Clock 2, Varocta. Okay, so, well, what are you guys doing for this week of study?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it matters. He didn't fail by that much. He only failed by 2.
Well, that too. It's just a situation, but
Well, I'm gonna finish up.
Oh, yeah, actually, same
Study
rule.
period.
Right.
Go ahead and rank your education roll.
Oh yeah.
about
Oh, here we
30
go.
basically
Your
now.
fingers crossed.
Is it just straight education?
Yeah.
Yep.
Straight education. Task difficulty 8. Which is already on. Sorry, bud. You get a +1 next time.
Damn. So if I want to take pilot spacecraft from 1 to 2, it would take 3 sessions or 2 sessions?
Take 2 study periods.
That's what I meant, study periods. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start my first study period of spacecraft.
Okay. Sounds like a good idea since you're doing all this piloting and crashing. Not literally crashing. But okay. So what about you, Roman? What are you gonna start to study?
Come back to me.
Alright, Dixon, what are you starting to study?
I'm not sure offhand either.
Well, that's fine. Just make sure you make up your mind by the time you get a couple weeks in here. But you've been studying something. We'll assume.
Next session, I'll let you know.
So yeah, try and let me know before the next session if you can, though, like in the downtime period or 2. But let's go ahead and get you to your next destination, unless there's any scenes anybody wants to have in between. Okay.
Other than the usual gallivanting with the crew, eating meals together, working together. I probably spent a lot of time
Kind of, but we're
writing.
like we kind of on different shifts.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're a little bit separated. All right. Well, I need Engineer J Drive. Okay.
I didn't set the difficulty
Yeah,
or anything.
it should have been easy, so that's a success. All right.
Don't you ever say that for me?
Because it was a failure for you. I can't help what reality is. All right. So,
You're the referee. You create the reality.
well, I create the setting around the reality. So the system is all mongoose. Not all mongoose. Mark Miller, I think, is mostly responsible. Is that hidden? Yes. Okay. So the time to exit the jump comes and goes, and about 12 hours later than you expected to actually come out of jump, you do indeed come out of jump. You're in the right system. You're a little bit off, but you are in the right system. The travel time to destination. Oh, that's actually not that bad. 36 hours.
Could have been worse. I got a little worried after, the 8th hour.
Making sure I do it. 62 hours, I'm sorry. 62 hours travel time.
That's different. That's not
It
good.
is.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead and make your pilot check. routine difficulty. Oh, this is Pilot Ant or Dex.
Dog brings up the destination on
Right, just make it.
the screen, and it's normally like fills the screen, and here it's like a tiny little dot.
Right. Okay. So 62 hours from now. Let me move the calendar forward. Anybody want to have any scenes in there?
Is this normal? How come we're so far out?
It happens sometimes. I forget you haven't been in space so much.
Yeah, it's just a scenic route.
Every now you see, it's not the exact
Alright.
science, I guess. Still, you can
It's
tell
pretty.
you.
Pretty out here.
Sometimes you end up
Alright,
past your mark. Sometimes you end up before your mark. We're lucky it's not in the wrong system, though. That can happen. It's also, I've heard
Or
of
not at
ships
all.
never coming out of jump.
Yeah.
I blame the
So-
junky ship. Just all of it.
Yes, we
Computer.
definitely need.
The engines. All of it.
We need a whole thing, whole new thing, and hopefully
I
we
gotta
won't
get
do
rid of
this
this thing.
again. But at least any jump you make it out of is a good jump, right?
Right.
That's a very good point.
We're here.
All right, so 62 hours later, you arrive at the Atheltine Highport, high above this mostly brownish color world, but fairly high population. The starport itself, pretty decent quality, Class B starport. The day is yours. What would you like to do? Refueling is free and takes 4 hours to complete. So you have at least that long.
This is Astraltine.
Atheltine.
We're in the high port.
Yes, you're at the Highport.
Is there an Astroburger here?
What's wrong? Not only is there one, there's three.
All in the high port?
All the Highport, 3 separate ones. It's a really big station. It's a
I'm gonna go to all three of
fairly
them.
high population.
Yeah,
station.
we gotta go Astroburger
They're,
hopping.
they're kind of like those like they're not like sit-in Astroburgers or whatever. They're like small ones that workers pick up stuff from. But there is one in the central part of the station where there's basically a bunch of like little coffee shops and people kind of milling around what looks to be like a movie theater, and it's basically like you're walking inside of a mall. And in there they have like one that has an
Nice.
actual interior. The other two that they have are on opposite ends of the station, with this one basically being in the middle, and those are just kind of at more the areas that the dock workers would eat from and stuff, pick up lunches from. There's a couple other restaurants down that way, and clubs and stuff as well. But you can eat there. 10 credits for 10 credits a meal, basically, however many Astroburgers you want to get.
Alright. I get 3 number 6s and 2 number 3s from all 3 Astroburgers.
Okay.
So
So
yeah,
Mike's messed up
5.
again. That's 5 each, so that's 15 burgers. So that's 150 credits worth of burgers.
50, you said?
150.
Oh, 150? Cool, that makes more sense.
15 times 10, yeah. Okay. Anybody else want to do
walk back.
anything?
Happy as fuck with my bags of Astroburger.
Yeah, you've got they like you bought so many that they like put them in like special bags to help you carry them back, like a catering tray kind of thing. Some of the stuff is like keeping them hot for a little while too. You can store them in cold storage and like reheat them or whatever for a while here on the ship
I
as
do
well.
that with the majority.
It's there's definitely a lot, but there's so many and you don't have much storage space on the ship, and they're not like an efficient stored food that you get to the point where you're like, I'm taking up all the fridge space. So you kind of end up having to eat a couple more than you would probably have eaten. But
Okay.
you got a bunch of Astro Burgers in there. Somebody's going to
mad.
probably eat them that aren't you. but it'll be hard to notice with 15 burgers in there.
Just gonna staring at you, watching you eat them too.
Not really. I'll eat like
One at a
8 of
time.
them. And just leave the buns.
Yeah. Put the buns back in the refrigerator. Okay. Anybody else doing anything other than hunting for burgers?
I really don't want to, but I might have to sell stuff here.
Okay. So you're selling common electronics, I guess, because that's all you got, right?
Yep.
Okay, what's Asseltine's deal? Let's see. I was just looking at it a second ago.
I'm also gonna try and
Fluid
find-
Oceans, non-industrial.
Yep.
I'm also gonna try and find like a library or something that I can get some heavy weapons manuals from, possibly.
Okay. It's not going to be easy to find that necessarily here, but it's not impossible either.
Yeah. And that's basically what I'm going to want to train in as well.
Make a...
Esseltine is Fluid Ocean, non-industrial.
Yeah, TL10.
With a good starport.
Yes. Okay. I would say the software probably is available, but I forget how much it costs. Can you look that up for me, Jordan? The training software.
I'm sure I'll look.
It's not like a physical book. You actually have to buy a software package that you use on the ship's computer or whatever computer that you have to train. Does that make sense, Society?
Say again, sorry.
You have to buy the software package for the training or whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was.
Yeah, I was letting you know it's not an
Something
actual
like
book. That's
that.
all. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, I assumed.
I'm having him look up what it is. I forget where it's at and how much it costs. Let's handle the trade rolls real quick then, Psycho. So non-industrial means your sale DM is +2, and that's it. Okay. Sale DM +2.
Broker 2.
Broker 2, so it'll be 4 for that roll. So first you have to find a supplier. So broker or yeah, it has to be broker. So roll broker. Education or social. You don't find a buyer within your first 3 days. Just can search for multiple suppliers, but there is a -1 DM mod per previous attempt on a planet the same month. So yeah, you can roll again and spend more time. You've spent 3 days so far.
Nope. Spent time looking. Let's go to the next place.
1, 2, 3.
I could look too, streetwise.
That's true.
If you want to get in that business.
I didn't even think about that. You guys can actually split up like that, which is kind of advantageous. Yeah. So you
Well,
can do that, or you can do admin as well.
we can sell at the Flammarion.
Flammarion ding dong.
Flammarion. It is also similar pricing, except a better starport. So maybe.
Yeah, let's do that. I don't want to get mixed
Okay,
up in any.
yeah.
Best not to waste time here if we can just do
I mean,
it
it's a
there.
fair point. If you're doing streetwise, you are dealing with criminal elements, so I will play that up. Okay, so then you spend 3 days there looking for a buyer and don't find one. I moved the calendar forward already.
Oh, the jumping. Yay.
Okay.
Alright.
Pilot check.
Oh, whoa. I ended up grabbing the whole window and moving it around.
Dexter,
Hold on.
another one, your choice.
That was weird. Alright, here we go. Oh!
Hey, you did it.
It surprised me.
Cut some time off the
Neither
journey,
of those
too.
numbers were a 1. I just
Neither of them
couldn't
were
believe it.
one. Oh, poor abused Matt over here. Okay, so is it near neighbor? There it is. Oh, that's wrong. Near
For
neighbor.
whatever reason, Mad Cow's got some bad luck rolling dice.
26. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Oh, that's not bad. 18 hours
Okay.
to get
Nice.
to egress point. So less than a day. It's the first less than a day when we've had this whole campaign so far.
Awesome. And you're wrong. Days on this ship are 459 Earth days, so all of them have been under a day.
Yes, Captain. Right away, Captain.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, you arrive at your egress point at 8:20 a.m. on one day, 11/05/072. You have now been together for 60-something days, a couple of months.
Here we go.
So once again, time for a task chain.
Jump time.
This task chain thing makes this jump thing like we'll get really quick at this because of this. I feel like eventually. All right. You plot the course over the course of that 18 hours. Exceptional success. Nice. Transferring power is simple, almost as simple as flipping a switch. Making it seed properly isn't
It
quite
doesn't
as easy.
explode.
And I gotta roll my thing. Okay. That is once again a success. Now it is time for the pilot to roll.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for the ship to explode.
Wow.
Ooh.
+6 effect. Really good.
Right. Finally.
Just coming out of jump drive in the new system, ship explodes.
Pretty much. So, anything anybody wants to do? Any scenes anybody wants to have in this week of downtime? Record your week for your studying. Whether you have the skill written in or not that you're doing it to make sure then how many weeks you've got applied
We
towards
have
your
2
study period.
weeks for the most of us.
Yeah, I think Stable you would have 1, and everybody else would have 2. Well, to be fair, Stable no, it would be the same. Yeah, because it hasn't been a full week. Because Stable was only there for 3 days looking for buyers that time. All right, so that's all.
Well,
recorded.
plus the 11 days in the last place.
Yes, that is
So
true.
they could have gotten.
That's true. They would have 2 more. They would have 1 more, and plus the 3 days, they would have 2 more. So yeah, everybody except Stay Roya would have 2 more study periods. So you guys should all. Have
Oh,
4.
right.
That's a good point. So Stay Roya should have 1. Everybody else should have 4. Okay. Are there any scenes that anybody wants to have in jump space on our way in? I gotta roll this for the next system. Okay. Easy run. No scenes? Can't hear you there.
No, I don't think so. I think I'm getting nervous about the ship and ready to get off of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
It is kind of a little bit of a death trap, that's for sure. But it's pretty cool too. Like if you think about how long the ship has been around and how much shit it's like gone
It's cool when
through.
it starts spraying us with radiation.
Absolutely, but at the same time, if you think about like this ship basically started over near Earth, and it's made its way all the way out here, you know, over a career of 125 years. And the Scout Services is like, it's like venerated to them to some degree because of previous crews, not the last crew, but crews before then. And that's why they're like, no, we want it back, and we're going to fix everything that needs to be fixed. We'll replace the things, all that stuff. They'll spend the time, and they'll put it back in the service, right? And who knows? Maybe it'll be there 125 years from now.
It belongs in a museum.
It does, though. It does, though. It does a little bit. Okay, then with that, we move forward to one day, 11/05/079. You've now been together almost 3 months, not quite. 2.5 months. At 8:20 a.m., as you perfectly on schedule are ready to exit jump. So I just need a engineer J drive. And that should be simple, I think. No, easy. That's a success. And then I need pilot. Can be int or dext.
Oh, don't you gotta roll your thing?
What difficulty?
6.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just waiting on that reactor critical failure.
Yeah, me too. Okay. I gotta roll my roll. Not quite. Wait, it was close. Alright. Nobody takes any radiation damage. As a few moments pass by after arriving at the point at which you will exit jump space, you... if this would load up, there it goes. Find yourself cruising through the star-studded skies of real space. Once again. This time in the Flammarian system. Flammarian, a pretty thin atmosphere planet, has a high port and a low port that you can visit if you want. But the shipyard, or whatever it is, really, it's not really a full shipyard, but the actual ship purchasing and the turn-in for your job and everything is at the way station above the above Flammarian in the high port. It is an enormous way station, and you can see as soon as you get into the system, basically. Oh yeah, by the way, I gotta do this. All right. It's not bad. So it's 26 hours to get to there. I'll do this. Okay. "26 hours later, you find yourselves ready to request for docking at Flammarian Way Station, owned and operated by Imperial Scout Services. You have to request docking first, but you're there.
I couldn't hear you. Society.
Oh, I was muted. Is my mic okay?
No.
Test.
Still messed up.
Static.
Test.
Now it's good.
That's good.
All right. This is the elbow room requesting docking.
Your mic just went bad again. But
I didn't hear that. What?
Marion Way Station, you looking to get docketed in here? Exactly whose elbow room? Sorry, I need to get this FFID signature in here. One moment. Oh. Alright, yep, that's, just so I'm clear, you're not a member of Scout Services, right? You're coming in on a contract repossession?
That is correct, sir.
Alright, you can head on over Docking Bay 4. Looks like she'll be clear for you in about 10 minutes. We'll have her clear by the time you get there. Stay safe.
Affirmative, elbow room out.
at least the static made it sound like you're on a radio. Okay. So yeah, I just need a pilot int or dex.
It's just how
Oof.
crappy our
What are these
ship
rolls?
is.
Yeah, you're doing really well.
I don't understand.
It's because you decided you were gonna start leveling up your pilot. It was like, all right.
It's true. I'm half a session into pilot upgrade.
Okay, with no issue, you come
Showing
in.
already.
You come into dock. There's no landing here. It's a full docking bay where you pull up alongside and your airlock connects, and there's an umbilical that reaches out and connects, and then kind of covers over. It's a fairly high tech one, and then basically right on comms as soon as you enter docking and it locks in, you get a message.
Welcome to Flammarion Station. Elbow room, if you'll head on through, we'll have contractor negotiations for the paying off of the repossession at your disposal through Concourse 3. Thank you very much.
And they cut out.
Affirmative.
Okay, so you guys disembark the elbow room.
Need to sell the cargo, but
We made it! It didn't explode!
So you can have
Don't
you can
celebrate
have
too quickly.
you can have all the stuff removed from the
It
cargo
explodes
bay
on the-
and everything
as we're docked.
and because you're doing the repossession, they'll like let it sit there basically for a couple weeks at most to sell off. But yeah, they'll cash in the contract for the ship. The contract for the ship though doesn't pay anything except for the fact that you, with the voucher you have, get to skip over your down payment on a purchase of a ship, and you get to skip over 1 month of the first 2 months payments that you have to put up front normally. So all you have to do to buy a ship is pay the first month and continue paying it. So you head out of the ramp of the ship, begin the process of unloading your cargo. Are there any souvenirs you take with you from the Scout Courier elbow room? Because this will probably be the last time you are aboard it.
I'll scratch my name into the bunk.
Okay. You find as you've done that, you've looked over the ship because you've been on it for weeks now. There's scratched names like all over. Like I've even said that before. It's that kind of thing, right? And you now join the many who've lived here for a short stint on the elbow room. Who knows how many people lived here? But you were one. You know that.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that too.
I won't. I spit on it.
Oh, There is a purchase price for them somewhere in the... I thought it was the core rulebook.
I haven't seen that mean, it talks about it. Like,
Definitely read it somewhere.
let's see, price. What are you looking for?
Learning software.
this-
Cost for
learning.
like to get like remote learning.
I know it's pretty expensive. Let's see. Specialized computer.
By the way, you never dispersed the 224,000 left over from before.
Well, that's probably going towards the ship, so.
Yeah, I mean, however, it's recorded, but it was not, you know, nothing ever happened with it. So
Yeah, I got it noted on my main page
okay.
under others, but once we sell what we got, then we'll look about how much we're
Yeah,
going to
I'll
throw
have to,
towards a new ship.
I'll have to
and how
get
much
to
we're
it
gonna
later. I'm not sure how much it is, but I think it's the same cost as
spread to us.
I can't remember what it is exactly, but it's pretty expensive. It's like 0.2 or something like that, or 0.3 million credits.
I can't just like get a basic.
Oh, you can buy a book on it, but that's not going to be enough to teach you a skill. You need to buy like the full learning package for a skill or whatever, which has like all the, you know, training stuff in there, etc. I mean, you can buy it. It's just expensive. It's like $100
Alright,
grand or something like
we'll
that.
talk about it later because that changes some plans.
Yeah, I'll have to look up the exact price of it later. But yeah, it's fairly expensive. I think it's somewhere around 100,000 credits, but I gotta look it up.
It's like I don't know how else I can learn about heavy weapons other than that, and that's not happening.
I mean, it's definitely possible. You can definitely learn heavy weapons that way. You just have to buy the stuff to do it.
That's what I'm saying. And that's not happening because I'm not spending that money fucking credits on that. There's got to be another way.
You could enroll. You could enroll in a school for it. You can also do starship stuff.
Find a teacher, that sort of thing.
Yeah, which is also usually fairly expensive. But okay, we'll worry about it later though, since I don't have that data in front of me right now. Anyway, we'll know exactly how much it costs, but it's thousands of credits. It's not cheap. So, but I just don't know how many thousands of credits. All right, you disembark the ship for the final time. Turn around, take a look up the ramp for the last time. Mishka follows you out the ramp, Dixon, and then looks back, and there's kind of a strange whine in her voice as she like looks back and forth, like, what's going on? Why am I leaving my house? But when push comes to shove, after all
Did you
these
get her
weeks
bowl?
of bonding,
Don't forget her bowl.
that's true. I'd say she would probably
got it.
carry it if nothing else, but given how smart
No,
she
you
is.
just hey, give that ball.
But you've had weeks and weeks to bond with her now, so at this point she is all familiar and friendly with all of you, and not just Dixon. But she has mostly bonded with Dixon because he was the one that initially fed her. She follows you off. You head out for the final time, leaving the elbow room.
Oh, that's dirty. Now there's just a hole where the ship was.
We walk
your
away
heart.
from it and it explodes behind us.
For me as a player, not as a character.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, well,
As a character, fuck that piece of shit. It's
you head through out docking bay 4 and into concourse 3, and there you are met with the contract agent who notarizes your endorsements and vouchers that have been presented, so it's all valid and works. Isaac wasn't lying to you. it was real. So that's good. And Starulia, you needed to try to sell the cargo. Am I right? Correct? Yes, no? That's what you're doing?
Yeah, sell cargo.
All right, and you have electronics. Basic electronics.
Yep.
And what are the tags on this world?
Non-industrial is one of them.
Non-industrial. Are there any others? Let's see.
Poor.
Poor. That actually does change.
You only get the greater of the two if they're both in play.
Yeah, so it's just non-industrial and poor. Both are in play, but they are. But non-industrial supersedes poor in this instance. So you get a +2 from that, and then a +2 from your broker skill. Go ahead and roll me a broker skill. Which first is just your regular broker's check with anyway. Okay. You don't immediately find a buyer in the first 2 days spent here.
I'll look for one as well.
Are you going to use Streetwise or administration?
Streetwise.
Okay.
Streetwise and
Streetwise, education. Oh no, you're right. Streetwise. No, it's education or social.
education or social. So
It's also a day. Or a die. A die of days. Go ahead and give me that Streetwise roll.
sorry. Oh. 4
We'll
days.
take yours. We'll take yours because you rolled it first anyway. 4 days. So after 4 days, because 2 of those days were simultaneous, you don't get anything. Dixie, you don't get anything your first 4 days. You can retry after those 2 days at a -1 if you'd like to, Starulia.
Try again with a -1.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And it will take you 3 days to do it. Hey, there you go.
Nice one.
12. So you find yourself a buyer. Now, let's figure out what the price difference is. So you would add +4 to your roll. So roll 3d6 + 4. 13. 13 is 110% sale price. That's pretty good. You can't complain about that. That's for damn sure. The base price for them, I believe, is 20,000.
Yep.
Isn't that right? Yeah.
Selling it all, so that's 264,000.
22,000. Yeah. And, oh yeah, afterwards the logic
days.
all.
And I guess Streetwise is more for suppliers of illegal goods. I think specifically,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, it might be true actually.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, no problem. They will buy.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
They will buy up to 110 tons of it. So you have 12. They'll buy them all.
Look at the chat. Look at your chat. Look at what Automod held back and the reason. That's so funny.
Oh, I didn't see that lunatic. I'm sorry. Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, it's so funny. And now look, it says permitted term. I'm going to murder you.
Oh wow, that's some squiffy level
That's
stuff.
amazing. It is. Yeah, I wish you was here to see that.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Good job, Lunatic. Lunatic Design,
man.
everybody. Maker of brilliant maps. Go check them out on Chronicle RPG.
That's funny.
That's great. Oh man, I wouldn't have thought that was coming. Oh, I love that. I do what I can. Yeah. All right. Well, you sold your stuff. That's pretty great. You did a hell of a lot of selling stuff. After a total of 5 days, you did it all in 5 days. That's not that bad. So you spend 5 days dealing around with the brokerages in the area, getting to know the station on Flammarion, eating a lot of Astro Burgers, because Flammarion will definitely have some Astro Burgers. And you brought some as well on your trip. You probably got through them though, because it was a good week and a half to get here. So you probably ate them all and are like, oh, I'm gonna go eat some more now that there's Astro Burgers around you. There's other places to hang out and relieve a little bit of stress, but your morale is up now. You don't really need to do any of that, so you're feeling good, and all of you have this sense of anticipation and excitement as towards the end of, not the exact end, actually need to the calendar for it, sorry.
Also add 22,000 to your personal credit. I'll just take 88 off of our current profits.
Okay. Sweet.
Very cool. Okay, so now it is Sunday, 11:05, 085. You've been together for 80 days together as a crew. Now just starting out on the Royal Viking, a small shuttle, where you almost getting shot up on your first job, which amounted to a strange smuggling operation, eventually making your way to the world of Tarsus, where you underwent quite the incident, this near tiny war between factions there, coming out ahead in that and making your way eventually all the way up now from Walston, where you saved a small town basically from a volcano, and eventually to Flammarion, where you, no longer owners of a ship, step for the first time into the Flammarion way station shipyards with the intent of purchasing your first vessel. There stand 5 ships for purchase when you walk into the area. A shipbroker walks up to you, big smile on his face, hair swept back to about the mid of his back, blonde, pretty tall, pretty wide too, actually. He's sort of a bodybuilder type guy, has the look of a sword worlder about him, which makes sense given the proximity to the sword worlds here. Takes a few steps towards you, regards you, scratches his chin, points a finger, sweeps it back and forth. Yeah, you're travelers, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Do a bit of traveling.
We
Yeah, so
dabble.
you're the ones that headed from the elbow room. You returned that, huh?
That's correct.
Okay, that is good. So, as the contract says, no down payment on ship purchase if this is what you wish, and you have not to worry about the first 2 months rent, but purchase price. You just pay the first month payment, and we will be good. Would you like to see one of the ships? We have 5, which is more than we usually do.
I think Steruga has an idea of what we're looking for, if you want to narrow it down.
Sure, I can just show you them right here on the this panel. Let me pull them up for you so you can see all of their information. And he pulls up
Hands where I can see him, bucko.
Have reports all 5 of these ships are stolen.
We're gonna need to do a detailed inspection.
By the scout services? It's like going up to the FBI and being like, trying to rob them by like telling them you're arresting them. That's weird. Okay, so here we go.
It's crazy enough to work.
Well, this one right here is that's pretty good. This one right here is well, I'll show you our newest ships first. Maybe not so sure what you want to see, but yes, we can look at all of them. So this one right here is called the Seeker. Did it pop up for you guys when I did that?
No.
Negative.
Well, it should be under PC Craft Shared.
Okay, yep.
This one right here is called the Seeker. It is only 2 years old, this ship. So moderate purchase discount, not much, I must say, but she's in good shape. After your discount and everything, this would come out to be about 218 credits a month. 133,218 a month.
Okay.
And that is the Seeker is it's the exact same layout as the ship you were just in, the elbow room. Same size, all that, except the interior layout is a little bit different. It has, it doesn't have the probe drones. It does have 5 mining drones. It's basically like a mining ship version of that ship. Are you interested in this, or perhaps maybe I should show you some more?
Why don't we just see all of
Next
them?
one.
We can look at all of them, yes, if you want, but I have to tell you the prices, so... We got
This
this
was
one right
saying
here.
Steroid has idea of what we want.
Maybe you should tell me which, if there's something specific you want in the ship, I can tell you which of these 5 has that, perhaps.
Well, there's nothing specific.
If you want something very fast, I have this one. I have a few, actually, that are fairly fast, but maybe this one will suit your needs. This is the Star Seeker.
No relation.
No relation.
57 cargo on this one. Oh, it has a library. Oh, is that a ship library?
It's,
That's the library.
That's not the same
software.
thing. Okay.
It's not the same thing.
software.
Okay.
It's
Yeah. Yeah,
pretty
not the same thing.
basic.
Okay.
This one is
It's got more lasers. I like that. No armor.
How is that one fast?
It's jump
It's
2.
not bad, but
Most ships that come to here are jump 1. This is jump 2. We have a few jump 2s.
Yeah, the first one was jump 2 as well.
This is also a fast ship. This is a scout ship, though. This is a 200-ton ship, twice the size.
Oh, like these. Look at that.
Secret's only got
80.
2 staterooms, so that was pretty much out. This has got 10.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
10
I can
rooms.
see you are less interested in this one. Perhaps I will show you
I like it.
the Sky Blossom. Maybe you are interested in this. It is only jump 1, but it is cheaper. No weaponry or anything like that, of course, but it is always workable. You could put on, you know, as a big cargo hold. Not
That was a
interested in
big
that?
cargo hold.
Okay, let's see what else I have for you. Maybe this
Yes,
is a good one.
no
Go ahead.
weapons.
No weapons, that
Yeah,
is
no
true.
weapons.
You can put them on, though it is not cheap. I have this here. Maybe you are interested in something. Why did this Vaga thing pop up on my screen? This one. Here we go. Stupid new computers. All right. This one here is called the Oberon. She is only 3 years old. 283,941 credits a month. This is not cheap, but she comes with a launch, a smaller vessel that you can control as well. Little shuttle.
That one's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is kind of cool.
There's I was wrong. There's not 5. There's 6.
Kind of like the Oberon.
This is a good ship if you were wishing to perhaps capture certain types of animals and store them in different environments so that they don't die. Very environmental atmospheres can be kept in the multi-environment spaces. So if you wish to have an animal that breathes perhaps pure nitrogen, they can stay in there. It is useful if you are a collector of these types of things, or perhaps specifically looking for things for missions and such. I don't know what you do, but the scouts use them fairly often. It's a decent ship. If you're looking for something a bit more regular, I have it looks over at all of you. No, you are not into regular. I can see this is you. If you are interested in the Oberon, perhaps I can show you this. This is a bit cheaper than the Oberon, but not by much. This is our biggest ship of all of them. We call this one the Vagabond. The ship is 260,800 credits per month. After the discount, she is 22 years old. A few quirks, but nothing too bad. Only 3 quirks. A bit strange, but not a bad ship. Not a bad ship. I can go over the quirks with you individually for these ships if you would like. So the Oberon and the Seeker have 0 quirks because they're so young. The Sky Blossom, which I didn't bother showing you because he was like, "Oh, you're not interested in this little basic ass shit." Or no,
Yeah, we saw the Sky Blossom.
Oh, I did show it to you.
Seeker.
Yeah.
The Seeker only has 2 rooms.
Yes, it does.
So we were.
But you can modify it, right? So, you know, it would just cost a lot of money to do that. So somebody might have to sleep without a room for a while if you wanted to do that. The Sky Blossom is... Sorry, where's it at? There it is. 24 years old. Has 3 quirks. They are damaged thrusters, which is DM -1 to all pilot checks. Severely damaged, so negative 10% to hull, and damaged sensors, -1 to all electronic sensors.
That was the Sky Blossom?
That was the Sky Blossom.
Man, fuck that shit.
Just there's a lot of those to read, so why don't you just tell me what ship you want to know the quirks on, and I'll read them to you instead of having to.
Oh, Sky Blossom is also the one with no weapons.
Yeah, there's multiple.
Or I think Vagabond or the Oberon.
All right, so
Vagabond, 8 lasers.
Yeah, Vagabond is kind of a nice.
There's a lot of
100 hull
lasers.
points.
Oberon is the most expensive, but it
Look at the
does not have.
Vagabond as well.
It has no. The Oberon has no. The Vagabond should be TL12. I don't know why it said it's 9.
Oh, yeah, I was like, fuck.
Oh, okay.
It's 12. It's 12. It says 12 on the. It says 12 on the spaceship version of it, but on the spacecraft version of it, but for some reason it says 9 on the PC craft. I guess when I the data
Vagabond
transferred.
awesome. Super
So the Oberon doesn't have any quirks at all.
It's new.
Yeah, it's 3 years old.
Vagabonds.
You said there was one more shit though?
Yes, there's one more ship. She is called technically 2 if you count the launch that's in the other one, but that's not what you mean. It doesn't have a jump drive, so I assume you don't want to see it. But the other ship is the Lucky Break, which is a very simple ship. I'll show it to you. She has jump 2 and is a Type A hull. So is the Vagabond, but the Vagabond is a larger version of the Type A hull.
And no weapons on this one either.
That is true, there are no weapons here. She has jump 2 though, huh? The Lucky Break is 141,483 credits per month. After this discount, she is 75 years old. And she has 6 quirks.
Oof.
What's the quirks on the Vagabond, if you will?
So the Vagabond actually rolled pretty well on quirks. So it got library computer contains some unusual information.
Okay.
Upgrade computer to next best type, which I already did when I rolled it. So
I was
it
about
went
to
from-
say, good lord.
So it went from computer 5 to 10. And then vessel contains concealed smuggling compartments.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's awesome quirk.
Yeah. So what's the
Which
cost
is-
on that puppy?
Interesting.
Yeah.
240, wasn't it?
I can't afford not to have her.
The Vagabond is 260
Also?
credits, or 260 credits, 260,800
Nice.
credits.
Sold. 260. No, 260 credits sold.
No, he's already on the screen. Sorry, I slipped.
By the
I'm
way,
not so good at the angling. Oh,
this bridge has holographic controls, so Ryder wants this ship.
That's
Vagabond?
it, right? You got cargo space,
Mm-hmm.
concealed cargo.
Lasers.
she is not the
10
biggest
state
cargo,
roads.
but she is a pretty big cargo.
Bigger than Oberon.
Here.
Basically,
times
when I made all the ships, I made them in progressing order of like least to most expensive. This was the most expensive, but then I rolled for the ages that give them discounts. So this ship is actually the most expensive, more expensive than the Oberon,
Right,
but because it's got a 20% discount for being 22 years old, it's cheaper. And it rolled really well for the quirks. I do have to say, I was like, oh, these are
Right.
almost all. They're not all
I'm
positive, but
sold.
one of them's positive.
I think I'm sold on this.
A
I
vote.
think
I think we
Vagabond.
found our ship.
I think so.
I think so.
So you want to make a purchase on the Vagabond, huh? Well, the first fuel tank is free, so we all have them fueled up now. If you are interested in taking a look and perhaps making a home in this new vessel, huh?
I think this
You throw in
sounds
some undercoating for free.
I do not know what this is, but I will put all the coats you want to under here.
Yes. All the
Can we
coats
get
Alright,
under.
I'm gonna unshare those then.
Hey, make sure we get our sweaters off that thing.
Yeah.
I want everything
You
filled
already
to like
moved it all. It's been weeks, right?
the
so-
water.
or 5 days. Sorry, not
fuel.
weeks. Sorry, what is this? You're asking?
Everything will be topped off, right? Like life
Oh, yes,
support
yes,
systems.
yes.
All right.
Of course, of course.
Does this ship come with an air raft, or is it just able to hold one?
Looks like it comes with one.
It comes with one.
5 tons.
Wow. So we'll have two, basically. I have a voucher for another one.
Lasers, bro.
Cargo crane.
That's a lot of pulsing.
Well, what I'll let you do is cash in your voucher, and we can because that's our standard air raft. Not
Upgrade
the,
it.
That's not the sealed one. So what I'll do is I'll let you upgrade it, and I'll give you back some of the money. So it'll be the sealed
Okay.
aircraft.
That sounds
That's
like a good
that's
plan.
the open top one.
Otherwise,
So if you
can take up
If
more
you turn in your
storage
voucher
space.
there, you can have the sealed aircraft, and we can give you back a little bit of the money for the difference.
We can just make it a grav car.
You do not want that, actually. you don't. That's less versatile. But
That is garbage. But what if we throw in a free low berth trip anywhere you want to go?
not so much for me, but I appreciate it.
With some of the extra money, you should
Nice try.
put in an auto bar real quick.
I wouldn't do
You
that
want
at
an
all.
auto bar? How much does an auto bar cost?
It's only like 300 or something, right? It's
Well,
not
that's
much
the-
anyway.
There's a difference in an auto bar, and there's a difference in the one that goes in a ship and the one that goes in a vehicle.
Oh, that's right. We need one of each.
And one that goes in an
So yes, this is the
One right beside the pilot seat.
if you wish, we can put the auto bar in. Yes, that will cover perhaps the difference.
Perfect. Let's do that.
All right, yes.
A sealed aircraft and auto bar for free? Yeah. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
So, think we can afford this, Steruya?
That a yes?
How much was it again?
Roman, because of the
260
grenade launcher, hopefully preventing
260K
TPK.
a month.
Nice. You just got yourself a
260K right now,
floating
dude.
boon, Roman.
Sorry.
You just got yourself a floating boon. Thanks to Lunatic.
That's fucking nice. Thank you, bro. Definitely gonna need them.
He's having a lot of problems with his mic right now, but he loves you. There you go. He said it was because of the grenade launcher, hopefully preventing a TPK. All right, so
I think we could afford it, yes. It'll be, tight.
I think it'll be worth it.
Yeah, we gotta make it work. These ships are lemons. No offense.
none taken. These are all used. I don't bring in all the contracts. Some of them last a while, you know, but some don't need more work. But yeah, I can have this auto bar installed. Perhaps in your galley aboard ship if you want to see it. I give you a tour.
That would be wonderful.
The ship, it has something wrong with it. Yes, it is fine. The sheet was displaying weird for me for a second. Nothing wrong with the actual ship.
No, it's something wrong with it. It's like it's laid out so poorly. There's like 10 tons of space that's just not there.
Not there.
Wink. Just a bad layout.
All right, so we have to come this way through this docking port, and I can show you the ship itself. We'll have to go up this central cargo elevator.
Sure, lead the way.
I love elevators.
Well, are we agreeing this is what you are wishing to purchase? I mean, we can do so after the tour if you wish, but if so, I can start getting documents ready, maybe.
I am leaning heavily toward it, but yes.
It's kinda
We should
like
probably
the
take
guy
the
from
tour.
Star Wars, so we're gonna walk around first, if you don't mind.
This is fair. This is fair. This beast here is welcome to follow you as well. Points to Mishka.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, if you come this way, I will show you. First, we will go up this elevator into the lower cargo hold. You were lifted up this enormous cargo hold to greet you, I should say, as you step out this elevator into the space beyond. I'll move you out into the cargo hold. I'm gonna turn it off so you can walk freely around. You don't need to. So this is alright, easy there. This is the ship cargo hold. Over here we have the cargo office right here at the very north end section. Yeah, right there. This is the cargo office where you can keep records of what you have in the cargo, in the upper cargo hold above us. Yeah. This is
There's a lot of cargo in here.
It's fair. It's fair. I would take you back here. So here, I'll grab like Dixon and pull him around so people can see where I'm showing things. So over here, you'll see against this wall a little bit of a surprise, maybe.
Ooh.
This is a concealed cargo hold. The last captain of this ship, he liked to move things through some Zodani territory and
What would you use this for?
not wanting to get caught, you know? Zodani have specific regulations
Oh,
when
there's
passing
two
through the
of
space.
them.
It's a total of 10 tons of space. If you come back here
Cool.
into the back section, there is a door on either side. You can see that will open. Down here we have the jump drives. Another door here you can see to open to go out. So that is the jump drive.
Sick.
Follow me this way. Actually, why don't I move Mishka, and then you just can all follow Mishka because that's the easiest thing to do. Since you can't move her normally anyway. So if you notice over here, these are iris valves on the floor and the ceiling, and you can go up through them. Some of them are elevators and some of them are ladders. It depends on where you're at. But let us go back up the cargo elevator. Alright. I'll wait everybody over. This here is the main cargo hold, directly above where we just were. You can see that there's not quite as much space here, but there's plenty. If you go down here, you can see there are other ways to get to places. If you head up these ladders here, and he takes you over to these iris valves. Oh, be careful there. You do not want to go in there. You can't go in there. That's actually closed. It's a window that you can see through, and you can open it if you need to when it's empty. But you don't want to go in there because that's literally where the fuel is kept. And you can see it in there. You can see it swirling around and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
But down here, he opens these doors on the bottom. This is where your maneuver drive is, as well as your power plant right here in the middle. It's like the dog is giving you the tour. Opens this way up and comes back through here. If you go through these two passages here, these two iris valves, they take you to fire control for the two different turrets. One takes you up and one takes you down. What you have found there, Roman, is a rear airlock. So now you are dead and in space. Yeah, you went too close. Let us head down this way, huh? So this first room on our right is the library. Number of books, software, programs here is good for learning, and if you are very bored.
Heavy weapons 1 through 18.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's kind of long.
If you head this way here,
Check this out, Roman.
next door on the right is the medical bay. She is a bit cramped, but enough for 5 patients. Active surgeries if you need. Plenty of storage.
I think I can make do with this.
Down here we have the main airlock, where you are at, Mr. Ryder. Through this main airlock, you can head here through this door here, which opens into the 6 low berth storage units. So if you have low berths, they do not have to come further into the ship past the main airlock. If you go up this way here, to this airlock here, or not airlock, to this iris valve here. Oh, let's finish this level first, though. Come this way. So it takes you this way. This is what we call the crew commons area. Area for eating and entertainment, just for the crew of the ship. 4 staterooms on either side, each equipped with a double bed, bathroom on their own, a small, fresh up, but it's good, and a bit of food storage for each of you. This quarters here is what we call the captain's quarters. It is one of the 4 staterooms, mostly the same size as the others, a bit larger than the ones on the front of the ship, but it has a meeting room here, a little table here where you can display information from most ship systems for having conference rooms if you need to talk with someone and you are a captain perhaps. You need to keep private what you need to, or discipline, I don't know. And then this here is the bridge. Over here, a pilot and co-pilot. Right here we have an emergency locker. You keep emergency equipment here, like vac suits, such like this. Each of these lockers has 1 vac suit in it already. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vac suits. Over here we have the sensor station. And this way, if you must come this way, it's not too common, but you open this, jump inside here, and this is maintenance access for the sensor array on the top, which I'll just put Dixon in there so you can see it. So if you basically pull the panels off and stuff, you can go in there and work on the sensors, and then the computer is in here, right below it. So this is maintenance access for the main computer and the sensor array. I'll show you this way. Alright, let's see it this way, I'll show you the next level above this one now. Come back to the low berth area, you'll see. So this way right here, you can see. If you go up this iris valve, we go up 1 level. There's a small elevator that will take you up 1 person at a time. You can get a bit of cargo up there, but not too much at a time. Follow me. Raises you up. Drag your way over. You go up 1 at a time. This right here, elevator leads into what we call the passenger area. I guess it's a passenger common area. Each of these is a passenger stateroom, separate from all the others. There are 6 total passenger staterooms on either side, plus the common area for them to eat and do whatever they may do, you know, as a passenger. Each of them has their own bathroom that opens here, you can see. Or fresher, I should say. They are equipped entirely a bit different layout than down below. And at the very northern top here, right, let's come this way. You can see this way we have the galley. This is where food preparation for the ship can be done. Lots of storage. One of these side compartments here is specifically steward supplies. You may store cleaning supplies or food that you'll need to cook. It is several tons of storage, not too much, but enough to hold food for everyone for a few months' time. And this is completely cut off from the rest of the ship, you see. If you come up this, you enter the main airlock and then go up that elevator, you come straight to here. The views are quite beautiful, as you can see, because there's like windows all around in every single stateroom. Not huge windows, but decent ones. So if you wish to keep perhaps your passengers separate from your crew, this is a very good arrangement for that. The
Oh,
only
where's
person
the elevator here? Oh, this thing.
right here, the iris valve
okay,
right
got it.
there.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Let us go back down, and I will show you the final way to get into Battleship. So we go back down to here. You go all the way back down. So I put everybody back down there, and this is just teaching you the ship in first person, so you get the full tour effect. Whoops. But then I'll show you a reference map, so you have it for always. So we come this way, and you'll see back into the main cargo bay. And we go here to these fire control elevators. They have 2 levels, though. You'll see what I mean. So we will go up this. Whoops. I moved him to the wrong map by accident. That mistake. There we go. So you can see once you come up this elevator here, you are in fire control for the turret. This one is the top turret, and the other is the bottom turret. They are the same, the identical turrets. You come up this iris valve here, and then you can enter this space here, in the middle of the two. And this space here is where you have your air raft parked. This is the air raft garage. And the back here, we are in space, so I cannot do it, but you'll see, I'll show you, it opens. Yes, like just like that. Oh, we are all dead again. Good job.
We got blown up.
And that is the Vagabond. That is all of it. You have now seen it all. Here's a little brochure, give you a bit of information, perhaps if you need to know the labels of things.
I love it. We'll take it.
Impressive craft.
Let us go back down to a more comfortable place, perhaps this crew commons, and we could discuss the final arrangements, huh?
Alright.
So you are interested in this ship now?
I believe it will fit our needs perfectly. Well, for now.
This is good to hear. Well, if you
What do you say, Captain? It's a good ship.
It's a very nice ship.
I think it'll do.
And it's the 3 pictures in the upper right corner. Cool.
I realized I didn't show any of that when we were on stream, so. But here is the ship. This is the reference map that they were just given.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
That's way more
And
shit than I expected.
this is them on the current position they are in.
Could use a little more.
Oh, you
thrust.
you left out
Little-
the most
little
important
more
part of the
armor.
tour. Where's the auto bar?
Oh yes, that is in the galley. I will install it here in a few minutes after you. It is mostly just plug and play, not much to install. Maybe it take me
Perfect.
a couple of hours. If you had a die and you rolled it, maybe that many, eh?
Ah, let me see.
Oh,
Kind
I'll
of.
take your roll.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe 4 hours or so, you know, something like that. But after you purchase it, I will put it in. Not before though, because I cannot put it on the bar before it is purchased. No.
definitely. Okay. Good to me.
Well, if it is fine and you are willing to purchase then, by all means, sign over then. And he holds out the document to sign, confirm the ownership of the ship, sign on the crew and bill your first payment of 260,800 credits. You do good work in the elbow room. Back to us. It is good that you have done
268.
260,800. 260,800.
65, 200 for each, unless there's. All right.
There is leftover for this
Still a
payment.
balance.
We only have $222,000, don't we?
But now he's got some off the books money from the trade we just did.
Yeah, he was holding it over because he knew he was going to spend it on the ship.
He gave us he cashed out 22K, but he still has a chunk.
Okay.
Let's hand him a cred chip.
All right, so he touches the contract to the cred sheet, near field communication. Subtract 260,800 credits from your total. That is good dealing with you, yes. This is quite a ship you have purchased. Perhaps it will bring you good luck, huh? Give me a few hours, I will have this auto bar installed. In the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home on your new vessel. After you have, we have completely installed your auto bar. We won't be able to maintain staying here. You will have to pull off the ship if you want to stay on Flammarion and head beyond that. Redock in the standard civilian docking, as this is for scout services only. But no problems there, and you're welcome to stay here, docked here, while we are installing your auto bar.
Perfect.
Sounds like a
Thank
plan.
you so much for your help.
It's good. People like you, they're doing good work, bringing in work for the scout services, bringing in things like old ships. It's good that they are not forgotten. I am happy for this. And if you're ever looking for more work, perhaps scout services is always looking for people. We're even hearing quite a bit of talk about work down in Albi and the Sindal subsector. So, if you're interested, perhaps you'll head down that way eventually someday, huh? That's Sindal subsector of the Trojan Reach sector, which is directly south of you guys. It's like two subsectors south and one subsector to the right of where you currently are.
Albi is a system in there, or is it something else?
ALBE, yeah.
It's a system in the
Yeah,
Sindal
in
subsector.
Sindal subsector, yeah. But other than this, cannot offer much. I do appreciate your business here with Scout Services. It is good that we can give these ships a home. The ship here was once owned by a pretty well-respected trader, though in another sector entirely. He's made its way quite a ways, this one. Especially in only 22 years. She is a good ship, no?
What's this trader's name?
I have to generate it, but...
How about the use of a public terminal? Could you offer that?
Sure, I can do that. What is it you're looking for?
Just gonna do little searches for trade. Should we?
Rourke.
Ruya, should we seek out any
And
sellers?
first name.
Do we have any money for that?
Rourke Frollo.
So I want to do an admin search for
Okay.
sellers.
Yeah. We have 140,000.
I've got admin 0.
Better than
Nice roll.
Alright, that took 5 hours. So.
Yep, 5 hours, and that's a success. You find a buyer.
is
or
that
seller rather. Sorry.
Because we already did the. Yeah, we did the. Yeah,
It's the same. It's the same.
I will let Staria handle it from there, right? But
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, sounds good. So let's get to that real quick. So you are finding a supplier, or buyer rather, supplier, not buyer.
Yeah.
You succeeded. It took 5 hours, and then I have to determine the number of shit. How did I do that? I forgot how you determine how many it is. Determine goods available. Goods divided into 2 categories: common and trade. Given suppliers has all common goods available, trade goods that match the world's trade code, and 1D randomly generated goods. Okay.
My audio is basically doing the same thing that my mic is doing, but every like 2 minutes, like I can't even keep track.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Well, this is gonna be the last thing we do anyway, so. See, anything that is of the tags that Flammarion has.
Yeah.
Which is
Poor and
non-industrial, yeah.
So probably not much.
Is there anything you want to buy there?
Sorry, you didn't roll for additional things?
Oh, I did. I'm looking them up right now.
Okay.
I just meant from the stuff that's like standard.
Yeah. I think he's planning our next move.
And those are also available.
Biochem.
Pharmaceuticals and biochemicals.
Alright. No modifiers on this side.
Yeah.
Those are
True.
pricey.
That is also true.
Pretty dense things.
Mm-hmm.
Which can be good.
You have a lot more cargo space
Now
in
we
this
have more
thing.
space, yeah. So
Yeah.
like,
You can get away with cheaper stuff.
yeah, some ores and stuff.
I'm still trying to find the amount though, like how you determine how many tons it is.
I mean, it says there, like pharmaceuticals, it says tons equals 1D. So I assume that's what that is.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, biochem
Yep, you're right.
1D times 5.
Yep, you're right. So 5 times 5, so 25 tons of biochemicals and 1 ton of pharmaceuticals.
Alright, do we want to do that off camera?
Yeah, we can do that off camera. So with you guys starting to pull up the public terminal and arranging the purchase of new trade goods to try to eke by a small profit, as well as getting to know your new ship, Roman checking out the med bay, getting used to that, looking it over, Stay Rulia, probably, I don't know, checking out the library since you just failed your education roll. But
Wow, rude.
Dixon, I'm not sure where you would first
What
gravitate
accurate.
on the ship to look around, but Mishka is following you around, maybe the bridge, let's say.
Am I
This
in
is-
the
this is pilot.
pilot
That's-
seat or
that's
okay?
pilot.
Okay, that's what is this over in the bottom left? Like
Sensors.
sensors, and then like the co-pilot seat, would that be comms as well?
It can be either one. You can switch between them. It's a holographic display bridge, so you can literally just send the station over. This can be
Right.
that can be co-pilot if you want. That can be, but that pilot is supposed to be there.
Alright, but on this ship, Roman can swipe stuff over to me. It's gonna
That
be
is-
awesome.
That is true. You guys begin to familiarize yourself with this ship. The gentleman comes back down. Is the autobar is installed in your galley now? I hope you will enjoy it. It has been good to deal with you. We will go ahead and get your ship moved to civilian docking. You do not have to do any maneuvering for that. We have tugs that will move you there. Just clear them when they ask to attach, and that is all you have to do. It is good to do business with you. And he leaves.
A week
the
later,
ship.
we all die of alcohol poisoning.
Next payment's due. In
It's not
a
infinite
month or
alcohol.
2
Just
months.
mixed drinks. Next payment will be due next month.
What? It's not infinite alcohol.
30 days
If you
from
can
today.
catch us.
Do you say that?
No, I'm not an idiot.
If you can catch you better believe that they'll be able to catch your jump 2 ship. But you can always try. And with that, we're going to end the session. We'll pick up, not next week because we're going to skip a week, but we are going to still stream next week to do some other stuff related, but not quite related. And I'll get into details about that later, don't worry. But for now, thanks for watching, everybody. Lunatic, thanks again for the participation, bud. Everybody should go check out his maps at Drive-Thru RPG. Lunatic design. Great stuff. Have a good one, everybody. We'll come back next time.